On the island where criminals, murderers and pirates gather, heinous atrocities occur every day and it is full of tricks that terrify the world. However, there is a place on the island full of love and peace. People give up all fighting for the sake of delicious food and live in a nearly. Chapter 1: Lin Feng and the Dwarf. In the dark night, heavy rain poured down and there were lightning and thunder. Lin Feng was checking the food inventory in the warehouse. He was the purchasing manager of Huangchao restaurant. It had become his habit for many years to inspect the food inventory every night. Although he is only 26 years old, he has been working in the catering industry for 10 years, starting as a kitchen worker and working his way up to the purchasing manager of a leading restaurant in Jinghai City. While the stock of beans is running low, let's surely replenish the stock tomorrow, Lin Feng said to himself as he looked through the soybeans in stock. Boom! There was another loud thunder and Lin Feng couldn't help shrinking his neck. Today's thunder was too loud. The warehouse was not built in the restaurant but stood alone next to the restaurant. For some reason Lin Feng had a bad feeling. Let's finish the check and go back quickly, Lin Feng thought silently. At this moment a beam of red lightning streaked across the sky and struck directly towards the warehouse. The huge boom sound shook the restaurant's glass. The entire building of the Royal Tide restaurant was without power. In the warehouse the shelves filled with food were in disarray. Food was scattered all over the floor and flames began to gradually engulf the warehouse. I don't know how long it took. The pain was like a poisonous snake entwining his whole body. His head was about to split apart with pain. His lips were chapped and burning. Lin Feng opened his eyes with great effort. The scene in front of him made him dazed. Where was this? The sky was clear, the sun was shining, and there were piles of green bushes surrounding me. How could there be a rainstorm? How did I end up here? He remembered that he was counting inventory in the warehouse before he fell into a coma. Suddenly there was a deafening noise and then he fell into a coma. What happened? Lin Feng struggled to stand up. He felt weak all over, his stomach was burning with hunger and his lips were cracked and bleeding. He was afraid that he had been unconscious for a few days. He staggered forward and walked out of the bushes, and the scene before him left him stunned. In front of me is a wooden and stone building. This seems to be the backyard. Next to it is a well made of stones. Next to the well is a pile of pots and pans waiting to be washed. A little girl is sitting on a wooden stool humming a song and washing dishes. The little girl was startled by Lin Feng's footsteps and looked at Lin Feng with alert eyes. When she saw Lin Feng, she screamed. She jumped 3 feet high and turned around to run away. Lin Feng couldn't help but want to explain anxiously. After all, he suddenly appeared in someone's backyard with disheveled hair and a dirty face which had a bad impact. However, after taking 2 quick steps his legs suddenly became weak and he fell heavily on his face. Wait a minute! Lin Feng shouted weakly. The little girl stopped and looked at Lin Feng, who was in a mess after falling down. Suddenly she ran into the house like a gust of wind and then ran out of the house like a gust of wind holding a broom in her hand. Lin Feng struggled to get up but he was powerless. He could only say in an innocent hoarse voice, I am not a thief. The little girl came over cautiously with a broom in her hand, poked Lin Feng's head gently with the broom and then said, added #UN%. What language is this? Lin Feng couldn't understand a single word. Could it be that I have traveled through time? Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Lin Feng looked carefully at the little girl in front of him. She had pink hair tied into 2 ponytails, a round face, big eyes that flickered, long eyelashes that trembled, a small nose and a small mouth. She was indescribably cute. She was wearing a light yellow princess dress which gave her a strong sense of the second dimension. Although she is short, probably only the height of a 6 or 7-year-old child, she has a well-proportioned figure, and the key is that she has breasts. This is a legal loli. Lin Feng was a little excited. This is really a once-in-a-lifetime series. I didn't expect that I could see a legal loli in my lifetime. Lin Feng was about to burst into tears. Wait a minute, Lin Feng suppressed his excited heart. She is short but has breasts and a well-proportioned figure. She is not a dwarf, so the only reasonable explanation is that she is a dwarf girl. In other words, I have traveled to another world. The little loli saw Lin Feng staring at her chest and still in a daze, and she couldn't help but get angry. This guy must not be a good person. She raised the broom and started to chop down without thinking. Lin Feng had to raise his hands to block it above his head. The little loli hit him several times in a row, making hey 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 sounds in rhythm with her mouth. The sound sounded soft and tender, which made Lin Feng secretly happy. Moreover, she was small and weak, so it didn't hurt much. Lin Feng thought that it was no good to be beaten for nothing. Although it sounded good, the problem was that it couldn't satisfy his hunger. He was hungry and thirsty, but he couldn't speak the language, so he had to point at his mouth and look at the little girl pitifully, regardless of whether she could understand him or not, and said, "I'm not a bad person, please give me something to eat and drink." The little girl hit him several times before her face turned red and she glared at him fiercely, mumbling a lot of words. Lin Feng couldn't understand, so he had to make a bitter face, still pointing at his mouth and touching his stomach to show that he was very hungry. Fortunately, Lin Feng's stomach was also very sensible and made a loud gurgling sound at the right time. The little loli seemed to understand what Lin Feng meant, but she still put her hands on her hips, gave him a lecture, then turned around and ran into the house. After a while, the little loli was seen holding a plate with a few slices of bread and a glass of water on it. When Lin Feng saw the bread and water, his eyes suddenly lit up green, his stomach growled again, and his saliva flowed unconsciously from the corners of his mouth. The little girl was a little scared and put the plate down and walked away. Lin Feng had no choice but to move over, slowly picked up a piece of bread and stuffed it into his mouth. In no time he had swallowed and bitten several slices of bread into his stomach. He almost choked several times and had to drink water desperately. His face turned red and he coughed continuously, making him look very dirty. When the little loli saw Lin Feng's embarrassed look, she couldn't help but chuckle. Her little mouth curved into a crescent shape with red lips and white teeth, and her smile was as beautiful as a flower. Although he was in a mess, Lin Feng finally recovered a lot after eating a few slices of bread. Although he was still not very full, he didn't dare to ask for more. Besides, the bread was really unpalatable, sour and salty with a rough and stiff texture. If Lin Feng was not really starving to death, he would have simply disdained it. After all, he was the purchasing manager of Huangchao restaurant before he traveled through time. Every time new dishes were developed or old dishes were improved, he, the purchasing manager, had to attend. Under the skillful hands of the chef in the restaurant, all kinds of delicacies from land and sea are brought to his mouth in different forms. His taste has long been cultivated to be extremely discerning. Not to mention, bread of this level, ordinary dishes are simply not in his eyes. When the little girl saw that he had finished eating, she said a few words and then carried the plates back to the house. After a while, she walked to the well and continued washing the dishes. Lin Feng supported himself and got up. He looked at his body and found that he didn't have any external injuries. His clothes were still the suit he wore in the warehouse before. It was a little dirty but not damaged. After eating the bread, he felt refreshed. He saw a pile of bowls next to the little girl. She was washing them one by one very seriously. Her hands had turned white from being soaked in water. So he walked over, rolled up his sleeves, picked up a bowl and helped wash it. He has been working outside since he was young and he knows that life is not easy. He also knows how to repay kindness. Although this little Lolita hit him a few times, she still owes him a meal, so Lin Feng can't help but want to help her. The little girl looked up at him in surprise, her face slightly reddened, and she said something. Lin Feng had no choice but to shake his head and point to his ears to indicate that he didn't understand, but he continued to wash the dishes. The little girl didn't say anything else, and the two of them buried their heads in washing the dishes. Lin Feng originally started out as a kitchen helper, so washing dishes was no problem for him. The little girl, on the other hand, was clumsy. She held the bowl in her small hands and slowly washed it. For every bowl she washed, Lin Feng could wash 4 or 5. In a short while, the two of them had washed hundreds of bowls and plates, most of which were washed by Lin Feng. The little loli looked at Lin Feng in surprise, her eyes widened with admiration. Lin Feng was proud in his heart. After all, I am a successful person who fought my way out of the dishwasher. It's no big deal. The little Lolita was saying something eagerly, her lake blue eyes full of eagerness. Lin Feng didn't know what she was saying, but seeing her eager face, he thought it was not a bad thing. He couldn't bear to disappoint such a cute little Lolita, so he nodded in a daze. So the little girl pulled him into the house. Well, although it was wet and cold in the hand, it was very soft and small. Lin Feng had an expression of having gained something. Lin Feng, who was still in heaven the last moment, returned to the human world the moment he opened the door. In front of me is a kitchen that looks like a pigsty. Kitchen utensils and ingredients were scattered all over the table. Food residues and crumbs were everywhere on the floor, and there was a pile of unwashed dishes on the table. There were all kinds of greasy marks and black marks from oil smoke on the stove, and the whole kitchen gave off a strange smell, a mixture of fresh fishy smell and moldy and smelly food. There was also a mouse on the floor gnawing on something openly, and when it heard the door open it took a look and continued to calmly turn back to gnaw on its delicacy. Wow, this is probably an even darker workshop than an illegal one. Lin Feng has never seen such an unrestrained kitchen. If it was in the world before he traveled through time, he would have been permanently banned and blacklisted by the relevant departments and banned from entering forever. It's real. It's so damn real. A thin man in chef's uniform with a pipe in his mouth stared at the ceiling with lifeless eyes. His legs were on the chopping board with a sharp knife stuck in it. His legs were shaking slightly and rhythmically. The most horrifying thing is that the chef has a pistol hanging around his waist. A chef with a gun, are you afraid? Forgive me for being uninhibited and loving freedom all my life, but I am also afraid that I will fall one day. Oh yeah. Lin Feng couldn't help but imagine the divine song in his mind. This is too uninhibited, and he completely let himself go. The little girl said something gibberish to the chef, and the thin man suddenly jumped down from the wooden stool, pulled out a pistol, and walked towards Lin Feng. He had a ferocious face and was full of hostility. There was a big scar on his bald head, and he smelled strongly of alcohol. The thin man walked up to Lin Feng with his face less than 5 centimeters away from Lin Feng and then began to give a long speech. However, Lin Feng could not understand a word he said. He just saw his mouth full of yellow teeth and smelled terrible bad breath. He waited until Lin Feng's face was covered with spit before he left Lin Feng's face. Lin Feng saw the little Lolita frowning and pulling the skinny guy's pants in dissatisfaction. She probably didn't like the skinny guy's argument, so she scolded the skinny guy. The thin man immediately smiled and said a few words to her, then motioned Lin Feng to follow him. The thin man rummaged in the cabinet next to him for a while, took out a musty chef's uniform, threw it to Lin Feng, and then pointed at the pile of dishes arrogantly. What does that mean? Have I been hired? Lin Feng thought. Chapter 2: Black Rock Bar. Lin Feng sat by the well and washed the dishes. Unconsciously, he had been here for 3 months. In the past 3 months, he had learned a lot of the local language from the little dwarf Harvey and had roughly figured out the situation here. Lin Feng had indeed traveled through time. The world he was in now was a place called Con Continent, but in fact he was not on Con Continent. He was in the northeast of Con Continent, a place called Slut Islands. The Slut Islands does not mean that there are many sluts on this outlying island, but the shape of this archipelago resembles a woman with legs spread out that is an M shape, so it is called the Slut Islands. You are clearly an M shape, but you insist on being called a slut. Why are you so outstanding? Just as Lin Feng was lamenting the imagination of the person who named the archipelago, Abi told him that the archipelago was the place where pirates and criminals lived. This was the escape point for those desperate criminals on the Con Continent, and it was basically the base camp for the most vicious criminals and pirates. Although it was not far from the Con Continent, the waves were rough and full of reefs nearby, which was not suitable for large fleets to deploy, so the countries on the Con Continent ignored it. Lin Feng finally understood why this archipelago was called the Slut Islands, because it was named by pirates and criminals. Although he understood the origin of the name of the archipelago, Lin Feng was not happy at all, and he felt a trace of tears in his eyes. The place where he works now is a restaurant called Black Rock Bar, and the owner is Abby's adoptive father. According to Abby, her adoptive father is a great pirate who owns the largest pirate ship in the Slut Islands called Black Rock. And her adoptive father is out sailing, robbery. There were 2 other employees in the bar. One was called Roger, the skinny and unruly guy. The other was called Oleg, a giant nearly 2 meters tall with a fashionable nose ring in one of his nostrils, a full beard and muscular body looking like a bull demon king. Roger is responsible for cooking, Oleg is in charge of the bar and collecting money, Abby helps with miscellaneous tasks, and now Lin Feng has also joined the miscellaneous team. At first Lin Feng did not have a clear understanding of the environment he was in until one night shortly after he started working. That night 5 big men came to the Black Rock Bar for dinner. They were dressed in strange clothes and looked ferocious as if the words "I am a bad guy" were written on their faces. It was Lin Feng's turn to serve the dishes. He brought some mashed potatoes and grilled octopus. Before he walked into the kitchen he heard a roar. Then a dagger brushed past Lin Feng's ear with a strong wind and was nailed to the wooden wall. A dagger. As a young socialist living in a peaceful era, Lin Feng had never seen such a scene before. His legs went weak. He turned his head tremblingly only to see a guy wearing a colorful turban with a face full of flesh and scars giving him the middle finger and roaring in a broken voice. This guy was the one he had just served. He stabbed the half-cooked octopus with a fork and threw it to the ground with a bang. Then he stepped on the octopus and twisted it viciously twice. Although Lin Feng didn't understand what he said, he roughly understood what he meant by looking at his actions. The translation should be like this: go to your mother's crappy bar. Is this half-cooked food for human consumption? My pigs eat better than this. To be fair, Lin Feng agreed with his point of view. Basically, the unruly Roger only knows 2 ways of cooking: grilling and boiling. Although the technological level of this alien continent is roughly equivalent to that of the West between the 16th and 17th centuries, the problem is that Roger's cooking skills are probably only at the level of primitive people. Moreover, Luo Ji's barbecue was often burnt or half-cooked. The boiled food was either overcooked or he forgot to add salt. After eating it once, Lin Feng never touched anything Luo Ji made. He only ate black bread and fresh vegetables. Fortunately, this little dwarf Harvey could still grow so tender. It was probably because of his good genes. In fact, Lin Feng was very puzzled as to how a restaurant could be opened with such cooking skills without going bankrupt. It was estimated that the tastes of people in places like the Slut Islands were uncivilized. There was another reason that Lin Feng figured out later, which was forced buying and selling. Seeing that guy making a noise, the other 4 also joined in. Suddenly plates and dishes were thrown everywhere and food was flying everywhere. The strange thing was that there were a few customers nearby who were not nervous at all and were watching them making a scene with a smile. At this moment, with a roar, Oleg at the bar rushed out like a bull, and then Roger also took out a kitchen knife and rushed out. Lin Feng's eyes widened. What made people even more desperate was that there was a short figure following behind Roger. A murderous little dwarf also ran out screaming, holding a sharp knife in his hand. Harvey rushed to Lin Feng, handed the sharp knife to Lin Feng and said simply, "Go. Go. Damn it, you want me to do it." Lin Feng was about to collapse. I have lived 26 years of abiding by the law and harmless to people and animals. Now just because of such a trivial matter as a dissatisfied customer I am being beaten to death? This is a fucking shady shop. Lin Feng shook his head like a rattle. Harvey frowned and glared with her round eyes, expressing her dissatisfaction strongly. She said, "If you don't dare to come up, I will do it myself." Then he retracted his hand, picked up the sharp knife and rushed forward. Lin Feng quickly hugged Harvey. This little lowly was not even as tall as her waist. Wouldn't it be a gift of experience points if she went up? The fight over there was already raging. 3 men surrounded Oleg, 2 surrounded Roger, and those 5 men were not to be trifled with either. When they saw Roger holding a knife, they all drew their swords and started hacking at him. Unfortunately, Oleg was so strong that he lifted up the wooden table and swung it, using it as both a shield and a weapon. The table was so powerful that the 3 men were knocked to the ground by his swing and their shits were all over the place. Luo Ji was no less impressive. He wielded a kitchen knife like a swordsman, moving smoothly and hitting with ease. The 2 men were beaten so hard that they fled in panic. Soon the 5 men were beaten black and blue and tied to the ground. Oleg and Roger beat them up again, swearing at them, and then they robbed them, searching them completely and taking away all their valuables. Finally, they threw them out of the store like trash. Lin Feng finally understood how this store does business and finally understood his position here. I am just a weakling who can't be any weaker. I just do my low-level service job honestly. Don't mess with the 2 big guys, Oleg and Logi. Be careful in front of the little girl. If she gets upset one day, she will pick up a knife and run at you. After knowing the truth, Lin Feng was very depressed for a while and his face was covered with stubble of depression. He washed dishes and mopped the floor every day with great enthusiasm. After finishing his work, he sat beside the well, looked up at the sky and sighed. Oh, how could I be so unlucky to be transported to such a hellhole, and the key is that it is an island and I can't drive a boat, and it is said that the waves are rough. With my swimming skills I am exhausted after swimming 50 meters in an indoor swimming pool. After that, this kind of group fights would happen every now and then, and each time it was a stranger who caused the trouble. Most of the regular customers would watch the show enthusiastically from the side, sometimes blowing a whistle, throwing a bottle to add to the fun, or simply joining in the fight and helping Oleg and Roger beat up the strangers. However, Lin Feng discovered that most of these regular customers came to the Black Rock Bar to drink and basically did not order food. I guess they were all scared by Luo Ji's trick. And according to Lin Feng's observation, Luo Ji had completely selected the wrong skills. He wielded a kitchen knife in an unpredictable way and strangers were kept away. When he was asked to cook, he immediately entered the sage mode. It was so melancholy. Although the living environment is so bad, Lin Feng still works hard and makes progress every day. After all, he is an optimistic and cheerful person with a strong desire to survive. Since he can't run away, he should think about how to integrate into the Black Rock Bar. Black Rock Bar is located in the southwest highland of the Slut Islands. Walking out of the door, you can overlook the entire Slut Islands. If the Slut Islands are likened to an M, then Black Rock Bar is at the starting point of the M. The two depressions of the M are two deep water ports, and all ships entering the Slut Islands will dock at these two ports. Every morning, Lin Feng would get up from the cramped little utility room on the second floor and walk to the door of the store to overlook the entire Slut Islands, stretch his hands and feet and breathe some fresh air. Although the name is indecent, the Slut Islands are an absolute scenic spot. Under the sunshine, the seawater is blue and green, crystal clear, and it is simply fascinating. The gentle sea breeze brings seagulls to soar in the sky, and ships of various sizes are anchored in the port. Although most of them are black flags or skull flags, the white canvas is sometimes bulging and sometimes sinking in the sea breeze, which is still very dreamy. The small houses and shops scattered on the islands have also become a beautiful landscape of the Slut Islands. After enjoying the scenery, Lin Feng would start his day's work and clean the store. To be honest, the Black Rock Bar is actually quite nice, except for the fact that there are frequent fights and brawls that leave stains and scars all over the wooden walls. The entire bar is 3 stories high. The first and second floors are the bar, the third floor is the dormitory for employees, and there is an underground wine cellar below the first floor. Lin Feng estimated that the area of each floor is about 150 square meters. In addition to the kitchen and toilet on the first floor, there is a bar and dining table. There is a small utility room on the second floor, which is now cleared out for Lin Feng to live in. The entire bar is made of pine and granite, and in the morning, before it is polluted by alcohol smoke and vomit, it still emits a faint pine scent. The wooden walls on the first floor are covered with decorations full of male hormones such as deer heads, bison heads, and shark heads. According to Abby, these are the prey of her adoptive father. The second floor is decorated with swords, shields, muskets, and roulette wheels. According to Abby, these are the spoils of her adoptive father's adventures. The wine cabinet behind the bar is filled with a wide variety of wines. The long bar can accommodate 10 standing stools. In addition, there are 8 sets of tables and chairs on the first floor. The second floor has a larger space and has 12 sets of tables and chairs. Lin Feng did some calculations in his head. In fact, if the bar was full of people, the 4 of them would not be able to handle it. It was only thanks to the unremitting efforts of Oleg and Luo Ji that the bar was basically full of regular customers in groups of 3 or 2 on weekdays. In addition to these regular customers, there would be new guests from time to time, but basically they would never come again after coming once. Either they were beaten away or they were disgusted and ran away. So actually, Lin Feng's workload was not much in a day. The pile of pots and pans he washed when he crossed over had accumulated over several days. Anyway, apart from the food being hard to swallow, everything else was acceptable. So let it be. Chapter 3, Initial Approach, 1. That day, people once again remembered the fear of being dominated by Lin Feng's delicacies. And the beginning of all this was due to the beating I received from Captain Lunk. Excerpt from Luo Ji's quotations. Lin Feng has unknowingly been in the Slut Islands for half a year. Now he can communicate with the people around him in a simple way and has also developed resistance to the daily fights in the Black Rock Bar. Every time there is a fight he would look at his nose with his eyes, his mouth with his nose, and his heart with his mouth, as if he didn't hear anything. No matter how chaotic the fight was, I would remain unmoved. Although Oleg and Roger expressed strong dissatisfaction with his inaction since Lin Feng promised to clean up the mess after every fight, the two bosses finally nodded in satisfaction. This was the effect they wanted. Anyway, Lin Feng looked delicate and tender, so the two bosses didn't expect him to be of any use. The key point was that every time they fought, the two bosses let themselves go. The dishes were not a problem. I don't know how many tables and chairs were broken. Food and soup were spilled everywhere. Although it was impressive, it was very annoying to clean up the mess after showing off. Now finally there's Lin Feng, a weakling, to take care of the aftermath. They don't feel sore in the waist or legs when fighting. The two big guys are even more powerful and have an amazing desire to destroy. However, as the saying goes, one will eventually encounter a tiger. On this day a tiger finally came to the store, or to be exact, an orc. That night Lin Feng was wiping tables on the first floor as usual, and the door of the bar was pushed open. Then Lin Feng saw a figure who was about the same size as Oleg walking in, followed by three smaller people. When the man walked in front of Lin Feng was stunned. The man had a green face and fangs, and his body was covered in green muscles. He was exactly like the real-life Hulk. He was an orc. The orc wore a pirate hat and a red dress. His strong muscles almost burst the dress. He looked arrogant and rude, glanced at Lin Feng, sat down on the chair and said, "Menu." Although he just said this very calmly, Lin Feng felt his eardrums buzzing. He finally knew what a loud bell-like voice meant. Lin Feng handed over the menu tremblingly. The orc glanced at it casually and asked, "Any recommendations?" What the hell? He actually asked for any recommendations? "Boss, can I recommend not eating here?" Lin Feng imagined Luo Ji with his legs crossed on the chopping board puffing out cigarettes. Lin Feng was overwhelmed. "Well, we have more kinds of seafood in our store and relatively less meat. I wonder what type the customers like to eat?" Lin Feng asked stutteringly. Although no matter which one you ordered it would taste terrible, Lin Feng really wanted to say this, but he still held back. The orc frowned and said, "We finally got ashore, so of course we want to eat meat. We can eat seafood on the boat every day." "What kind of meat is there?" "We have pork, beef, chicken, and mutton," Lin Feng replied. "The beef is good," said the orc. 10 servings of grilled beef legs, please. And a barrel of dark beer." The orc looked at the menu and ordered. "Okay." Lin Feng felt relieved. He quickly asked Abby for a bucket of dark beer and then slipped into the kitchen to place the order. As soon as I entered the kitchen, I saw Roger with his legs crossed on the chopping board smoking a cigarette and completely entering sage mode. "There is a customer who wants 10 servings of roasted beef legs," Lin Feng said. Luo Ji didn't move, still puffing away leisurely. Recently, since Lin Feng took the initiative to take the responsibility of cleaning up the mess, Luo Ji has become even more reckless. He would just hand the dishes to Lin Feng without much effort, not to mention being late in serving the dishes. Often the dishes would not be served half an hour after the customers placed their orders. Lin Feng felt that Luo Ji did it on purpose. He enjoyed the pleasure of beating his guests more than cooking. Since the boss didn't say anything, Lin Feng had no choice but to wait in the kitchen. He wasn't stupid enough to offend the orcs now. Thinking of the orc's 2 protruding fangs, Lin Feng shuddered. Could this thing eat people? When the last wisp of smoke drifted away from the pipe, Roger lazily retracted his legs and got down from the chair. 10 servings of roasted beef legs? He asked. Yes, Lin Feng replied. Roger went to the food cupboard, pulled out a large piece of beef leg and threw it onto the cutting board with a loud thump. At this moment, Lin Feng and Luo Ji suddenly heard a scream. The voice came from the bar. It seemed to be Abby's voice. The two looked at each other. Luo Ji picked up the kitchen knife and ran out, and Lin Feng followed him. When I walked to the bar, I saw the orc pulling Abby by the clothes with one hand and lifting Abby in front of him, feeling like he was holding a doll. He roared angrily, "Are all the people in your store dead? There's no beef I ordered? No dark beer either?" Abby was so frightened that his face turned pale, his face turned red, and tears were welling up in his eyes. When Logi saw the orc, he was also a little scared. He shouted, "Oleg? Oleg, where are you? Oleg went to the toilet and hasn't come out yet. I can't move the barrel of dark beer." Abby said aggrievedly and then burst into tears. Lin Feng understood. Usually he was in charge of placing orders in the kitchen and Abby went to place orders with Oleg. Today Oleg happened to be squatting in the toilet and Abby couldn't move the wine barrel, so the group of people waited like fools for 20 minutes. Normally Abby was so casual that he probably didn't expect these guests to be so aggressive. If only she could come to the kitchen to ask for his help earlier. "Put the lady down, you bunch of bastards." Roger and Oleg usually liked this little dwarf very much. Now seeing the little dwarf being bullied, they could not bear it and shouted angrily. The orc stretched out his hand and pinched Abby's little face, grinning and saying, "This little thing feels pretty good." "Bastard!" Roger cursed. Unable to endure it any longer, he picked up a kitchen knife and rushed forward. The orc snorted, put Abby down, turned around, took a big step forward and kicked Logi. Lin Feng only saw Logi flying from the orcs to his back like riding a cloud. With a bang, Logi smashed a dent in the pine wall. "Oh my god, it's over in seconds?" Lin Feng was so shocked that his jaw dropped. "Where's the promised kitchen knife, Swordmaster? Where's the promised kitchen knife //?" Usually Roger, who was so arrogant and invincible in the martial arts world, was killed instantly by a kick. Lin Feng looked at Luoji. Luoji's head was covered in blood and his head was tilted. He had fainted a long time ago. What should I do now? Oleg didn't know what was going on. There was a commotion outside, but he didn't come out. Lin Feng had no choice but to go in. Lin Feng walked over with his head lowered, and countless ideas of being a hero to save the lowly emerged in his mind, such as grabbing Abby and running, or rolling on the ground and grabbing a kitchen knife to perform a set of rolling knife techniques. However, after feeling the wild breathing of the orc above his head, Lin Feng lowered his noble head deeply. "Sir, don't be angry. I will get you some dark beer and then make some barbecued beef leg. At the same time, to compensate for your loss, your consumption in our store today will be free." Lin Feng said tremblingly. "Well, it's free. That's quite a bit of sincerity. Let's hurry up." The orc narrowed his eyes in satisfaction. "Abby, come with me to get the beer." Lin Feng wanted to take Abby away quickly. "Wait a minute, we're hungry now, you'd better hurry up otherwise." The orc gently patted Abby's head as if patting a piece of prime meat. The crew members next to him also laughed. Lin Feng shuddered and quickly ran to the bar, breathlessly carrying a bucket of dark beer. He glanced at Abby. The little guy was looking at him with tears in his eyes. He gritted his teeth, turned around and rushed into the kitchen. Looking at the beef leg on the chopping board, he was thinking about how to cook it. Although he is the purchasing manager of Huangchao Restaurant, he seldom cooks by himself. Another problem is that Huangchao Restaurant specializes in Chaos Han cuisine. Although there are Western-style cooking methods, Lin Feng seldom sees them. He tried hard to recall what the chefs had done. He remembered that the chefs would marinate the beef before processing it. The problem was that there was no time now, and there was no time to marinate it. What to do? How to bake? Lin Feng was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Outside were those ferocious orcs. What if he was really hungry and tore off one of Abby's hands or feet and ate them? Lin Feng broke out in a cold sweat just thinking of that scene. Lin Feng's eyes fell on the grill, which was leaning crookedly on the greasy stove. Oil? Lin Feng suddenly remembered the scene of selling grilled skewers on the street. The chefs would always sprinkle seasonings all over the skewers and then brush them with oil. Finally, waves of aroma of meat and seasonings would float everywhere. The skewers treated in this way would be shiny and bright, and the key was that they would not be easily burnt and had a fresh and tender taste. Lin Feng knew what to do. He picked up a sharp knife and cut the beef into 10 thin slices. Although his knife skills were not very good, he still managed to cut them roughly. Fearing that the beef would not be tasty, he made a series of scratches on the slices and then took out a wooden spatula to hit each piece of beef. Put the beef on a plate, sprinkle with black pepper and coarse salt, then open a bottle of wine and pour the wine on the beef. Lin Feng knew that chefs like to use soy sauce for pickling because salt would suppress the moisture in the beef and make the beef meat tough, but in an emergency there was no soy sauce here, so he had to use coarse salt. While the marinating process was going on, he started to make a fire. When the fire was burning, he put 4 slices of beef on the grill, then poured a bowl of olive oil from the oil can, picked up a wooden spatula, dipped some oil on it and brushed it on both sides of the beef, and then put the grill on the fire. After a while the fat and gravy dripped into the fire and then a puff of white smoke rose up carrying the rich aroma of beef. Lin Feng was afraid that the surface of the beef would burn, so he kept brushing oil on it and turning the beef on the grill back and forth. Soon the surface of the beef swelled and hardened slightly, revealing a hint of pink flesh between the scratches. Lin Feng knew that the worst thing about beef is that it is overcooked. Many people in Western restaurants like to eat it medium rare, and many people also try it 3/4 well done. Moreover, time is tight now, so it is more important to quickly serve the food to the orc. He doesn't want to see the little lowly with missing arms and legs. Seeing that it was almost cooked, Lin Feng quickly put the beef on a plate. He cut a small piece with a knife and put it in his mouth to test it. Well, it is soft, tender, and flexible. The rich aroma of beef mixed with the taste of black pepper stimulates the taste buds, and there is a slight smell of blood, but this is exactly the original flavor that many people pursue. The heat is very good, and it seems that the method of brushing oil is correct so that the roasted beef will not be too old. The only drawback is that the taste is light after all. The marinating time is too short and the coarse salt is not very flavorful. Lin Feng took out the jar of fine salt and sprinkled a light layer on the surface of the beef, then hurriedly carried the beef to the bar. 4 plates were placed in front of the 4 people. Although Lin Feng had to go back to roast the remaining beef, he still wanted to see the orcs' reactions. In case the orcs didn't like it, he would have to change the cooking method of the rest of the beef. Chapter 4, Initial Demonstration of Means, Part 2. The orc's nose twitched slightly and he took a deep breath with a curious look on his face. The gravy on the beef was still sizzling and the air was filled with the aroma of black pepper beef. The orc actually picked up the knife and fork very seriously and started cutting the beef carefully. Then he picked up a piece of beef and observed it. He saw that there was a hint of pink in the center of the meat, which was a characteristic of high-quality calf leg meat. He nodded in satisfaction and put the beef into his mouth. The meat was tender and juicy with a slight aroma of wine and a hint of blood. Combined with the strong stimulation of black pepper, it immediately whetted people's appetite. The strong taste hit the orc's mouth, his eyes widened, his nostrils dilated, and suddenly he slammed his hand on the table. Lin Feng was so frightened by his action that he almost jumped up. "Very good," the orc roared. "Very good? Did the beef pass the test? Or was it irony?" Lin Feng carefully observed the orc's expression. He was ready to grab the lowly and run away. "Very well, what is your name, human?" the orc asked. "My name is Lin Feng." Lin Feng answered cautiously. "I'm Captain Lunk, the captain of the Bloodthirster." "Would you like to come to my ship and be a cook?" the orc asked with narrowed eyes. "It seems that the beef has passed the test." Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. "What the hell is a bloodthirsty attack? It's too cruel. And whoever wants to be a subordinate of an orc like you, he might eat you if he's not happy. Although this place is not very good, at least there is a little lowly to appreciate." Lin Feng made a decision immediately. But he didn't dare to refuse directly. After thinking for a while, he said, "I am honored to have your favor, but Abi." Lin Feng pointed at the little Lolita and continued, "She saved my life and I don't want to leave her." There was a look of emotion in the little girl's eyes. Captain Lunk actually showed an admiring look in his eyes. He laughed and said, "Ah, very good, I like you very much, human." As he spoke, he patted Lin Feng's shoulder with his hand. Lin Feng smiled while enduring the severe pain, but there was a trace of tears in his eyes. "Damn! This shoulder is probably broken. In that case, I won't force you. Please go and roast the remaining beef for me. I can't wait any longer." After saying this, Captain Lunk's eyes showed a greedy look. When the 3 crew members heard the captain's appreciation for the roasted beef leg, they hurried to try it. Although Captain Lunk was an orc, he had a wide range of experience and ordinary food was not in his eyes. Lin Feng's method was not particularly outstanding in modern times, but it was undoubtedly an extremely new method in this alien world. As soon as the 3 crew members tried it, they felt like they were in the clouds. They were almost in tears. How could there be such a delicious dish in the world? Seeing that the beef passed the test, Lin Feng quickly ran back to the kitchen and prepared the remaining slices of beef in the same way. When he came back, he saw that the 4 people's plates were already empty. Even the juice had been licked clean. The plates were so shiny that they could reflect light. Abi beside him was also stunned. What was going on? Although she also smelled the aroma of beef, it was just too weird that these fierce people ate this roasted beef leg like this. Each of them ate 1 piece. The 4 of them looked at the beef on the plate with almost pious eyes. They got over the impulse of wolfing it down at the beginning. Now everyone chewed it slowly, wanting to engrave this delicious taste in their memory. Even so, the 4 pieces of beef were consumed at an alarming speed. When Lin Feng brought out the last 2 pieces of beef, the 3 crew members couldn't help but swallow their saliva. The remaining 2 pieces belonged to Captain Lunk and they had no right to enjoy them. The 3 crew members looked at the captain expectantly and Captain Lunk bared his teeth and said, "Get lost. Go drink your beer." So, surrounded by envious eyes, Captain Lunk slowly enjoyed his 2 pieces of beef legs. Finally, he took a big gulp of dark beer to wash the remaining meat residue in his mouth into his stomach and burped with satisfaction. Lin Feng stood beside him respectfully. Although he eventually became the purchasing manager in his previous life, those fishmongers and butchers treated him like a big boss. It was just that he started out as a small worker and his service awareness was ingrained in his bones. The key point was that this was a big boss who could beat up the big bosses, so how could he not be respectful? Captain Lunk was still a little bit unwilling to give up and asked again, "Are you sure you don't want to come to my ship to be a cook? I won't treat you unfairly. Go and ask about my name and think about it carefully." Lin Feng had no choice but to say tactfully, "Okay, I'll think about it. But please don't hold your hopes too high. Compared to personal gain, I hope to repay those who have done me a favor." This answer was perfect. Lin Feng was secretly proud of himself. It was both tactful and at the same time he could act a little bit cool. After all, he was a man of deep affection and loyalty. Captain Lunk nodded and said, "I will set off early tomorrow morning. If you are interested, come aboard my ship. Ask around at the port. Everyone knows my ship. If someone bullies you, tell them my name and you will be saved." Lin Feng nodded, thinking to himself, is Captain Lunk so powerful that he can be saved just by giving his name? Well, goodbye, my friend. I hope I can eat your food next time I come back to the Slut Islands. Captain Lunk said seriously. Lin Feng bowed and nodded to see Captain Lunk off. So tired. After sending the ferocious orc away, I realized that I was already sweating and exhausted. Abby also slumped on the ground. The little girl's eyes were still red and she looked pitiful. And Roger was still lying on the ground unconscious. Where on earth did Oleg go? Could something have happened to him? Although Lin Feng was very tired, he still pulled himself together and went to check on Luoji's injuries. Although this guy usually didn't treat him well, Lin Feng was a team player. After all, he was a restaurant employee, so he had to look after him even though this guy had brought this upon himself. Lin Feng went to help him up, but Luoji actually started to struggle and groaned, "TSK, it hurts. What kind of strange power does this beast have?" Lin Feng also secretly complained, "You are indeed a guy who was born a pirate. How hard-headed you must be to call others monsters. You are also a monster. Lin Feng, you're pretty good. You've made that monster so satisfied," Luoji said while touching his head. Lin Feng stared at Roger with wide eyes. This guy was awake a long time ago. Why are you staring at me like that? I have to pretend to be unconscious and then wake up to beat that monster again? Roger said with a wry smile. Lin Feng was speechless. What you said makes a lot of sense. I can't even refute it. This guy usually looks arrogant and rude, but I didn't expect that he has so many tricks. It turns out that all pirates are monsters. Brother, in our line of work you have to bow your head when you need to, otherwise you won't have enough lives to sacrifice. Forget it, let's not talk about this for now. You should quickly get me and Abby a portion of that roasted beef leg. I'm drooling at the smell and can hardly pretend. Roger said shamelessly. Yes, I want to eat beef leg too, Lin Feng. Abby finally came back to his senses. They are all foodies indeed. Okay. Lin Feng stood up with a wry smile. He was actually hungry after all the hard work, so he decided to give himself a reward. He was tired of eating black bread and vegetables every day. After a while, 3 pieces of beef with juicy and fragrant smell were brought out, and the 3 of them sat at the table and started eating. As soon as they put the meat in their mouths, Abby and Roger's eyes almost popped out. The 2 of them seemed to have met Lin Feng for the first day. Abby's eyes were full of happiness and his face was flushed, while Roger's face looked as if he had seen a ghost. It's decided. Lin Feng, you will be responsible for cooking from now on, Abby said in an unquestionable tone. You little brat, don't think I will bow down to you just because you cook so well. My heart still belongs to little Abby, Roger vowed. As soon as they finished talking, they started to eat again. Even though they were grimacing from the heat, they still shouted that it was delicious while eating with relish. Lin Feng cut the beef slowly and tasted it slowly. Well, it was okay but not bad. Compared to the chefs at Huangchao restaurant, this is just basic cooking, not even up to par. The beef is not very flavorful, the cooking method is too greasy, and the side dishes are not well done, and the color combination is too monotonous. But even so, it is enough to sweep the taste of this alien world. Lin Feng feels that his own era is coming. Speaking of which, who is this Captain Lunk? He seems very powerful? Lin Feng asked. There was an incredulous expression on Roger's face, as if someone had asked him why 1 + 1 = 2. Young man, are you from another planet? Even Captain Lunk doesn't know? In a sense, I really am. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. Don't you know he's Captain Lunk? Abby complained while licking his gravy-covered fingers, which was a bit cute. Roger also smiled bitterly and said, I know who Captain Lunk is, but I didn't know that this beast was Captain Lunk. Why does this sound so awkward? Roger went on to say, in the world of pirates everyone knows Captain Lunk. He is one of the 10 most famous pirates in the world, and he has hundreds of pirate ships under his command. He was hunted down by the St. Bart Empire on the Khan continent for 10 years, and they even issued a bounty of 100,000 Bart gold coins. Top 10 pirates in the world? So awesome? No wonder he was so arrogant. Lin Feng was really a little moved. Lin Feng, you are not allowed to follow Captain Lunk. You are my special chef, Abby said nervously when he saw Lin Feng in a daze. Alas, cuteness is indeed justice. Seeing the little lowly's slightly angry look, Lin Feng forced himself to suppress the urge to pinch her face. Don't worry, I'm not going anywhere. I have to keep the promise I made, even if I have to cry. What did he do to make the St. Barth Empire so angry? Lin Feng asked curiously. He abducted the emperor's only daughter. How can I not be angry? Luo Ji said lightly. The Bart Empire is made up of orcs? Lin Feng asked. What are you talking about? The Street Bart's empire is a human country, and Princess Sophia is known as the flower of St. Bart's. She is extremely beautiful. And it is said that the princess went with him voluntarily. Roger's face was full of envy and jealousy. What? Is there such a thing? An orc abducted a beautiful girl. Is this girl blind? How can single people like me deal with this? This is too weird. Why? Lin Feng felt that his outlook on life had been greatly impacted. Although it was common sense in his previous life that good cabbages were eaten by pigs, this guy was not even a human being. Who could he go to for justice? How would I know why? Why don't you ask him next time? Roger said unhappily. It was obvious that this single old man also had deep resentment. Chapter 5, Cleaning. After the 3 of them finished eating, they realized that something was missing. Where was Oleg? Lin Feng asked worriedly. Will something happen to Oleg? Luoji said angrily, "This guy must have passed out drunk in the toilet." Lin Feng had no choice but to run to the toilet. Sure enough, Oleg was lying in the toilet snoring, reeking of alcohol. Lin Feng realized that you have to have a big heart to work with these guys, because you will either be scared to death or angry to death. Lin Feng was too lazy to carry Oleg out. He called him a few times, but Oleg was still sleeping like a dead pig, so he just left on his own. Abi was bandaging Roger's wound while Lin Feng was cleaning up the pots and pans. This time he had the easiest time because the juice on the dishes was almost completely licked clean. Looking at the shiny dishes, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel proud. He was a man recognized by the big pirates. And it was this mission that completely aroused his interest in cooking. It's not that he had no interest in cooking before, but he was surrounded by great chefs. He ate 3 meals a day in the restaurant and occasionally ordered takeout for supper in the company dormitory. He had no need to cook at all. He has been in the catering industry for many years and has mastered all kinds of cooking skills. He has mastered all kinds of basic skills, but he doesn't know how to do fancy operations such as flipping the pot and cutting flowers. His knife skills are also at a low level. Now that there is such a platform for him to practice, it has completely stimulated his passion for cooking. The point is, he no longer wants to eat what Roger makes, nor does he want to eat black bread and raw vegetables. For the sake of his own stomach, he should do it himself. That night Abi and Roger both went to bed early. One was mentally traumatized, the other physically. Lin Feng cleaned up the bar by himself. It was already late. After finishing, Lin Feng went straight into bed. He was so tired. The next morning Lin Feng slept later than usual and was still struggling in bed, unable to get up. Suddenly he felt a sense of inexplicable oppression, and he seemed to feel that several eyes were focused on him. He opened his eyes blearily and suddenly saw several figures. Abi, Roger and Oleg all stood in front of his bed and stared at him. Damn it! Lin Feng's heart started beating fast. What was going on? Was this black shop finally planning to attack him? He trembled and asked, "What do you want to do?" Abi, I want breakfast. Roger, I want breakfast. Oleg, I want roast beef shank. It seems like something strange has sneaked in. Never mind. The boss has spoken. I won't say anything more. Let's get up and deal with it. 3 poached eggs and fried bacon as well as brown bread and fresh lettuce were placed in front of the 3 people. However, Boss Oleg was not satisfied. Where's the roasted beef leg? Brother, are you sure you want to eat such greasy food so early in the morning? Lin Feng looked at the 2 foodies who were eating with resentment. Who told Oleg that? It must be that single old dog Luigi. Abi, the cute little girl, would never do such a thing. Oleg, eat that greasy food in the morning. Lin Feng said. I want to eat. Oleg said firmly. Okay. Lin Feng sighed. Please give me an extra portion. Roger said incoherently while chewing bacon. I want one too. Little Abi said weakly with a red face as if he had made a mistake. These 3 foodies. There is not much left of the huge beef leg from yesterday. If they continue to eat like this, I am afraid they will eat the bar out of business. Okay. Lin Feng spread his hands helplessly. At this moment someone was peeking outside the kitchen. Lin Feng remembered that it seemed to be the crew member who came with Captain Lunk yesterday. Excuse me? Lin Feng asked. Captain Rank wouldn't want him to join him, would he? Hello, I am Captain Lunk's subordinate. I came here with the captain yesterday. My name is John. The crew member named John looked very young with freckles on his face. Hello, is there anything I can help you with? Lin Feng nodded at him and asked. 2 more servings of roasted beef legs. Seeing Lin Feng frowning, don't worry, we will pay for it this time. Captain Lunk has ordered that it be brought over on a plate and we will pay for the plate. John hurriedly explained. In fact, Lin Feng didn't mind this. Take away? Take out? Is this beef really that delicious? Lin Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why did he feel that this beef leg was like opium? Could it be addictive? This time John simply stood in the kitchen and watched Lin Feng work. Although he was shocked by the degree of dirtiness in the kitchen when the aroma of beef floated up, he still showed an intoxicated expression on his face. He saw that Lin Feng had grilled 4 pieces of beef and asked in surprise, "Are the other 2 pieces free?" A cunning look appeared on his face. "I would say yes, this guy is definitely planning to pocket the money." Lin Feng understood John's expression in seconds. "No, this is what they want to eat." Lin Feng pointed at Abi and the others. "Oh." John didn't try to hide his disappointment. Putting 2 pieces of roasted beef on a plate and handing them to John, Lin Feng said with a wry smile, "I'm afraid the beef will get cold from here to the port and the taste won't be that good." "It doesn't matter. The captain has already built a fire by the harbor. We can warm ourselves up there when the time comes. It won't be too far off." John replied. Captain Lunk is also a senior foodie. He even made a fire just to eat 2 pieces of beef. John paid the bill and ran away with the plate. Looking back, the 3 people were already arguing over who would eat first. In the end, Abi and Oleg ate first and Luo Ji waited for Lin Feng to grill another piece. Abi was a goddess, so of course she had priority. Luo Ji couldn't beat Oleg, so he had to wait bitterly for the last piece. The pirate world is indeed a place where the strong prey on the weak. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly and roasted the last piece of beef leg for Roger. As the weakest chicken, he himself would be gone. However, he had no interest in eating such greasy food early in the morning. He ate the poached eggs, bacon and some lettuce obediently. A piece of beef leg weighing nearly 10 kilograms was finished in just half a day. Lin Feng couldn't help but smack his lips at the speed of consumption. He didn't know whether beef was expensive in this world. He hadn't purchased ingredients yet. In addition, he didn't speak the language before and just did odd jobs every day. He never thought about this aspect. Before the time travel, beef was not cheap, especially high-quality beef. To be honest, the success of this roast beef leg was actually due to the quality of the beef itself. The quality of this calf leg is quite high. Just looking at the appearance, you can tell that the meat is tender and bright pink and shiny. Lin Feng thought that if he was responsible for cooking in the future, he would also find a chance to go to the market with them. Abi and the others had finished eating. Oleg looked at the mirror-like plate reluctantly and sighed, "I didn't expect you, Lin Feng, to be so good at cooking. From now on, the kitchen will be handed over to you. Let Luo Ji help." Luo Ji immediately protested, "I help Lin Feng? Impossible." Oleg sucked his fingers and said, "You don't agree? Then you can cook your own portion from now on. Let Lin Feng cook ours." Abi nodded in agreement. As a person who has been in society for 10 years, Lin Feng is naturally very clear about the dirty tricks in the workplace. He doesn't want to see a kitchen knife on his head when he goes to bed at night, so he quickly stated, "What are you talking about? Of course I will help Brother Luo Ji. From now on, Brother Luo will be in charge of the kitchen and be responsible for guiding me, a newcomer." Yeah. Lin Feng is more sensible. Luo Ji nodded with satisfaction. Abi looked at Lin Feng sympathetically and said, "Then Luo Ji, you have to help pack up and place the orders." Now that Lin Feng still has to cook in the kitchen, he definitely can't place orders and cook at the same time like he did last night. Abi's words still carry weight. After all, she is the captain's adopted daughter and she is cute, which makes her very lethal to single old men. "Of course I will definitely help." Luo Ji was calm. He knew the situation of the bar. There were only a few customers every day. "I thought it wouldn't be a big deal. Besides, it would be more direct to beat someone up in the future. He didn't have to run out of the kitchen. It was a bit scary to hold a kitchen knife at all times. Forget it, I'll just hang the kitchen knife on the wall as a decoration and take it from the wall when I want to beat someone up. I'm such a smart guy," Roger thought proudly. "Phew, I can finally be the chef." Lin Feng can't help but feel a little excited. Let these scum from another world crawl at the feet of Greater China's cuisine. Thinking of this, Lin Feng was really a little proud. In the 5,000-year history of China, countless delicacies have been born. The cuisine of just one province is enough to rival that of an entire country. Let alone the cuisine of Guangdong province alone is enough to rival that of many countries. Cantonese cuisine, Khaosan cuisine and Hakka cuisine can all stand out. However, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. No matter how much you think it is better to just get started. Lin Feng is a very practical person. The most urgent thing is to clean the kitchen. If the kitchen is not hygienic, no matter how many dishes you cook, it will be useless. I'd like to make a suggestion. There's too much garbage accumulated in the kitchen over time. It's best to clean it up. This is also for everyone's health. Lin Feng said. Roger's face suddenly became gloomy. He was a very lazy person. Oleg remained silent. Abby responded enthusiastically. As a girl, she loved cleanliness. But before, Roger was the head chef, and every time she cleaned up, the kitchen would be a mess again not long after. Over time, she got too lazy to care about it. Now it was rare that Lin Feng actually took the initiative to offer to clean the kitchen. Abby was of course happy. Abby showed her ladylike dignity and said in a delicate voice, "Let's clean up together. This kitchen hasn't been cleaned for a long time." The two bosses had no choice but to agree. They started to clean the kitchen as soon as they said it. Oleg, a tall and strong man, was responsible for cleaning the oil, smoke and black ash on the wall. Abby was responsible for tidying up the pots and pans. Roger was responsible for cleaning the debris and food crumbs on the stove and kitchen table, and Lin Feng was responsible for cleaning the food cabinet and sweeping up the garbage on the floor. The four of them were working hard when Lin Feng, who was cleaning the food cabinet, suddenly yelled. Abby asked, "What's wrong, Lin Feng?" Lin Feng pointed at the food cabinet, his voice trembling a little. What is that?" Everyone looked in the direction where Lin Feng pointed his finger and saw a green bug stuck in the cabinet. Chapter 6. To do your work well, you must first sharpen your tools. Ha ha ha. The three of them burst into laughter. Lin Feng was confused by their laughter. You're not really from another planet, are you? This is a preservative bug. Roger laughed. Freshness preserving insects? Lin Feng asked. Every household has this. As long as you put one or two fresh keeping bugs in the place where food is stored, the food can always be kept fresh. That piece of beef leg has been in this cabinet for almost a week and it has not spoiled yet. This is thanks to this bug. Roger explained. Lin Feng suddenly realized that there was such a trick. Could it be that this insect feeds on bacteria? No wonder there is such a big piece of beef leg in the cabinet. Lin Feng felt strange since yesterday. As a buyer of the restaurant, he pays great attention to the turnover and preservation of food. Because the biggest characteristic of food as a commodity is that it is easy to perish, so he has developed the habit of checking the inventory every day. In modern times, with complete cold chain equipment and fast transportation equipment, people can sit at home and taste global delicacies. The ancient saying, "A horseman rides through the dusty world and the concubine smiles, no one knows that lychees are coming," fully describes the difficulty of food preservation in ancient times. I didn't expect that there would be such convenient bugs in this other world. No wonder they dared to purchase such a large piece of beef at one time. Thinking of this, Lin Feng became excited. With this magic weapon, it became possible to stock up on a large scale. With his cooking skills, he believed that he could definitely achieve great things. He seemed to have seen the prospect of making a fortune, marrying a beautiful and wealthy woman, and reaching the pinnacle of his life. Lin Feng stared at the green bug and asked, "Is there anything special about this bug?" The bug looked quite strange, like a green stain or a piece of chewing gum that had been spit out. If it hadn't moved just now, Lin Feng would have thought it was a stain. The fresh-keeping worm is a very well-behaved one. It doesn't like to move around and prefers a quiet and dark environment. And once it identifies a place, it will not leave, so we have to place it there from the time it is a larvae, Abby explained. This is simply a magical preservation device made in heaven, Lin Feng thought happily. How long can this bug survive? He asked. About 5 years, Abby said, tilting his head. In 5 years, this is really economical and practical. Okay, stop studying these preservative insects and get back to work, Oleg urged. Lin Feng was thinking about studying it more carefully, but forget it, he would ask Abby when he has time. Lin Feng found that Abby had become much friendlier to him since the incident with Captain Lunk. Although he would talk to Lin Feng before, Abby seemed to think that he was not brave enough and looked down on him because he did not participate in the fights. "Humph, I'll let you see my methods later. I want to bring love and peace to this sinful city through delicious food," Lin Feng thought to himself. The four of them worked from morning until about 4 in the afternoon, and they barely managed to clean up the place. The main reason was that there was too much garbage and dirt, especially grease, which became very stubborn over time. Lin Feng and his friends didn't have a strong decontamination agent like Mr. Muscle, so they had to shovel it away first and then wash it slowly with soap, which was very time-consuming. During this time they also cleared out 2 rat nests in the corner. 7 or 8 rats were running around squeaking, scaring Abby so much that he jumped on Lin Feng and screamed. Although it was hard work, Lin Feng felt relieved when he saw the tidy kitchen. This would be his main battlefield from now on. The 4 of them started to work in the morning and had not eaten at noon. They were already starving. The other 3 looked at Lin Feng. "All the beef legs have been eaten. What should I cook for dinner?" For some reason Lin Feng suddenly missed white rice so much. After coming to the Slut Islands he had been eating black bread for half a year. This sour, salty and hard bread made Lin Feng feel a little nauseous just thinking about it. Unfortunately there is no rice, so it's useless to think about it. "Maybe we can try some pasta? Since we can't have rice, at least we can have noodles. There is flour here, but I have never made noodles." "Oh right, make sliced noodles. In fact, as long as the soup base is good, the noodles are secondary. No matter how bad it is not worse than black bread." Lin Feng excitedly opened the food cabinet, took out a large bag of flour and a piece of lean pork. Deciding to be a little more luxurious, he took out 4 chicken legs and 4 chicken breasts. After thinking for a while, he took out 3 eggs. Abby and the other 3 watched Lin Feng operate, not knowing what he was going to do. Abu suddenly asked excitedly, "Are you going to grill the chicken?" Lin Feng smiled slightly and said mysteriously, "Stay tuned." Lin Feng ran to the well, rinsed the pork and chicken, then threw them into the pot and added water. He asked Luo Ji to help him light a fire, then took out a large iron basin and poured the flour into it. He cracked the eggs in a small bowl and mixed them well, then sprinkled them evenly on the flour and finally poured water. Pouring water was the most headache for Lin Feng. Although he had seen chefs making noodles, the amount of water was the hardest to control and it basically depended on feel. He had to add it little by little, then reached in and kneaded it slowly. When he felt it was almost done, Lin Feng put down the cup of water and started kneading the dough. After repeated kneading, the small dough gradually turned into a large dough. Lin Feng remembered to let the dough rest. He covered the iron basin with a clean cloth and waited for the dough to rest. Then he came over to check on the soup base. The broth here had already boiled. The broth in a restaurant needs to be boiled over high heat, then simmered over low heat. It usually takes 6 to 12 hours to stew the meat until it is almost completely dissolved in the broth. Finally, the meat residue must be filtered out with a filter cloth to obtain a rich and pure broth. But Lin Feng didn't have time for all these fancy things now. He planned to add the sliced noodles directly after stewing. He thought that the pirates' thick tongues wouldn't be able to tell the difference. It would be better for them to prefer real fish and meat. Lin Feng stared at the fire and thought carefully. As for seasoning, pepper and salt are enough. He has to go to the market to find out whether there are Chinese seasonings such as onion, ginger and garlic in this world. The varieties of seasonings here are pitifully few. Lin Feng doesn't know whether Luo Ji is too lazy to make them or there are only these kinds. If you want to cook Chinese food, you still need a lot of things. At least the pot and the spatula must be specially made. The pots here are all flat pans. Although you can cook, but according to the Cantonese saying, it is called wok chi and the fried food is not delicious. The spatula is also a wooden spatula without curvature or frame, which is not suitable for stir-frying. As for other advanced equipment such as steamers, stew pots and casseroles, they are even more out of reach. When I think about it, it would be a long and arduous journey to cook Chinese food in this place. Forget it, let's take it step by step. People still have to have dreams, what if they come true? Lin Feng comforted himself. About 20 minutes had passed and Lin Feng continued to knead the dough. He thought that he might have a talent for cooking. The dough felt very good to knead, neither dry nor wet, just right. Lin Feng started kneading the noodles excitedly. He couldn't help drooling when he thought about eating knife-cut noodles soon. He finally understood why those strangers who were wandering abroad would miss the food of their motherland. If you had to eat bread for half a year, you would miss it too. After kneading for another 10 minutes, the dough had become a light yellow and smooth dough, and Lin Feng was very satisfied. The pot of broth had been cooking for about an hour. When Lin Feng opened the lid, he saw bubbles bubbling up from the water. There was a thin layer of yellow fat and some meat residue floating on the surface. According to the restaurant's practice, these had to be removed, but now Lin Feng found it very appetizing. He didn't dare to cut the dough directly into the soup because he didn't have the knife skills. He just cut it into small pieces on the countertop and threw it into the soup. Although the cuts were not very even, some were thick and some were thin, but generally they were neat. He waited until the noodles were cooked through before sprinkling pepper and salt on them. After stirring carefully, he scooped a little soup with a spoon and tried it. He suddenly felt like crying. The soup had the rich aroma of chicken and pork as well as a faint aroma of noodles. After half a year, he could finally have a Chinese-style meal. The taste was still a little bland, so he added some salt and tried again. It was just right, and Lin Feng was satisfied. Finally, he put a few leaves of lettuce into the boiling pot and blanched them. It was done. It's time to eat, Lin Feng shouted. The three men immediately moved and appeared out of nowhere with green eyes. Damn, why do they look so much like cockroaches? Wow, it smells so good. Abi's nose moved just like a rabbit, but it was a pity that he didn't have rabbit ears. Lin Feng sighed. Lin Feng automatically ignored the two big guys. Their faces were full of fat, so it was better not to look at them. He had already poured the noodle soup into the bowl, and the three people looked at it curiously. What are these pieces? Asked Oleg. Dough. Made of flour, Lin Feng explained. The three of them couldn't wait to scoop some to eat. Be careful, it's hot, Lin Feng warned the little girl, fearing that she would be burned. The three of them ate the noodles and soup with their teeth bared in their mouths. Each of their expressions is enough to be made into an emoticon package. It was an expression of both pain and happiness, especially for Roger, whose face was already hideous, and this expression was enough to scare the children awake. After a short while, the three of them were sweating profusely from eating, but they couldn't stop at all. Lin Feng ate slowly and leisurely. Although he was touched, he had seen top-notch cooking skills after all, so he could look at his own work more calmly. The biggest problem is the soup base. After all, it was only cooked on high heat for an hour. The flavors of the ingredients could not be fully released, and the soup was not strong enough. Another thing is that the dough is too tough and not soft enough. It's a bit hard. It seems that I still lack experience. Finally, the taste is too monotonous and lacks variety. Simply put, there is no seasoning such as onion, ginger, and garlic, which is the finishing touch. Although pepper powder adds a lot of color, it is still monotonous. The first 2 points can actually be improved, but the last problem depends on luck. However, even so, the three guys still fought endlessly for the last bit of noodle soup. Lin Feng looked at the three people proudly, thinking that the cooking skills of my great country China are not something that you little people can look up to. When I get a complete set of equipment, I will make you kneel down and call me grandpa. No matter what, Lin Feng must go to the market first to see what food and equipment he can get. He is full of ambition. Chapter 7, Market Tour. Ha! Abby touched her round belly and let out a long sigh of satisfaction. Her little face was red from eating so much, and she was sweating profusely. With a pipe in his mouth, a big belly, and legs on the table, Roger was in full sage mode. Oleg still felt a little unsatisfied, but he could only sigh helplessly as he looked at the empty pot. Lin Feng, your noodles are so delicious. Let's eat this for every meal from now on. Abi wiped the sweat from his head and said with a smile. This is nothing. It's just a semi-finished product. It's still lacking some seasonings, Lin Feng said lightly. What? Abby was shocked. Such delicious food is actually called semi-finished? Then what Luo Ji made before was called garbage. She glanced at Luoji with resentment as if to ask, what kind of garbage did you give her before? Oleg asked with great interest, tell me what seasoning you need, I'll buy it for you. Lin Feng smiled and said, I want to go buy it with you, okay? Speaking of which, although he had been in the Slut Islands for half a year, he had never stepped out of the Black Rock Bar. The main reason was that he was a little reluctant to go out since he knew that this was the den of pirates and criminals. He had no fighting skills at all and he couldn't speak the language, so he really didn't know what was going on even if he died. It's different now that we have Big Brother Oleg going with us. With this humanoid bull demon king by his side, ordinary pirates will definitely not dare to get close. No problem. Oleg nodded. He really wanted to know what the ultimate motive noodle soup was like. Then I'll go too, little Abby said excitedly. Then I. Oleg interrupted Luoji halfway through his words, you just take care of the store. Your head is still injured anyway. Okay. Roger answered reluctantly. It was rare that the little princess was so enthusiastic about going out and Roger wanted to go with her. The next morning the three of them went out to the market together. Lin Feng heard from Oleg that the market was actually at the port and the market was busiest in the morning and evening because these two time periods were the peak times for ships to enter and leave. Oleg also pushed a cart and little Abby sat on it singing as his legs swung from side to side. The three of them walked for about 30 minutes before arriving at the port. The port was already very busy in the early morning with people everywhere busy loading and unloading goods. There were all kinds of ships moored at the port, including many small fishing boats. On the other side of the port the open space was filled with colorful tents and outside the tents were a dazzling array of goods. This was the market. Oleg pointed to the small fishing boats and explained many of the people here are farmers from the Khan continent. They come here in small boats with their goods to sell. Aren't they afraid? Lin Feng asked. What are you afraid of? Oleg asked with wide eyes. Isn't this a hideout for pirates and criminals? Haha, do you think these farmers are good citizens? Those who dare to come here to do business are all capable and they also help the pirates sell stolen goods. And after all, without these farmers the Slut Islands would be a barren place. They are our bread and butter and most pirates still know the importance of things. Oleg said. Lin Feng understood. These farmers must have brought their own agricultural products here to sell and at the same time brought the looted property from the pirates back to the continent of Khan to sell. This was a very reasonable supply chain. The market here is only slightly worse than the markets in several capitals on the continent of Khan. Ordinary cities don't have as complete a range of goods as ours. Oleg went on. After all, it is a pirate market, so there must be things from all over the world, Lin Feng thought. The three of them walked to the tents and Lin Feng discovered a lot of new ingredients that were not available in the previous world. There were more seafood and all kinds of strange fish were dazzling. Lin Feng couldn't help but get very excited. He could study these new ingredients in the future. As a senior foodie, seeing new ingredients was as exciting as discovering a new continent. Lin Feng found that there were numbers and queso on them and he guessed that this was the currency unit here. He asked, Oleg, what does queso mean? Queso is our currency here. Oleg looked at Lin Feng unhappily. This guy cooks such delicious dishes, but sometimes he acts like a fool and knows nothing. Then how much is the beef leg we ate last time? Lin Feng wanted to know the prices here. He had been staying in the store before and didn't speak the language, so he had no idea about the situation. A whole piece? A whole piece seems to be 450 cassos. Oleg murmured. 450 cassos. Because he has been involved in purchasing for many years, Lin Feng has a very accurate grasp of the weight of the ingredients. Lin Feng knows that the piece of beef is close to 10 kilograms. If 10 kilograms cost 450 cassos, then the prices here are very similar to those in the Great Celestial Empire. Lin Feng remembers that beef in the Celestial Empire is also 450 kissos. Lin Feng asked about the prices of several ingredients in succession and the prices were roughly in line with his estimate. As they were talking, the three of them walked to the place where vegetables were sold. The prices of vegetables were much cheaper and the varieties were also complete. Lin Feng paid much attention to several kinds of seasoning vegetables including ginger leek, celery and garlic. Seeing these, Lin Feng had a good idea in his mind. It was a pity that he didn't find soybeans and peppers after wandering around for a long time, which made him a little disappointed. Soybeans are an extremely important part of Chinese cuisine. Not to mention the wide variety of soy products such as tofu, dried tofu, bean curd, skin and bean juice. Soy sauce alone is already very important. Chinese cuisine is like losing half of its soul without the nourishment of soy sauce. As long as there are soybeans, Lin Feng feels that with his experience and hard work he can make soy sauce, including a series of soy products. Then who knows how many more unbeatable dishes the Black Rock Bar will have. There is no need to say much about chili pepper. It is the magic weapon for opening a restaurant. Just look at how Sichuan and Hunan restaurants are rampant in China. However, after searching for a long time without any results, Lin Feng could only comfort himself that he could easily crush these uncivilized people without using soy sauce and chili peppers. However, he still picked out a few commonly used vegetables and asked Oleg to buy them. After all, there were worms, so it would be a good idea to stock up more. The three of them walked to the meat stall again. As soon as they arrived at the stall, Oleg and Abi were excited. When they saw the meat, they thought of the veal leg and noodle soup made by Lin Feng, and they started buying without saying a word. Lin Feng was not in a hurry. He observed carefully. The meat in all parts was very complete, and all of it was good meat. It seemed that they had not yet entered the era of industrialized production. All the meat was from local pigs, local cattle, local sheep, local chickens, local ducks. The noodle soup I made yesterday was fortunately made from local chickens and local pigs. If it was modern farm chickens and pigs, it would take an hour to boil it and the soup would definitely be as bland as water. However, Lin Feng looked around for a long time but didn't find any internal organs. He couldn't help but ask the pork vendor in front of him curiously, "Don't you sell pig internal organs?" As soon as he said this, Oleg, Abi and the vendor were all staring at him with strange expressions. Oleg laughed. "Lin Feng, I didn't expect you to be so harsh. I'm sorry, I thought you were a good person before. Why does this sound so uncomfortable?" Abi looked disgusted and said, "I didn't expect you to be like this, Lin Feng. Don't talk to me, for now I feel a little disgusted." The vendor looked at Lin Feng as if he were a fool. "Do you really want to buy it?" "Lin Feng? Can't I buy it?" Lin Feng asked. "Sure, I'll give you as much as you want." The vendor had a sly smile on his face. 2 casso and 1 lien. Lin Feng knew that 1 lien was roughly equal to 9 liang, which meant that he would have to pay 2 yuan to buy 9 liang of pig offal. "Don't you sell organs separately?" Lin Feng asked. The vendor looked incredulous and asked, "What part do you want?" "I'll pick it for you." Well, Lin Feng pondered and then asked, "Do you sell pig blood?" "What?" The vendor looked as if he had eaten a cockroach and suddenly realized something. He asked, "Are you a devil believer? You want to curse others, but I can tell you sheep's blood is said to be more effective and cow's heart should be used. Pig's blood and pig's heart probably won't work." Lin Feng felt like he was chatting across servers. He shook his head and said, "I'm not a devil believer. I'm buying this to cook." Ha ha ha! The vendor laughed so hard that he held his stomach, showing his sparkling gold tooth. Oleg and Abi shrugged helplessly. Finally Oleg said, "Lin Feng, here we feed the internal organs to dogs and no one wants pig blood." "Hey dog." Lin Feng finally understood why these 3 people had such strange expressions. So that's why. What a waste of natural resources. Lin Feng felt like a dog. Everyone looked at him as if he was a fool, but Lin Feng smiled slightly. He had found the way to get rich. "Are you sure you want 2 queso for 1 lean pig offal and I can choose any part?" Lin Feng asked. "Of course, if you buy a large quantity I'll give you the pig blood for free," the vendor said generously. To him these were almost useless things and he basically made as much money as he sold them. At most it was a little more tiring to carry these things. "Then if I buy 10 miles of pig stomach, how much pig blood will you give me?" Lin Feng asked. "Buy 1 get 1 free, 10 lean pig stomach, 10 lean pig blood." "How about it?" asked the vendor. "Okay, is there any stock now?" "I don't have it now, I can bring it to you tomorrow." No one buys these things. The vendor laughed. By the way, can you provide long-term supply? For example, I can order 5-year-old offal, but you have to ensure that the price remains the same. Lin Feng asked. The vendor's jaw dropped. Long-term supply? There are such fools? His price is already too high. He can buy from other vendors at the price of half a caserline. He can get as much as he wants. Could it be that the god of wealth feels that he is too poor and rushes to give him some money? No problem, hee, no problem. The vendor smiled like a cooked dog's head, his gold teeth glittering. He kind of regretted not raising the price to 3 casos just now, thinking that this fool would agree to it. Oleg tried to wink at Lin Feng and Abi pulled his clothes to signal him not to agree. This was totally a ripoff. Why did they buy all this garbage? They didn't have a dog in the restaurant. Wasn't this a waste of money? Lin Feng was very calm, as he knew very well that there was a huge gold mine buried here just waiting for him to dig it. How about this, tomorrow you bring the lean pig stomach and pig blood here. I'll buy them first to check the quality. If there's no problem with the quality, we can talk about long-term cooperation. Lin Feng said. No problem. The vendor promised confidently. The 3 of them left the vendor and walked to other stalls. Lin Feng, I'm telling you, if you dare to cook those things for me, I will break up with you, said the little Lolita angrily. Lin Feng smiled without saying a word, walking with his hands behind his back. Today is really a good day. Chapter 8, Blacksmith Shop. The 3 of them left the butcher shop and walked to the stall selling spices. The spices here were quite complete, including pepper, star anise, fennel, cumin and cinnamon, except for the lack of Sichuan peppercorns. It seemed that Sichuan cuisine could not be made. Lin Feng sighed silently. Chili and Sichuan peppercorns, the 2 generals of Sichuan cuisine, were not here. However, Lin Feng was very satisfied with these basic spices. These were enough to build the basic framework. The key was the soy sauce. When Lin Feng thought of this, he felt heartbroken. When he thought of how many delicacies had passed by him, Lin Feng felt so heartbroken that he couldn't breathe. He instructed Oleg to buy several kinds of spices. Now Lin Feng has understood the general situation of the entire market. Now all that is left is to get all the kitchen utensils ready and start working. Oleg, is there a blacksmith shop here in the market? Lin Feng asked. Yes. But what do you want to buy? Oleg replied. I want to make some special kitchen utensils. Oleg scratched his head and said okay. This guy has so many strange requests, but he is a good cook, so just do it. The 3 of them walked to the blacksmith shop only to see an old dwarf with white hair and bare upper body swinging a hammer and hitting the iron piece in his hand again and again. Oleg introduced Father Muller, the best blacksmith in the Slut Islands. Although the old dwarf had white hair, he was in good shape with a rosy glow on his dark face. He looked like a man of strong spirits. Oleg, you little bastard, you are selling slaves again. I'm afraid this delicate and tender creature can't be sold at a good price. Father Muller laughed. Who is the slave? Abby asked stupidly. This is our new chef. Oleg pointed at Lin Feng awkwardly. Haha, has that bastard Roger finally been replaced? Are the dishes cooked by this new chef delicious? Dad stared at Lin Feng and observed him. Lin Feng felt uncomfortable when he looked at him. It's delicious, Grandpa Muller. Abby said exaggeratedly. Humph, you must be trying to trick your Grandpa Muller into spending money at your bar again. You just said that Roger's cooking is delicious. You little liar. Father Muller looked unconvinced. I'm not lying to you. This guy is a great cook. Even Captain Lenk has been conquered by him. Oleg said. Really? Then the old man should give it a try. Tell me, what are you doing here today? Hello, Father Muller, I would like to ask you to make some kitchen utensils. Lin Feng said quickly and handed him the schematic diagram he drew last night. Lin Feng felt a little nervous. After all, his painting was crooked and he didn't know if Father Muller could do it well. Wait a moment. Father Muller said, picked up a pen from the table, and with a few strokes he redrew the schematic diagram next to his own painting with incredible precision. Lin Feng was impressed and nodded repeatedly, saying that's it. After visiting the market just now, Lin Feng had a new idea. He wanted to make 2 more big iron pots, 2 big iron buckets and 2 charcoal basins. After Lin Feng told him the size, Father Muller asked curiously, so big? Do you need such a big iron pot in your bar? The whole obby can lie on it. Are you sure you want it to be this big? Oleg and Abby looked at Lin Feng in confusion. What on earth was this kid trying to do? Lin Feng nodded firmly and said, it has to be this big. Okay then. Father Muller was a little confused. Wait a minute, Dad. Oleg interrupted. He hugged Lin Feng to his side and asked, what on earth are you going to do? Such a big iron pot is not cheap. Our store's expenses this month have exceeded the budget. Chapter 9, Getting Ready. Lin Feng looked at Oleg with a smile. It's because you two let yourselves go every day and smashed so many pots, pans, tables and chairs. Oleg was frightened by Lin Feng's look and asked, what are you doing? Lin Feng shook his head and asked seriously, nothing. Oleg, do you believe in my cooking skills? It's okay, but I don't think it's a good idea for you to buy those pig organs. Oleg said. This is really beyond common sense and it is not easy to convince the guests to eat it. Lin Feng did not argue and said, if you trust me, just buy all these back as I say. I promise to make 10 or 20 times the money back. Really? Oleg asked doubtfully. Lin Feng nodded solemnly. Forget it, I'll trust you just this once. Oleg sighed. After all, this kid had been reliable the last few times he made a move. What do you think? Do you want to do it? Asked Father Muller. Yes, Oleg replied. Okay, pay 30% of the deposit first, 350 cash. Come and pick up the goods in 10 days. Father Muller spread out his palms. Oleg took out the money and paid with some reluctance. The 3 of them said goodbye to Father Muller and pushed the fully loaded cart back to the Black Rock Bar. Before we knew it, it was already noon. After strolling around the streets for the whole morning, all 3 of us felt a little tired. Abby asked Lin Feng, what do you need such a big iron pot and charcoal basin for? Lin Feng smiled strangely and said, I have my own ideas. Just wait and see what happens. Abby tilted his head and looked at Lin Feng as if trying to discern something from his expression, but Lin Feng looked unfathomable. By the way, is it cold here in winter? Lin Feng suddenly asked. It's cold and snowing, said Abby. That's good. Lin Feng smiled. When he traveled through time, it was still early summer in the Slut Islands. After half a year, winter is about to come. Oh, I understand. Lin Feng, you are afraid of the cold, so you want to buy a charcoal basin, right? Abby suddenly looked enlightened. Looking at Abby's look of I know it again, Lin Feng was so cute that his face was bleeding, but he did not comment. He just wanted to tease this little lowly to pester him with questions. The 3 of them returned to the Black Iron Bar and spent the night in silence. The next day, Oleg volunteered to help Lin Feng get the pig stomach and pig blood. Lin Feng knew that he was afraid that he would have to cooperate with the vendor for a long time, so he deliberately didn't let him go, so he didn't point it out and let Oleg go by himself. Looking at Oleg's hurried back, Lin Feng laughed secretly, thinking that by then you would be anxious to cooperate with others for a long time. Lin Feng returned to the kitchen to prepare for the work. This time he had plenty of time, so he started cooking a pot of lean meat soup on the small stove in the kitchen since he came back last night. After simmering on a low fire all night, the soup had turned a light milky white and exuded a strong aroma of pork. It was indeed local pork, and Lin Feng couldn't help but praise it inwardly. There were 10 pancakes in the big pot. He also made these pancakes last night. He added eggs, water and salt to the flour and kneaded them together. Finally, he sprinkled cumin on it, pressed it into a pancake shape and fried it in the iron pan. They were fried last night and were now put back on the iron pan to heat it up. After a while, the smell of cumin mixed with wheat wafted through the kitchen. Lin Feng took out leeks and ginger from the food cabinet, took them to the well, washed them, cut them and arranged them neatly. Everything is ready, only the east wind is missing. Chapter 10, Leek and Pig Blood Soup. Oleg came back with a cart and Lin Feng couldn't wait to walk over and ask, how is it? Did you buy it? Oleg nodded grimly and said, I hope what you said can be done. Then he unloaded 2 iron buckets from the cart. Lin Feng opened the lids and found a bucket of pig stomach and a bucket of pig blood. The pig stomach was pink and fresh and the pig blood was bright and fresh. Lin Feng had seen a butcher making pig blood when he was doing purchasing before, so he was familiar with the whole process. Seeing the pig stomach and pig blood, he immediately felt confident and said, "Don't worry, help me carry this bucket to the kitchen and you will feel confident in a while." The two of them carried one to the kitchen and Lin Feng began to process the pig blood. Lin Feng first poured the pig's stomach out of the iron bucket, then washed the bucket, put in clean water, sprinkled in a little salt, and then poured the pig's blood into the iron bucket containing the pig's stomach. After a while the pig's blood coagulated. Lin Feng used a knife to cut the pig's blood into small pieces, then boiled a pot of water and put in small pieces of pig's blood. When the pig's blood was heated, the color quickly changed from bright red to dark gray. He scooped up most of the pig blood and put it in the food cabinet, leaving a small piece and cutting it into small cubes on the table. Then he poured the pig blood into the lean meat soup, waited for it to boil fully, and added salt, pepper, ginger, and chives in turn, and an attractive aroma immediately emanated. Leek and pork blood soup is finally out of the box. Lin Feng remembered that in the past on Ximen Pedestrian Street, leek and pig blood soup, hot and sour noodles, and cumin squid were always the most popular dishes. It was hard for passers-by to resist the temptation and not buy one. Therefore, a small shop of less than 10 square meters was always crowded with people. The rent there is frighteningly high, but the small shop is still able to make a lot of money, which shows the lethality of these 3 snacks. "It's time to eat!" Lin Feng shouted. As soon as Oleg put down the bucket, he slipped out early as if he was afraid that Lin Feng was going to do some crazy experiment. Now he was the only one in the kitchen. The 3 of them came a little late this time, as if they knew that Lin Feng was going to use them as guinea pigs. The little girl was even more alert, as she knew that Lin Feng had been fiddling with the pig's internal organs since early morning. Lin Feng didn't force it. He opened 2 large pots, took a bowl and filled it with a large bowl of leek and pork blood soup and put it on the table. Then he went to the other large pot and took a piece of cumin pancake, then sat at the table and started eating. The 3 of them smelled the mixed aroma of cumin and leek and their appetites were immediately whetted. "Which one put pig offal?" "I won't eat it," Abi asked proudly. Lin Feng couldn't help but want to tease Abi when he saw her arrogant look. He said unhappily, "Let them both go." "You," Abi said angrily. Lin Feng pursed his lips and saw that there was some black bread over there, which meant that if you don't want to eat pig offal, eat the black bread. "Humph." Abi walked to the table, angrily sat down, picked up the black bread and stuffed it into his mouth. Luo Ji was very sensible. He didn't care whether it was pig offal or not when he smelled the aroma. He had eaten everything during his days at sea, and he had even eaten rat meat before. He also followed Lin Feng's example, took a cake, scooped a bowl of soup and sat at the table to eat. Although Oleg was a little resistant, he was more concerned about Lin Feng's achievements. He also had a bowl of soup and a pancake. Once they started eating, they couldn't stop. It is almost winter and the weather is getting colder. In the cold morning, eating this delicious pancake and drinking a sip of steaming hot leek and pig blood soup is really a great enjoyment in life. Especially with pepper and shredded ginger in the soup, it is a great way to drive away the cold. Soon sweat broke out on the faces of both of them. The pig blood was smooth and had a special flavor, and the leek was crispy. The two complemented each other. Finally, with the thick lean meat soup as the base, it was a match made in heaven. Abi gnawed the black bread pitifully, watching the 3 people eating happily, especially Roger, who ate in a very unrefined manner. He slurped the soup and ate the pancakes one by one. Abi wanted to beat him up. Lin Feng secretly laughed at Abi's expression. He didn't want to go too far, so he said to Abi, "Go eat pancakes, the ones without pig offal." "Really?" Abi's eyes lit up. "You're not lying to me?" she asked suspiciously. "No, ask them if they had any meat in the pancakes," Lin Feng said innocently. Oleg and Roger both shook their heads. Chapter 11, Really Fragrance. Abi rolled down from her chair, dragged it and ran to the big pot of hot pancakes, put the chair down and jumped on it. She sniffed greedily. The aroma of cumin was even more tempting under the heat of the pot. Abi couldn't wait to pick up a pancake and take a bite. The outer layer of the pancake is slightly browned and crispy while the inside is soft and chewy. The combination of wheat aroma, egg aroma, and cumin aroma makes the pancake even more fragrant. There is no harm without comparison. Compared with the cumin pancake, the black bread was instantly reduced to crumbs. Abby chewed the pancake happily, but he always felt that something was missing. A bit dry mouth. The pancakes are delicious, but eating them alone makes your mouth dry. Seeing Roger and Oleg taking a bite of pancake and a sip of soup, Abby suddenly realized what was going on. This pancake and soup are best paired together. Lin Feng was holding a bowl of leek and pig blood soup, looking at him with a half smile. How about some soup? Humph, this guy had planned it all along. It's just that the aroma of the soup is like a pair of invisible hands desperately pulling me over. I can't control myself anymore. Dad, please forgive me. I will become a member of the group that eats raw meat and drinks blood today. I am an unfilial person. Abby took a sip of the soup with a tragic look on his face. It smells so good. The pig blood is fresh, tender, and smooth, while the leeks are crispy, fragrant, and a little spicy. Thinking about how I just said yesterday that I would break up with Lin Feng if he made me pig organs, my face hurts a bit now. She suddenly realized that there was nothing wrong with Roger's way of eating. Isn't it necessary to slurp food to feel satisfied? So Abby also joined the Hululu army. Lin Feng couldn't help laughing when he saw Abby sweating while eating. This little loli is really nice, but she says one thing and does another. The three of them ate happily. Oleg ate 4 cakes and 3 bowls of soup. Roger ate 3 cakes and 3 bowls of soup, and little loli ate the least with 2 cakes and 2 bowls of soup. Lin Feng, my stomach feels bloated, Abby said with a bitter face. Lin Feng smiled bitterly and said, who told you to eat so much? This pancake is actually very filling, and after drinking the soup the pancake will swell after absorbing water. What should we do then? Abby asked anxiously. It's okay, just stand up and exercise more. How about it, Oleg? Do you feel more confident after eating this bread and soup? Lin Feng asked. Oleg was very frank and said, I am confident, but the bar has a bad reputation. I am afraid that not many people will come to eat at the beginning. Lin Feng smiled mysteriously and said, who said I want to sell it in a bar? Oleg asked curiously, where are you going to sell it? We go to the market and sell it. Oleg and the other 3 were all surprised. Lin Feng explained with a smile, we will sell it in the market when the weather is cold. This will be a living sign to completely change the people in the Slut Islands' impression of our bar. Oleg groaned and said, it's not impossible, but I feel that this soup and pancakes are only delicious when they are hot. When it's cold, the soup and pancakes will get cold quickly. I'm afraid they won't sell well. Lin Feng smiled and said, then what do you think this charcoal basin, cauldron, and barrel are used for? After hearing this, all 3 of them understood. Lin Feng plans to heat it up on the spot when selling. After figuring out Lin Feng's plan, the 3 of them became excited. Oleg grinned and said, you are quite smart, kid. Abby also laughed and said, I can already imagine what those people at the port look like. Chapter 12, Boiled Pork Tripe. Lin Feng waved his hand modestly and said it was just a sudden inspiration. Now the only problem left is the price. Let me ask you, if I ask you to pay for this pancake and soup, how much are you willing to pay? The 3 thought for a while and gave their answers. Oleg, 10 casos. Abby, 15 caso. Roger, 7 caso. Lin Feng didn't expect that Abby, who was the most resistant at the beginning, gave the highest offer, while Roger, who reacted first, gave the lowest offer. I think it is due to their different identities. As a young lady, Abby is not very sensitive to prices, while Roger, as a pirate from the lower class, is more sensitive to prices. Oleg's price is more reasonable. However, even if it was sold according to Luoji's offer, Lin Feng calculated that the profit would be at least 4 times, because the cost was so low. The pig blood was free and the rest was just some flour, eggs, leeks, lean meat for the soup base, and a little seasoning. Finally, Lin Feng decided not to set a price for the time being. He wanted to give out 200 copies for free to test the market reaction. The 4 of them discussed the details several times and were eager to get started. Now they just had to wait for Father Mueller's kitchenware to be completed before they could start work. Moreover, through this incident, Lin Feng discovered that Oleg and Roger were actually quite keen on making money. In the past, they had been letting themselves go in various ways but probably still hadn't found a way to make money, so they simply gave up. Now that they seem to see hope of making money, the two bosses have also become serious. While waiting, Lin Feng started thinking about pig's stomach again. It is a good thing. In Chinese cuisine, dishes related to pig's stomach are simply too numerous to count. Lin Feng's mouth is watering just thinking about it. Lin Feng wrote down all the dishes he could think of on paper and then screened them one by one. Most of the dishes were eliminated because they involved soy sauce, chili peppers, and Sichuan peppercorns. All that was left on the paper were chicken with pork stomach, boiled pork stomach, and pickled pork stomach. Lin Feng pondered for a moment and crossed out the pork belly and chicken. Although this dish could be made with the existing conditions, Lin Feng wanted to make it as a side dish for drinking. This would make it easier to promote after all the main customers in the bar were drinkers. On the other hand, Lin Feng considered that if they wanted to do business at the port in the morning in the future with their current manpower, they would be stretched quite a bit, which would inevitably affect the business in the evening. After all, selling soup and pancakes is not just about setting up a stall in the morning, it also requires time and effort to prepare the soup and pancakes. Lin Feng planned to simplify the dinner business in the evening and only offer a few simple dishes, taking the route of less but better. Now the only one who can really cook in the kitchen is Lin Feng, and his cooking skills are not proficient enough. He can spend a lot of time to carefully prepare a dish to ensure the quality, but he can't make delicious dishes quickly. Although he believed that he could satisfy the pirates' taste buds even if he just made a few simple dishes, Lin Feng was a man with aspirations. In the past, he was influenced by the chef's attitude of striving for perfection in the Royal Tide restaurant, and he became serious about cooking. Although he could not guarantee to do his best, he at least made sure to do his best. After considering everything, the boiled pork belly was left on the paper. In fact, if you eat this dish in Chinese style, you can't avoid soy sauce. The standard Chinese way of eating it is to eat boiled pork belly with sand ginger soy sauce. But here Lin Feng plans to combine Chinese and Western food and eat it with mustard. Chapter 13: Tasting. He was delighted to find mustard for sale in the market, which was another great tool. Once dipped in this condiment, many foods would become extremely appetizing. Boiled pork belly with mustard, just thinking about it makes me excited. Lin Feng took out a pig's stomach from the food cabinet. It tasted good but was difficult to wash. If it wasn't washed properly, it would have a peculiar smell. Lin Feng took some flour and salt, squatted beside the well, and started washing. He first washed it with clean water, then applied flour and salt. Lin Feng rubbed it repeatedly inside and out several times, then brought it to his nose and smelled it. Good, there was no smell anymore. The next step is to put the pig's stomach into the pot and cook it. This is mainly a matter of heat. It can't be too long, otherwise the pig's stomach will be soft and chewy. If it is too short, it will be too hard and difficult to chew. Lin Feng tried 4 pig stomachs in a row before he found the right time. He recorded the time. Now he keeps a record every time he cooks, and in the future he will form a standardized process so that even a layman can become a useful skilled worker in a short period of time. Now he is ambitious, and as the dishes are developed, he believes that Black Rock Bar will be a big hit, and then he will need to expand the business and hire more people. After testing the heat, add the broth, pepper, ginger, and salt. Cooking these together can remove the fishy smell of the pig's stomach, and at the same time the pig's stomach will absorb the freshness of the broth, making it delicious. Soon the pig's stomach was taken out of the pot. After squeezing out the water from the stomach, Lin Feng placed the pig's stomach on the table and cut it into thin slices. Mice number 1, 2, and 3 sat down at the dining table again with a small dish of mustard and a dish of pork tripe in front of each of them. "What new dishes are there?" Abby asked curiously. "What is this?" Roger looked at the gray and white flakes in front of him. Oleg had a bad feeling. "Isn't this the pig's stomach?" Lin Feng nodded and said with a smile, "Yes, pig's stomach, this is a good thing. I'll eat a piece first to show you." As he said this, he picked up a piece of pork belly with a fork, dipped it in mustard, and put it in his mouth. A pungent and choking smell suddenly came out of the nose, but as you chew, the crispness and freshness of the pig's stomach burst in your mouth, so refreshing. The only flaw is the lack of soy sauce, so the taste is bland, Lin Feng thought with regret. Oleg and Roger had eaten mustard before. They used to dip seafood in it because it was one of the few ways to cover up Roger's poor cooking skills. Boiled seafood with mustard, at least the spicy taste made it difficult to swallow. But can you eat pig stomach like this? Won't it be fishy? Both of them had this feeling about offal that they would be fishy. Oleg asked directly, "Is it really edible? Isn't it fishy?" Lin Feng nodded solemnly, "You will know if you try it." Oleg shrugged his shoulders. He had already eaten pig blood, so it wouldn't be a big deal to eat a piece of pig stomach. He picked up a piece of pork belly with a fork, dipped it in mustard, and ate it. Suddenly his eyes widened, and after the initial spiciness there was a crisp and refreshing taste with a hint of sweetness. Abby and Roger looked at each other and looked at Oleg nervously. "Are you okay?" After savoring the food for a while, Oleg wiped away tears from the spicy food and said, "It's delicious." Seeing this, Luo Ji immediately had a piece and shouted repeatedly, "Delicious, delicious." Abby also had a piece when she saw it. Ever since she was lured by Lin Feng to eat pig blood, she has become more open-minded about these things. No matter whether it is internal organs or not, what matters most is that it tastes good. "It's spicy," Abby said with tears in her eyes, "but it tastes good. Haha, I plan to serve this to customers as a snack in the future," Lin Feng said. When Roger heard this, he jumped up immediately. When everyone was wondering what he was going to do, they saw Roger running away. After a while he came running back with a bottle of rum and a few cups. With a pop sound he put down the wine glass and bottle, opened the bottle and poured a large glass, then drank it with relish with the boiled pork belly. Ha ha! Oleg also picked up the bottle and poured 2 glasses of wine, pushing one to Lin Feng. "Drink it." Watching them drinking happily, Lin Feng suddenly felt a sense of home for the first time in a long time. He silently picked up the rum and drank it. Chapter 14, Preparation completed. That night the 4 of them got drunk. Even the little girl Abby drank rum with the boiled pork belly. At first Lin Feng advised her not to drink, but the girl said drunkenly, "I'm 22 years old this year, I can drink any kind of wine, don't make a noise, just cut me up if you have any good pork belly." She was so domineering that Lin Feng's jaw almost dropped. As a result, they closed the store early that night and the 4 of them drank wine and ate meat at the dining table. They even cut up the 4 unsuccessful experimental pig stomachs and ate them. In the end, even Lin Feng completely let himself go and drank with the 3 of them. Although Lin Feng had a splitting headache when he woke up the next morning, it was the happiest day of his life since he had traveled to the Slut Islands. Soon Father Muller delivered the batch of kitchen utensils on time. Looking at the precise and sturdy iron pots and spatulas, Lin Feng was very happy. Father Muller was indeed an experienced blacksmith. Those kitchen utensils were not only sturdy but also very easy to hold. Lin Feng believed that with these kitchen utensils he would be able to start a business in the Slut Islands in the near future. On the other hand, Oleg also agreed to sign a 5-year long-term supply contract with the vendor. According to the previously agreed terms, the price was 2 casos for 1 lean, and pig blood was buy 1 get 1 free based on the purchase volume. Oleg and his friends paid 500 casos as a deposit to the vendor, and as long as the amount was within the 500 caso limit they could place an order directly and add more when the limit was used up. After these 2 things were done, it was finally time for the main show to begin. On the day he received the kitchenware, Lin Feng began to prepare the leek and pig blood soup and pancakes for the next day. He had asked Oleg to go to the market to buy a large amount of flour, leek and pig blood for later use. Then the 4 of them joined in kneading the dough that day, and Lin Feng prepared to test the market's reaction with 200 pancakes. He was confident that the 200 pancakes could be given away. After all, who doesn't like free things? The key is people's reactions after giving them away. He was not really worried about the sales of the pancakes. He was more worried about the leek and pig blood soup, because even in his previous life some people didn't like the taste of leeks. In addition, people's acceptance of pig blood as a new thing also needed to be observed. Although Abby and the others quickly accepted pig blood and liked this food, they trusted him after all, so the acceptance process was relatively simple. However, Lin Feng was a little unsure whether strangers could easily accept it. For this reason, Lin Feng put a lot of thought into it. He decided to let Oleg and his friends mobilize the regular customers of the bar to come and support the bar the next morning. As long as someone takes the lead, it will be much easier later. Finally, after doing all the preparations, Lin Feng went to bed with a nervous mood. The next morning, Lin Feng, who had a restless sleep the night before, jumped out of bed. After getting up, a chill hit him. Lin Feng ran to the window and saw that it was snowing. It snowed in the middle of the night last night, and now it is white and clear outside. Yes, God also helped, Lin Feng thought happily. After getting dressed, Lin Feng ran to the third floor to wake up the three of them and then ran to the kitchen to prepare to leave. After a while, the three of them arrived at the kitchen and shouted that they wanted to eat before leaving. Lin Feng shook his head decisively and said, "No, let's go to the port to eat. Such good promotional materials cannot be wasted." The three of them looked at Lin Feng with both anger and amusement. This guy was really troublesome. Abi complained with a frown, "Lin Feng, you devil. Lin Feng, good boy, you eat the most delicious food, remember to perform well." "Humph." Abi glared at him but still went to move the bowls obediently. Chapter 15: The First Customer. Oleg and Logi pushed 2 carts each, carrying a large bucket of leek and pig blood soup, a large pot of pancakes, and 2 charcoal basins. Lin Feng and Abi carried a large pile of bowls and spoons. Soon they arrived at the port, where Lin Feng and Oleg had already surveyed the location. After arriving at the chosen location, they put down the large charcoal basin and then put the large barrel and pot on it. Soon the soup and pancakes began to emit steam and the fragrance began to spread in the cold winter. Without saying a word, the 4 of them each got a bowl of soup and a pancake, then sat down on the ground and began to eat. Soon many passers-by were attracted by the fragrance. Most of these pirates were loading and unloading cargo at the port. Many of them had not eaten breakfast and were already starving. When they smelled the fragrance, many of them could not help but follow it. "What are you eating? It smells so good. What is this black thing? It looks delicious." Abi quickly took the opportunity to say, "This is leek and pig blood soup and cumin pancakes. Black Rock Bar is giving everyone one for free today. If you want to eat it, come and line up to get it." There was a commotion in the crowd. Pig blood? That's something no one wants. Who wants to eat it? Free? There is such a good thing? Is there something wrong with it? Isn't the Black Rock Bar the shop where that bastard Roger works as a chef? The food he cooks is awful. Who would dare to eat it? Look, isn't Roger sitting there eating? He must have done it. This is definitely a scam. Luoji couldn't help but get angry after hearing this and was about to stand up to argue. What a bunch of bastards, they're giving away such delicious food for free and yet they're still making sarcastic remarks. They're tired of living. Lin Feng quickly grabbed Luoji, shook his head and signaled him not to cause trouble. "Ha, a bunch of fools," Roger cursed in a low voice. At this moment a loud voice was heard. "How about it? The kitchen utensils made by Dad are easy to use, right?" An old dwarf with white hair squeezed into the crowd. It was the blacksmith, Father Muller. Oleg had previously invited Father Muller to come over and show his support, and he indeed came today. Lin Feng quickly replied, "It's strong and easy to use. Dad's craftsmanship is really amazing." It was rare for someone to come to show his support, so Lin Feng quickly said a few good words. In fact, this was not flattery. Dad's craftsmanship was indeed amazing, and Lin Feng's 2 words came from the bottom of his heart. "That's good, that's good." Father Muller observed his work with a smile. As if seeing a savior, Abi pulled his father over and said coquettishly, "Dad, we are having a promotion today. We are giving away a free serving of leek and pig blood soup and cumin pancakes. Come and try it." Dad laughed and said, "Could it be Luoji who made it? I don't eat anything Luoji makes." The crowd burst into laughter. No, it's made by our new chef Lin Feng. It's delicious. You'll know once you try it." Abi continued to act coquettishly. "If you just ask your dad to be a test subject. Have 1 portion. If it doesn't taste good, I'll hit you on the head." Dad pinched Abi's nose and scolded with a smile. The crowd burst into laughter again and everyone was ready to see the joke. "Okay, it's not delicious. You can have it any way you want. Just be careful of the heat," Abi said as he handed his father a pancake and a bowl of soup. Father Muller smelled the soup carefully and praised, "It's really good, very fragrant." Then he took a bite of the cake and praised again, "Well, this cake is chewy. Good." He was a blacksmith. Although he was very old, he had an amazing appetite. He finished the cake in no time. He then started to drink the soup. The more he drank, the better it tasted. In a moment, the whole bowl of soup was empty. He seemed quite surprised to see the empty soup bowl. How could he finish it so quickly? The soup and pancakes were quite large. He was here to show his support today and didn't expect to eat anything good. However, the soup and pancakes tasted better and better, and he finished them all before he knew it. Chapter 16, All Delivered. Father Muller asked a little embarrassedly, "Only one serving per person?" Lin Feng quickly said, "It's free today, Dad, just eat as much as you want." With such a good role model in front of you, you'd be a fool not to use it for advertising, but Lin Feng is not a fool. "Okay. Another one," Dad said with a smile. Abi handed his father another cake and served him another bowl of soup. This time Father Muller decided to taste it carefully, taking a bite of the pancake and a sip of the soup. The pancake was really strangely fragrant, the pig blood was strangely smooth, and the soup was even more strangely sweet. Everything could only be described as strangely delicious. Before I knew it, it was gone, but Dad felt hungrier the more he ate. "Another serving?" Dad asked with a red face. "No problem," Abby said generously. At this time the crowd began to stir. The old man ate 2 servings of soup and pancakes in a blink of an eye. He still felt that it was not enough. The old man had a horrible look on his face and was sweating. Could it be that this thing was really delicious? Some people began to be eager to try it. If the old man could eat it, why couldn't they? It was free anyway, so why not eat it? In less than a moment, Dad ate 2 more servings. In less than 20 minutes, the old man ate 4 servings of bread and soup. And judging from his expression, it seemed like it was not enough. However, Lin Feng didn't dare to let him eat anymore. Oleg only ate 4 servings. The problem was that Oleg was 3 times as big as Father Muller. Even though Father Muller had an astonishing appetite, he was afraid that Father Muller would get an upset stomach. Lin Feng said, "Dad, this cake will swell up in a while and Oleg can only eat 4 servings. I'm afraid you'll get an upset stomach if you eat too much." Although Dad was still not satisfied, he had no choice but to nod. With the father's example, the crowd suddenly became enthusiastic and many people began to come over to try the food. "Give me one. I also want. I want too." The result was amazing. In less than 2 hours, all 200 pancakes were served and the chive and pig blood soup was eaten up. Because no one ate only 1 portion, 2 portions were the starting price, 3 portions were normal, and a few people ate 4 portions. So in fact, only about 60 to 70 people actually received pancakes and soup. There were also several fights in the middle. Fortunately, Oleg and Roger were there to prevent a big commotion. If there hadn't been such fights, it would have been sold out within an hour. Several regular customers came late and were shocked to see the empty pots and pans. They asked Oleg to leave some for them next time. The effect of this promotion is perfect. Many people asked if there would be any tomorrow, as everyone had not yet had enough. Lin Feng's confidence increased greatly. This market has great potential. The 4 of them pushed the cart back to the bar with excitement. Along the way, Avi was chattering and laughing. Oleg was also smiling and Roger was humming a tune happily. "Lin Feng, how are you going to set the price tomorrow?" Oleg asked. "The soup and pancakes are 16 cassos," Lin Feng said with a smile. 16? So expensive? Oleg smacked his lips. "Well, if it's sold too cheaply, more people will buy it. With our current staff, 200 sets of soup noodles is the limit and we can't make more. You also saw the atmosphere on the scene today. It was too popular and I'm a little scared now. It's better to sell it at a higher price so that fewer people will buy it and the order on the scene will be better," Lin Feng said. Chapter 17, Big Selling. The next day the weather was still cold. Lin Feng and his party went to the market with a large bucket of leek and pig blood soup and a large pot of pancakes. Although we confidently set the price at 16 caso yesterday, the four of us are still a little nervous today. After all, it was given away for free yesterday and most people are willing to try it as long as they overcome the psychological barrier. Today's price is indeed a bit high. You should know that one lean of pork is only 12 casos and 16 casos for a set of pancakes and soup is really high-end. In fact, it was not that Lin Feng wanted to make huge profits. The quarrel yesterday was really scary. These customers were pirates. They drew their swords and guns at the slightest disagreement. If Oleg and Roger had not been beside him, he would have fled long ago. As soon as they arrived at the location where they had set up the stall yesterday, they saw a group of people already waiting there and Father Muller was there too. What's going on? Lin Feng noticed that the faces of the people seemed a little gloomy. Was there something wrong with the soup noodles made yesterday? This shouldn't be the case. Because it was the first time to do the promotion, Lin Feng washed all the ingredients repeatedly. He even checked Oleg and Roger's hands carefully and asked them to wash their hands repeatedly for fear that their hands were not clean and would carry dirt when kneading the dough. This made the two bosses a little unhappy. It's here, it's finally here. You are too slow. We have been waiting for a long time. Hurry up, we're waiting to eat. There was a commotion among the crowd. Father Muller greeted them, you are finally here. We still have the soup noodles today. Lin Feng pulled his father aside and asked quietly, Dad, what's going on? Why are there so many people waiting here? The old man stared exaggeratedly and asked, you sell cakes and soup yourself, don't you know that? Lin Feng made a bitter face and said, that's why I asked you, because I don't know. The old man smiled and said, your soup and pancakes are really interesting. After eating them yesterday, I felt warm all morning and was particularly resistant to hunger. Just as you said, my stomach felt a little bloated after eating, and then I went back to swing the hammer and I didn't feel hungry until around 4 or 5 in the afternoon. Of course you ate 4 sets of soup noodles by yourself and I can only eat 2 sets. How can I not be full? Lin Feng secretly complained. Everyone is waiting to eat your soup noodles, said Dad. Phew, Lin Feng finally let out a sigh of relief. What he was most worried about was the quality of the soup noodles. As long as the quality was good, everything else would be fine. Oleg and Roger had already set up the buckets and pots and Oleg put up a wooden sign next to them. The sign simply read, cumin pancake 10 caso, leek and pig blood soup 8 caso, pancake with leek and pig blood soup 16 caso. This was the price that the four of them decided upon yesterday after discussion. Taking into account that some people might want to buy it individually, they set out 2 additional prices for individual purchases. Sure enough, there was another commotion in the crowd. Some people thought it was too expensive and left. But to Lin Feng's surprise, most people actually stayed. 1 soup and 2 pancakes. Give me a bowl of soup and a plate of pancake. 2 soups and 1 pancake. Everyone basically ordered at least 1 soup and 1 pancake. These pirates knew that soup and pancakes were the best way to eat. However, this time most people did not eat as much as they did yesterday. They seemed much more reserved. Even Dad only ordered 1 soup and 3 pancakes. Lin Feng pulled his father aside and asked, is this price too expensive? As the old man wolfed down the food, he mumbled, it's a bit expensive, but the taste is worth it. The final result was much better than expected. All the soups and pancakes were sold out in about 2.5 hours, which was a little longer than yesterday. Chapter 18, White-cut pork belly is also popular. Some people complain that the product is too expensive but still spend the money to buy it reluctantly. Some people pay and leave without saying a word. Some people stand there and haggle for a long time before finally giving in and buying at the original price. This purchasing power was far beyond Lin Feng's expectations. Originally, Lin Feng thought that there might be some leftovers because people like Luo Ji should be the majority, which means that the price should be far beyond their psychological price range. However, they were still willing to buy. Lin Feng was a little confused. On the way back, Lin Feng expressed his doubts, which made Luo Ji laugh. Lin Feng was so confused by the laughter that he asked, is there something wrong with what I'm thinking? Roger laughed and said, how can I compare with those people? Although I used to go out with the captain, it's different now. Why is it different? Lin Feng asked. They make their fortunes by robbing and I live on my salary. How can we be the same? Even though those people are dressed in rags, they all have some money. Besides, piracy is a high-risk profession. If you don't spend the money you earn, you don't know if you will be alive tomorrow. I see. Lin Feng suddenly realized that he had completely treated these people as ordinary people, but they were pirates, desperate criminals. They were already living on the edge of a knife with high risks and high returns. As long as the quality was good, they were willing to spend a lot of money. After figuring this out, Lin Feng suddenly felt in a very good mood. He is a foodie who always strives for perfection. He prefers to make high-quality products rather than ordinary goods. For example, this leek and pig blood soup. Even in the previous life, few people would use meat broth as the soup base. Most people just use water as the base soup and then add some MSG to enhance the flavor. But Lin Feng is willing to use rich meat broth as the base soup, so the leek and pig blood soup is so addictive. The embarrassing situation that you often encounter when pursuing the boutique route is that your product is too highbrow and not popular among the general public. Although you are willing to make boutique products, there must be people who can afford them, otherwise you can only entertain yourself. Therefore, when Lin Feng was developing these dishes, he would occasionally worry that the ingredients were too cheap, resulting in too high a price. Now he doesn't need to consider this at all. Lin Feng decided that when developing dishes in the future, he would no longer consider the expensiveness of the ingredients but only focus on taste. In the following month, the 4 people in Black Rock Bar started to work non-stop. They went to the pork market in the early morning to sell leek and pig blood soup and cumin pancakes, and started making pancakes and soup for the next day after returning. In the evening, they also started selling soup and pancakes as the main meal and white-cut pork tripe as a side dish. With the great success of leek and pork blood soup and cumin baked cakes, some pirates who did not get to eat them during the day would go to the Black Rock Bar to eat them at night. After the initial doubts, boiled pork belly quickly became a new popular snack for pirates. In the Slut Islands, not having eaten boiled pork belly was simply a symbol of lack of taste. Of course, the price is not cheap. A plate of half-lean pork belly costs 30 casos and it is consumed very quickly. With mustard, bragging and drinking, a plate of pork belly is gone before you know it. You can't leave the Black Rock Bar without eating 3 or 2 plates of pork belly. Lin Feng and the other 3 had become darker and thinner in a month. Seeing the dark circles under little Abby's eyes, Lin Feng felt a little distressed. However, despite being darker and thinner, the 3 of them had no complaints and were happy every day, because although they paid the price of being darker and thinner, the contrast was the rising sales. Chapter 19: Celebration Banquet. After 1 month of operation, the turnover was 200,000 casos and the net profit was 80,000. The turnover increased 6 times compared to the previous month, and the net profit was countless times because last month was still a loss. In fact, this data also includes various initial investments and losses caused by lack of expertise in the beginning. Hundreds of bowls alone were broken this month, mainly because they were accidentally broken when making breakfast due to the crowded environment. Lin Feng believes that as his proficiency improves, profits will increase next month. The 4 of them had a small celebration banquet in the bar with roasted beef leg, boiled pork belly, leek and pig blood soup, cumin pancakes and noodle soup. Lin Feng prepared several dishes and filled the table. Each of the 4 people held a wine jug and the wine jugs touched each other. Cheers! A cheerful and warm atmosphere was on everyone's face. After drinking a large glass of wine, the 4 of them began to eat and chat. Thanks to Lin Feng's cooking skills and planning, this month should be the highest income we have made since opening the store, said Oleg. We still need everyone's cooperation. Everyone has become darker and thinner this month. Lin Feng said modestly. As long as there is money to be made, this little bit of hard work is nothing. Luo Ji also laughed. Actually, everything else is fine except that I don't get enough sleep, Abby said, and then yawned loudly. Now we are all experts in making breakfast, so Abby, you don't have to come in the morning. This way you can sleep longer, Lin Feng said. He really couldn't bear to see the little lowly so tired. That's impossible. My father told me that as a captain you must share the joys and sorrows with the crew, otherwise you won't be able to win the support of the crew, Abby said with his eyes wide open. Lin Feng really wanted to say that you just need to be cute and cuteness is justice. However, seeing Abi speaking so righteously, he didn't know what to say. However, this also reflects a problem. We are seriously short of staff. Before, I was not sure whether this sales volume could be sustained for a long time, so I did not raise this issue for a long time. Now after this month it has been proved that this sales volume is sustainable. I think we should increase the staff. Lin Feng said. It's okay, we can actually still hold on. Abi said. No, working to exhaustion is not advisable. Even if you can still hold on, overwork will lead to decreased efficiency and more mistakes. Especially in the catering industry, once a mistake is made it may cause harm to customers. Lin Feng interrupted flatly. In Lin Feng's era, food poisoning often occurred, not to mention that the sanitary environment is far inferior to that of modern times, so Lin Feng has strict control over this aspect. This is also a habit he has developed over the years as a purchasing manager, and he puts food hygiene and safety first. Oleg pondered and said, how many people do you think it would be appropriate to add? Oleg would discuss matters related to major business matters with Lin Feng. He found that many of Lin Feng's ideas were very advanced and practical. Well, if we just want to maintain the status quo, 3 more people will be enough. If we consider expanding the business in the future, 7 or 8 people will be enough. Lin Feng usually thinks about these issues. In fact, his ultimate goal is to focus on developing new dishes and leave production and operation to others. The new species in this world have a strong attraction to him, but in order to achieve this goal he must first run the Black Rock Bar into a climate so that there will be a suitable soil for him to concentrate on researching new dishes. Just as Lin Feng and Oleg were discussing adding more people, Luo Ji, who had gone out to pee, ran in a panic and shouted, here he comes, the boss is back. Chapter 20, Captain Harvey. Hearing what Luo Ji said, little Abi cheered, jumped up and ran outside. Oleg and Lin Feng also followed Luo Ji out. Walking out of the door of the Black Rock Bar, I saw a pirate ship approaching on the sea from afar. Its flag was a black rock under a skull. Dad is really back. Let's go to the port to pick him up. Abi shouted happily. Lin Feng often saw Abi staring blankly at the sea, thinking that she was missing her adoptive father. Abi had a deep affection for her adoptive father and often praised him in front of Lin Feng, but generally speaking pirates were not easy to deal with, so Lin Feng was still a little afraid. But then he thought, no matter how powerful he is not as powerful as Captain Lunk, and he is still one of the top 10 pirates in the world. He felt a lot calmer. Lin Feng followed them to the port. Along the way Abi jumped and trotted forward like a happy little rabbit. What kind of person is your captain? Lin Feng asked. Roger, who was walking nearby and smoking, suddenly shuddered and said, he's a very powerful man. There was a hint of panic in his words. Seeing that the usually fierce Luo Ji actually showed this expression, Lin Feng suddenly felt a lot of pressure. But doesn't Abi love her dad very much? There's nothing to say about how the boss treats the young lady, but that doesn't mean he treats others the same way. And I'm telling you in advance, you must never be disrespectful to the young lady in front of the boss, otherwise you'll be in danger of your life. Roger warned solemnly. It seems that he is a severe daughter-obsessed patient, Lin Feng complained inwardly. Before they knew it, the 4 of them had reached the port. The Black Rock has already docked and is unloading cargo at the port. It is indeed the largest pirate ship in the Slut Islands. It looks very impressive at first glance, with huge sails fluttering. It is estimated that there are at least hundreds of pirates on the ship. After a while, a man in a gray robe and a pirate hat came down from the wooden ladder. Dad! Abi waved from a distance. The man also waved to Abi and then walked towards them. The man was about 1.9 meters tall, only slightly shorter than Oleg, with an upright figure, extremely broad shoulders, a large gray beard, and lightning-like eyes. He just walked casually, but he had an awe-inspiring aura. Lin Feng discovered that these big pirate captains were all very imposing. Captain rank was like this, and so was this one. Abi ran over happily and jumped onto the man like a koala. The man hugged her with a smile and then observed her carefully. Ah, what a touching family happiness, Lin Feng exclaimed. However, the next moment the style of the painting suddenly changed. A sharp look suddenly swept towards Roger and Oleg. The man pulled out a pistol from his waist and fired 2 shots. Roger's pipe was knocked from his mouth to the sky and a corner of Oleg's nose ring was broken. WTF? The style of the painting changed too quickly? Oleg and Roger were both trembling. Dad, Abby said coquettishly while pulling the man's beard. The man stood still, then cursed in a thunderous voice, "What's going on? You two bastards! Abby has lost 2 kilograms and has dark circles under his eyes." "I've lost 2 kilograms and you know that? Uncle, you are a severe daughter-obsessed person. This is a disease and needs treatment." Lin Feng complained inwardly. Okay. Dad, it has nothing to do with them. Let me introduce you to a new person. This is Lin Feng, our new chef. Lin Feng, and this is my father, Captain Harvey. Abby forced Captain Harvey's head to turn towards Lin Feng and introduced him. Chapter 21, Severe Daughter Control Patient. Captain Harvey's eyes like cold lightning shot towards Lin Feng, and Lin Feng was a little panicked. "Dad, let me tell you. Lin Feng is a very good cook. This month he led us to increase the turnover of Black Rock Bar 6-fold. Business is booming." Abby introduced. Lin Feng was listening and yelling, "Oh no! Isn't this drawing Captain Harvey's anger to me? You're such a jerk." He knows this kind of person who is obsessed with his daughter too well. This kind of person doesn't care about the sales. If you make his daughter lose 2 pounds, you're breaking the law. Sure enough, Abby continued, "There are too many guests. I can't handle it all." "Oh, so you are too busy and too tired, so you have lost weight?" Captain Harvey asked, staring at Lin Feng meaningfully. "Isn't it? This has nothing to do with them. Business is just too good," Abby explained foolishly. Lin Feng seemed as steady as an old dog, but in fact he was as panicked as a wild horse. "Help! Someone is staring at me with murderous eyes. How can I solve it? Waiting online, very urgent." Bang! Before Lin Feng could react, the bullet flew past his ear. After a while he felt a burning pain in his ear and it seemed that some blood was flowing. "Dad! Didn't I tell you? It has nothing to do with them. Why do you always bully them?" Abby pulled Captain Harvey's beard unhappily. Okay, Dad is just saying hello to them. Dad is a rough man after all. Hello, guys?" Captain Harvey's murderous eyes swept over Lin Feng, Roger, and Oleg one by one. "Hello, boss." Without exception, the 3 men stood straight and answered in unison as if they were an army that had been training for a long time. "Look, everyone is saying hello to me," Harvey said to Abby with a smile. Lin Feng, Luoji, and Oleg also smiled in agreement, but their smiles were uglier than crying. As they were talking, the Black Rock had finished unloading. Captain Harvey waved his hand and said, "Guys, let's go to the Black Rock Bar for a big meal. Thank you for your hard work." The group of pirates agreed loudly and hundreds of people followed them towards the Black Rock Bar. "You 3 run faster and go to the bar to prepare some food and drinks." Captain Harvey waved his hand and commanded. "Then I'll go and prepare it," Abby said. "Don't go. You are a young lady, there is no need for you to do these things. Just have a good talk with your dad," Captain Harvey said while hugging Abby. Lin Feng and the other 2 hurriedly trotted towards the bar. "Captain Harvey's shooting is too accurate," Lin Feng complained while covering his bleeding ear. "Humph, what do you think? The boss is so successful with his pistol skills," Roger replied with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. "Okay, stop talking about these useless things. How are you going to entertain these hundreds of people? The boss is deliberately making things difficult for us today and came here to eat," Oleg asked with a bitter face. In the past, Captain Harvey always went to other restaurants to eat when he came back. He knew Roger's level, so he never ate at the Black Rock Bar. "What else can we do? Let's take out the soup and pancakes that we are going to sell tomorrow and give them to them," Lin Feng replied. "Well, that's all I can do," Oleg replied with a bit of pain. "That's a lot of money." Lin Feng ran out of breath and said, "I'm afraid it's not enough. I see there are hundreds of people there.
2 cakes per person may not be enough.
Why don't we use some of the lean meat soup to make noodle soup and feed those people first, suggested Roger.
Well, this is possible, Lin Feng replied.
The three of them ran back to the bar while they were discussing.
Oleg and Roger went to knead the dough and Lin Feng quickly lit the fire to heat it up.
After a while, Harvey led the crowd back to the bar and Lin Feng hurried out again carrying out barrels of beer and rum. Fortunately, a large number of cold cuts of boiled pork belly had been prepared before, so now all he had to do was put the food on the plate.
After moving the wine, Lin Feng went to the kitchen to put the pork belly on the plate.
Lin Feng ran to Captain Harvey breathlessly and said, "Boss, let's serve some cold dishes first. The main course is being heated up and can be eaten soon."
Chapter 22, The Boy Still Has Some Ability. Captain Harvey glanced at Lin Feng and said calmly, "You really have something to give us to eat?"
"I tell you, if the food is unpalatable, you'd better watch out for your head." Lin Feng shuddered and quickly said, "I'll try my best." This guy was obviously here to find fault, so Lin Feng didn't dare to say that he would guarantee that the food would be delicious. Abi was already jumping up and down to help serve the dishes, and Lin Feng also quickly slipped into the kitchen to serve the dishes. Hundreds of pirates packed the Black Rock Bar, but Lin Feng and his friends were used to it. Ever since the boiled pork belly came on the market, this kind of grand occasion would occur from time to time at the Black Rock Bar. So there were no mistakes made in the rush, and soon plates of sesame cakes and leek and pork blood soup were brought to the dining table like water, and Captain Harvey was taken by Abby to the staff table next to the kitchen. Seeing the dishes on the celebration banquet, Captain Harvey grabbed a piece of roasted beef leg and put it into his mouth, chewing it.
"Dad, it's cold.
Let Lin Feng roast another piece for you,"
Abby said with a smile covering his mouth. "No, is this the roasted beef leg that Captain Lunk praised so highly?" Harvey asked vaguely while chewing the meat.
"Yes, he ordered 2 more when he was going out to sea the next day," said Abby.
Harvey did not comment.
He tried all the dishes on the table one after another, picked up the bottle of rum next to him and stuffed it directly into his mouth, drinking it up, and then said, "This kid is quite capable." When Lin Feng was serving the dishes, he discovered that there was a group of people standing outside the Black Rock Bar. They were ragged, pale and thin, with ropes tied around their feet. Everyone looked listless, staring at the pirates eating and drinking. He asked Oleg, "Who are those people outside the store?"
"Prisoners of war?"
Oleg said, "Slave, it seems the boss has robbed a slave ship this time, and these are the spoils."
"Then should we get them something to eat?"
Lin Feng thought of their tragic end and suddenly felt sorry for them.
"Don't act on your own, listen to the boss's arrangements," said Oleg.
After the dishes were served, Lin Feng and the other 2 stood respectfully beside Captain Harvey, waiting for their boss instructions.
Captain Harvey had eaten voraciously and was already full.
He was smoking a pipe leisurely.
Lin Feng thought of the group of slaves outside the store again and finally couldn't help but said, "Boss, do those slaves need something to eat? How about I go and prepare some food?"
Captain Harvey's eyes fell coldly on Lin Feng's face.
Oleg quickly tugged at Lin Feng's sleeve, signaling him to stop talking. But as a modern man, Lin Feng was really disgusted with the slave trade.
Although he didn't dare to resist openly, he hoped to give them some help within his ability. Lin Feng mustered up his courage and said, "I see they look pale and thin and their bodies are weak.
I'm afraid they are too hungry. If we feed them a little, we might be able to sell them for a good price."
Captain Harvey narrowed his eyes and said slowly, "I see."
"Then did you pay for their meals?" This guy was so unreasonable. Lin Feng's anger was burning in his heart.
Although he was usually a gentle person, he was soft on the outside and strong on the inside. If the other party went too far, he would also fight back. "I do want to pay you, but I've been working here for more than half a year and I haven't received a penny,"
Lin Feng retorted.
"Oh, you're a dog, penniless and lying in my backyard.
We at the Black Rock Bar adopted you and you still want wages?"
Captain Harvey said arrogantly.
Chapter 23, Dramatic Reversal. This is intolerable. Captain Harvey has gone too far.
Lin Feng is not a person who values money very much, otherwise he would not have stayed in the Black Rock Bar. At that time Captain Lunk invited him strongly and he was not unmoved, but he decided to stay in the Black Rock Bar just to repay the little lowly for taking him in. Moreover, since Lin Feng started working at the Black Rock Bar, Oleg said that he would pay Lin Feng back wages after the captain came back and explained the situation. Lin Feng didn't care as long as he had food and clothes. Now it seemed as if he was eating and drinking for free. Lin Feng clenched his fists and his eyes were about to burst into fire.
What, you're not convinced?
Captain Harvey's face flashed with a fierce light and his voice like thunder sounded. He jumped up, pulled out a pistol and pointed it at Lin Feng's head. If you don't have wages, how about giving you something else? Lin Feng was unmoved. He was the kind of person who would not care about the consequences once he got carried away.
Shoot. I can't beat you, but don't think I will bow to you.
Lin Feng held the gun on his head and stared at Captain Harvey with fierce eyes. However, both Roger and Oleg were stunned. They never expected that Lin Feng, who was usually so weak, could be so strong. This guy was really bold to challenge the boss's authority.
Boss, please show mercy and don't be impulsive.
Lin Feng should apologize quickly. Both of them pleaded for Lin Feng.
Dad.
Lin Feng saved our daughter's life.
Put down the gun. What are you doing?
Abby also shouted nervously. However, Lin Feng still stared at Captain Harvey and Captain Harvey also stared at Lin Feng.
Ha ha ha.
Captain Harvey suddenly burst into laughter and tears came out of his eyes. He put the pistol back to his waist and patted Lin Feng's shoulder vigorously.
Everyone looked at him in bewilderment. This painting style changed too quickly.
Captain Harvey sat back in his chair, crossed his legs on the table and said in a relaxed tone, "Not bad, young man.
He still has some backbone.
You can't survive on the Slut Islands just by having good skills." Lin Feng stood there blankly and all his anger disappeared.
What was going on?
Captain Harvey continued, "Lin Feng, aren't you complaining about not getting paid?"
I'm not.
Lin Feng wanted to explain. Harvey raised his hand to interrupt Lin Feng.
People with ability should be paid. This is a matter of course. You don't need to explain.
Now I have decided to appoint you as the manager of Black Rock Bar. You will own 49% of the shares of Black Rock Bar and Abby will own 51% of the shares of Black Rock Bar.
Everyone was shocked. What kind of plot was this?
This twist was too drastic. As for Oleg and Roger, you two decide for yourselves whether to stay in the Black Rock Bar and continue working or go out to sea with me again. If you are willing to obey Lin Feng's command, then stay in the Black Rock Bar.
If you are not willing, then go out to sea with me.
But you are not allowed to stay in the Black Rock Bar and disobey Lin Feng's command," Captain Harvey said sternly. Lin Feng figured out the whole cause and effect. He didn't expect Captain Harvey to have considered it to this extent.
No wonder he could become a great pirate.
Lin Feng suddenly felt great admiration for Captain Harvey. It had only been 2 hours since he got off the boat. In that short period of time he had deduced Lin Feng's ability from Abby's description and various details. He then personally tested Lin Feng's character before deciding to give him the management rights of the Black Rock Bar. Finally, he was afraid that Lin Feng would be promoted too quickly and would not be able to keep up with the two bosses, so he proposed the choice of either staying or going to sea. This is a keen eye, unparalleled decisiveness and extremely meticulous thinking. Captain Harvey is a terrible man.
Chapter 24: Father's Painstaking Efforts. Oleg and Roger looked at each other and said at the same time, "We are willing to stay in the store."
Compared to following the grumpy Captain Harvey, following Lin Feng is obviously a wiser choice. Very good, then you must remember what I said, otherwise I will never let you off easily.
Captain Harvey was trying to establish Lin Feng's authority. Oleg and Roger agreed one after another. "Dad, are you going out to sea again?" Abby wants to go with you."
When Abby heard that Captain Harvey transferred the ownership of the Black Rock Bar to her and Lin Feng, she became a little anxious and her eyes were red. Silly girl, going out to sea is too dangerous and not suitable for girls.
"Daddy will rest here for a few days and spend more time with you, okay?"
Captain Harvey completely switched to fatherly mode as soon as he met Abby. Abby could only nod silently and then said Abby doesn't want any shares in Black Rock Bar, all the shares will be given to Dad. Haha, if you give it to Dad, Dad will leave it to you in the future.
Dad is just giving it to you in advance. Harvey explained. Dad, are you going to some dangerous place at sea this time? Abby asked worriedly. Harvey shook his head and smiled. It's dangerous. Don't worry, Dad is going to live for hundreds of years. Come closer and I'll tell you something in private. Abby stretched his ear over and Captain Harvey whispered, Lin Feng is a talented person. Dad has to give him some shares so that he can work here with peace of mind. But he can't be the boss, so Dad's shares will also be transferred to you so that you can suppress him. Don't think too much. Abby then realized Captain Harvey's intention and chuckled. Dad, you were so cunning. Captain Harvey pinched Abby's nose and laughed. How do you think Dad is a captain for nothing? The other three looked at the father and daughter in confusion. No one knew what they were talking about. They were talking and laughing. Captain Harvey waved to Lin Feng again and said, Follow me. The two men walked out of the store and came to the group of slaves. Captain Harvey didn't look at the slaves. He looked out at the sea and said slowly, Abby is my adopted daughter. Although we are not related by blood, we are as close as blood. Lin Feng didn't say anything but complained inwardly, You are more than just as close as family, you are also a severe daughter complex patient. Captain Harvey added, As a father, I always want to give my daughter the best life. That's why I never let Abby go out to sea with me. Instead, I opened this bar here hoping that she could do some small business and live a stable and legal life. But you also know what kind of people Oleg and Roger are. Before you came, this bar was completely a black shop. You are quite self-aware, Lin Feng thought. Captain Harvey shook his head and smiled bitterly. It can't be helped. She is a pirate's daughter. This is the world I live in. I can only let Abby down. However, things have been different since you came here. After hearing what Abby said, I know that you are from a completely different world from us. Simply put, you are a good citizen, a capable citizen. So I hope you can stick to your conscience, expand and develop the Black Rock Bar in an upright manner, and then bring Abby a completely different world. Captain Harvey said sincerely. So that's how it is. I never thought this pirate would be so thoughtful. It really makes me feel sorry for the love of parents in this world. Lin Feng was quite moved. Lin Feng said passionately, Don't worry, boss, I have been thinking this way since the beginning. I want to conquer the people of the Slut Islands with food, not violence. Chapter 25, The Fate of Slaves. Captain Harvey's eyes as bright as swords stared at Lin Feng. Lin Feng felt a shudder and a feeling of being highly anticipated and relied upon pass through Lin Feng's heart. Very good. Then I'll leave the Black Rock Bar and Abby to you. Captain Harvey nodded solemnly. Suddenly Lin Feng seemed to remember something and blurted out, Boss, the Black Rock Bar is short-staffed right now. Why don't you hand these slaves over to me? I can give them a little training and they can be shop assistants. Captain Harvey flashed a sly smile on his face and said, No problem, I'll give you as much as you want. Lin Feng was overjoyed and asked, Really, boss? Thinking that he could help these slaves escape from their suffering and solve the store's staffing problem, he felt like a little genius. Captain Harvey nodded and said, Really? 10,000 cassos each. Give me the money and the slave will be yours. What? Is there such a cool operation? After all the trouble you still need money, 10,000 cassos. After all the trouble you become the slave owner? Lin Feng said with a bitter face, Boss, I don't have any money and it hurts our relationship if we talk about money. I don't want to talk about money, but the brothers inside have been with me through thick and thin and all of them are eager to sell these slaves and get the money. Why don't you talk to them? Captain Harvey had a malicious look on his face. Lin Feng turned around and looked at the group of ferocious pirates, all of them drunk and making a scene in the store. He swallowed his saliva. Talking about feelings with these people. Forget it. Lin Feng still wanted to live a few more years. I think I've oversimplified things. This is a world where the strong prey on the weak and people are pragmatic. Although these slaves were brought back by Captain Harvey, they can't just be handed over to me. They are not only the captain's spoils but also the spoils of all the crew members of the Black Rock. But I heard that you made a net profit of 80,000 this month. Now you also hold 49% of the shares of Black Rock Bar. Captain Harvey seemed to have something in mind. I have 20 slaves here, which is a total of 200,000 cassos.
If you borrow some from Abby and some from me, you can probably get the total of 200,000.
Of course, interest must be included. After all, this is a business transaction,
Captain Harvey said slowly. Lin Feng was sweating profusely. After all this time, they were trying to persuade him to borrow money from them at high interest rates. Lin Feng had changed his mind about Captain Harvey before, but this guy still couldn't get rid of the pirate's habit of greed for money.
Boss, can you give me a discount? We have to give you a discount since we are family,
Lin Feng pleaded.
Discount? Are you kidding me? If I didn't give you a discount, how could you buy these slaves for 200,000?
Captain Harvey stared at Lin Feng with wide eyes. He casually pulled over a girl who looked to be only 17 or 18 years old. The girl looked at Lin Feng pitifully, her eyes full of fear. Captain Harvey pinched her face, patted her buttocks and said, "Look at this face, this waist, this buttocks. If you sell it to be a concubine, you can get 50,000 cash and there will be many people scrambling for it." Then he pulled over another young man and fiddled with him again. "Look at his teeth, his arms and his thighs. They are definitely worth 20,000 casos. I'm selling it to you for 200,000. You're getting a great bargain, little brother," Captain Harvey said exaggeratedly. After this display, Lin Feng's face was filled with black lines. Why did it feel like he was selling livestock? Having said that, Lin Feng couldn't say anything. He didn't know the market conditions of the slave market either. He knew that Captain Harvey's words must be exaggerated, but he couldn't say it directly. Besides, he really didn't know the market conditions either. He could only swallow his bitterness and not say anything. "Okay, I'll buy it. But you have to give me a cheaper interest rate," Lin Feng said helplessly. "The interest rate will be based on the industry price. I won't charge more. 10% per month will be fine." Captain Harvey laughed, looking like he had seen a fat sheep. Chapter 26, You Are Free. 10% monthly interest? Lin Feng almost couldn't believe his ears. Is this the price in the industry? How wicked is this pirate's usury? It will more than double in a year. This is really the price in the industry, boss. We are family, please don't cheat me, Lin Feng asked with a gloomy face. What are you talking about? This is still a relatively low price in the industry. How could I possibly cheat you? Captain Harvey looked innocent. Lin Feng was speechless. Forget it, he had to jump into the pit he had dug himself, even if it meant crying. Being a hero comes at a price. Although Lin Feng knew that Captain Harvey wanted to make a lot of money from him, he was satisfied that he could capture these slaves without bloodshed in a place like the Slut Islands. Moreover, Lin Feng believed that with his ability he should be able to pay off the debt within half a year. Lin Feng called out Abby and the others and announced his decision and the matter of the loan in public. Abby looked at Lin Feng with a little longing, while Oleg and Roger shook their heads with a wry smile. They were about to speak, but when Captain Harvey's captivating gaze fell on them, the two of them immediately shut up and became spectators. Then it's settled. Oleg, you will give the store's 80,000 net profit to the boss, and then the boss will make up the remaining difference. How about the boss repayment? Lin Feng said. Captain Harvey smiled and said, just pay Abby back. I'll be going out to sea soon. When Abby heard that his father was going out to sea again, he felt a little sad and lowered his head silently. Lin Feng saw this and couldn't help but say, boss, have you ever considered running the Black Rock Bar with Abby? I am confident that I can make the Black Rock Bar. Captain Harvey interrupted Lin Feng. Haha, I'm used to life at sea. If you let me stay in the bar every day doing nothing, I'll be bored to death. Wait a few more years, when I can't make it anymore, I'll come back to retire. Abby also laughed and said, Dad is the son of the sea. He will be unhappy if you tie him to land. Haha, my daughter really understands me. Come and give me a hug. Captain Harvey laughed heartily. Abby jumped onto Captain Harvey with a smile, and the two of them were affectionate with each other again. Your father is not only the son of the sea but also the son of the god of blackmail, Lin Feng silently complained. Seeing the expressions of Oleg and Logi before, Lin Feng knew that he must have been taken advantage of. Lin Feng was too lazy to watch the two of them being bored, so he told Oleg and Logi to get some more food for the slaves. Then he turned to the slaves. It was already winter and all of these slaves were only wearing thin linen clothes. They were shivering in the cold wind, their bodies were covered with wounds and everyone looked pale. However, what shocked and saddened Lin Feng the most was the expressions on these people's faces. It was a kind of indifference that came after extreme despair. Their eyes were completely lifeless, numb and empty. If they didn't move their hands and feet from time to time due to the cold, one would almost think they were some exquisitely crafted puppets. Lin Feng finally understood why the production efficiency of the ancient slave society was so low. It would be impossible to be efficient if they had to rely on such people to work. He cleared his throat and the slaves looked at him with a little fear. They had all heard the conversation just now, and this man would be their new master in the future. Lin Feng scratched his head, not knowing how to start. You should have heard it just now. I bought you from Captain Harvey. I hope you can join the Black Rock Bar and become my employees. Of course, as long as you work here you will be paid accordingly, and I can guarantee that as the bar develops your salary will be much higher than that of most people in the Slut Islands. Lin Feng paused and then said, but I don't like to force others. I hope you really want to work here. So from this moment on you are free. Those who want to leave can leave. Chapter 27, The Slave's Wish. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, the whole place fell into deathly silence. Everyone stared at Lin Feng with wide eyes. Is this guy a mentally retarded person? Captain Harvey looked at Lin Feng with a frown on his face. Are you kidding me? The slaves that I bought with 200,000 casso were set free just like that? Captain Harvey regretted letting Lin Feng be the manager. Can he still make money running the bar like this? Should he wait until these people leave and then catch them and sell them? Captain Harvey pondered. However, I would suggest that you stay here for the time being, heal your wounds, or at least recover your health. It would be best if you could earn some money before considering leaving, Lin Feng added. Captain Harvey was completely confused. Is there such a thing? This Lin Feng is either a hopeless idiot or a hopeless saint. No matter which one it is, he is hopeless. They were clearly 20 free laborers, but he didn't want to use them and wanted to set them free? It would have been fine if he had just set them free, but he actually wanted to feed them well and save their lives? Captain Harvey put Abby down, walked up to Lin Feng, grabbed his collar and said angrily, "What are you doing? Didn't you say that the bar was short of staff? If you let them go free like this, what if they all run away? Are you going to default on the 200,000 cassos?" Lin Feng said calmly, "Boss, I will return the 200,000 yuan including interest to you without a cent less. You don't have to worry about this. Why are you still doing this?" Captain Harvey continued to persist. Lin Feng smiled calmly and asked, "Boss, what do you think the greatest pirate should be like?" Captain Harvey's face was uncertain. What on earth was this guy talking about? He was talking about releasing slaves. Why did he bring up the greatest pirate? However, he still planned to listen to Lin Feng's explanation. After all, he helped the bar make its first pot of gold. He said unhappily, "It is the desire and passion, the endless desire for treasure and riches, the endless passion for an adventurous life. Only such pirates can be great pirates." Lin Feng nodded and said, "Boss is indeed a great pirate." There's no point in you flattering me," Captain Harvey said, but his tone was still softer. Abby next to him covered his mouth and laughed secretly. Lin Feng continued, "I also believe that the most important quality for anyone working in any industry is passion for the industry. Boss, I want employees who are interested in the catering industry, not numb and empty-headed zombies." Captain Harvey began to understand Lin Feng's idea, but he still shook his head and said, "What if they are not interested?" "Then accept your fate, but I don't believe this will be the result," Lin Feng said calmly. Then let me see how lucky you are," Captain Harvey said angrily, but he didn't say anything else, which was equivalent to tacitly agreeing with Lin Feng's decision. Lin Feng then turned to face the group of slaves and said, "You should have heard what I just said, but I will reiterate it again. You are free now and I will never force you to join the bar. Of course, I still sincerely hope that some of you can join the management of the bar and work with me to develop this promising business. Well, I have finished what I want to say. If anyone wants to leave now, you can leave immediately after eating these things. I will not stop you.
These are my little gifts to you. Of course, if you want to stay in the bar and recuperate for a while before leaving, that's also possible. Oleg and Roger had already brought the food. There was a moment of silence among the slaves. Lin Feng was a little nervous. He had pretended to be awesome just now, but he couldn't possibly be left with even one person. That would mean he would lose a lot of his 200,000 yuan. Forget it, just think of saving a life as better than building a 7-story pagoda. Although 200,000 is a lot, it can still be paid back. At least 20 slaves were freed, which can be regarded as doing my best. Lin Feng also thought it through. Suddenly 20 slaves knelt down on the ground in unison, and their tears fell to the ground like beads falling from a broken string. I would like to run a restaurant with my benefactor. I only wish to follow my benefactor in this life. As long as the benefactor does not despise me, I will do my best to help him. Chapter 28. Too many lice don't itch, too much debt doesn't worry. 20 slaves were seen shedding tears all over the place. Although they all said different things, they all expressed their determination to follow Lin Feng till death. Lin Feng was a little uncomfortable. Although he had thought that some slaves would be willing to stay out of gratitude, he never thought that all 20 slaves would stay wholeheartedly. This effect was too outstanding. Although Lin Feng's words were universal values in his previous life, they were like a thunderbolt in this era of strict hierarchy. You have to know that the pirate group is already a lawless group that is outside the mainstream of society. Even so, Captain Harvey still thought that Lin Feng's ideas were too strange, let alone these slaves. In the eyes of these slaves, since they have become slaves, it is impossible for them to expect any freedom. They can only hope to meet a slightly better master so that they can live a less painful life for the rest of their lives. Although a very small number of slaves might be able to escape from slavery because of their own abilities or appearance, that was a 1 in a million chance, and the vast majority of slaves were destined to be enslaved for their entire lives. They never expected to meet a strange master like Lin Feng who bought them and released them immediately. This is simply a blessing. If you accept such a great favor and then just walk away, are you still a human being? So everyone was thinking about repaying Lin Feng. Captain Harvey narrowed his eyes and observed Lin Feng. This guy was becoming more and more unpredictable. With just a few words, he made these slaves follow him wholeheartedly. How smart! This is much better than forcing others to work. From then on, these slaves would only devote themselves to the work of the bar, and no one could easily pry the slaves' loyalty to Lin Feng. Captain Harvey, who had experienced countless mutinies and betrayals, knew that this kind of team cohesion was the truly terrifying power. However, Lin Feng did not build this kind of team cohesion through violence and terror, but through kindness. This guy is unfathomable. Captain Harvey actually began to admire Lin Feng. However, what is certain is that the Black Rock Bar will prosper. It seems that entrusting Abi to Lin Feng is the right choice, and Captain Harvey is truly relieved. Lin Feng took Luoji and Oleg to untie the ropes of the slaves and then distributed food to them. While dealing with the slaves, he was thinking about the future. Although he no longer had to worry about manpower, a new problem arose: how would he feed, drink, defecate, urinate, and sleep so many people? He had originally planned to recruit only 4 or 5 people, but 20 of them came at once. All the profits from the bar were paid to Captain Harvey, and the rest of the money was used to cope with daily turnover. How could he afford to feed, drink, defecate, urinate, and sleep these people? When Lin Feng thought of this, he got a headache. How about asking Captain Harvey to lend him 200,000 yuan and using the 80,000 yuan profit to house the slaves? Anyway, too many lice won't itch and too much debt won't worry, so Lin Feng decided to go for it. Sure, no problem. I can still afford the 200,000. Unexpectedly, Captain Harvey agreed immediately. Lin Feng looked at the captain suspiciously. Was this guy setting some trap for him to fall into? No additional conditions? Lin Feng asked tentatively. No. Of course, the interest must be paid based on $200,000. Captain Harvey said straightforwardly. This is nothing. I have already borrowed 200,000 yuan. Why should I care about the interest? Although the interest is not small. Of course. The interest will be paid at 200,000 yuan. Thank you, boss. Lin Feng said. Yeah. Very good.
Lin Feng, go grill a few more slices of beef leg.
I want to have a big meal with Abby today. Ha ha. Captain Harvey was in a good mood. Chapter 29, Housing Problem.
That day, after the pirates of the Black Rock finished their meal, they agreed with Captain Harvey on the next gathering time and then went home. They all had their own residences in the Slut Islands.
Captain Harvey continued to chat and eat with Abby.
After Lin Feng grilled a few slices of beef leg, he hurriedly cleaned up the mess on the floor of the bar with Roger and Oleg.
While packing up, Lin Feng asked Oleg, can we find a place to accommodate these 20 new employees? This is Lin Feng's biggest headache now. Oleg pondered and said this may be troublesome.
There are hotels on the Slut Islands, but the fees are not something we can afford in the long run. The rooms in the bar are already full and you are also living in the utility room.
What should I do?
Lin Feng was a little confused for a moment. At this moment, an older man among the slaves spoke and Lin Feng asked them to sit in the store first because it was too cold outside.
Benefactor, we can actually sleep on the floor in the store.
He said a little fearfully. He didn't know whether Lin Feng would allow him to interrupt.
Lin Feng shook his head and said, how can this be done? The weather is getting colder and colder.
You will get sick if you sleep on the floor.
Also, don't call me benefactor anymore. From now on we are partners working together. You can call me by my name. My name is Lin Feng.
Lin Feng felt embarrassed when he heard her calling him benefactor all the time.
The man's eyes widened in horror and he shook his hands repeatedly, saying, how can that be possible? Calling the benefactor by his name is too disrespectful.
Lin Feng smiled bitterly and said, then you can call me store manager from now on.
That should be fine. By the way, what's your name? The man nodded and said, my name is Ted.
We are very grateful for the pardon granted by the store manager.
But sleeping on the floor is nothing.
The conditions at sea are much worse than here, but we can still survive.
Please don't bother to find a place for us to stay. Lin Feng was about to say something, but Luo Ji interrupted and said, it's actually not bad. Go buy a few carpets and put them together.
Plus there are wooden floors here, so don't put out the fireplace when you sleep at night.
The conditions here are indeed much better than at sea. Ted nodded repeatedly and said, that's right, brother Roger is right.
Lin Feng had no choice but to say, well, I'll have to put up with you for now. When conditions permit, I'll find a suitable place for you to live.
The slaves thanked them repeatedly.
Lin Feng said to Oleg again, Oleg, go to the market and buy some clothes, carpets and bedding. They need to change their clothes too.
Oleg nodded.
Lin Feng asked again, speaking of which, does that large piece of bushes behind our store belong to our store? When Lin Feng just came over, he fainted beside the bushes.
Luo Ji smiled and said, this is the Slut Islands. It is originally an unowned land. Whoever occupies it will own it. Lin Feng's eyes lit up.
That large piece of vacant land was at least close to 2 acres.
Wouldn't it be just right to clear it out and build a staff dormitory? He immediately asked, then we can build a house there and they can live there, right?
Luo Ji nodded and said, of course, as long as we hire carpenters and masons we should be able to build a dormitory in more than a month. But before that they still have to sleep on the floor here. Lin Feng was so happy that his face was beaming with joy. Having solved this problem, he seemed to be able to see the Black Rock Bar in full swing. Now that the accommodation problem has been solved, the next issue is food.
With so many more mouths to feed every day, the original food cabinet is no longer sufficient and more inventory must be added.
In addition, the expansion of the Black Rock Bar is inevitable, so it is better to build a food warehouse.
Lin Feng wrote down all these considerations on paper.
He decided to make another trip to the market later to replenish the stock for the next 2 days. Chapter 30, Division of Labor. In the next few days, Lin Feng, Oleg and Roger started working on a series of tasks non-stop.
Buy clothes, buy food inventory and prepare dishes for daily business.
Lin Feng wished he had 2 more clones. Abby came back because her father came back, and although she asked to participate in the work several times, Lin Feng refused. It was a rare opportunity to be able to meet with her father, and Lin Feng was very considerate of the little lowly. Fortunately, these slaves were only pale and weak due to hunger, and most of them did not have any diseases or injuries. After several consecutive full meals, they were able to start working. The first thing is to divide the work among this group of people. Lin Feng counted and found that among these 20 people there are 14 males and 6 females. The average age is only 22 years old. They are all young and middle-aged people. Then Lin Feng classified them according to their general characteristics, including strong and healthy, beautiful and clever. Although he would definitely further classify them according to their characteristics and hobbies in the future, Lin Feng was not familiar with them at the moment, so he could only classify them roughly. The strong men followed Oleg and were responsible for shopping and breakfast. These were all hard work, and Oleg was in charge of the specific matters of shopping. The ones with good looks are responsible for serving food. This team is led by Roger and Abby. After all, this is a job that requires direct contact with customers. Those who are skillful and deft will be responsible for the kitchen work, which will be led by Lin Feng himself. He hopes to discover a few talented chefs from among them. The final distribution results are as follows. The purchasing team consists of 8 people, 8 of whom are male. For front desk staff, 1 male and 3 females. The kitchen team consists of 8 people, 5 men and 3 women. In fact, there were 2 women in the kitchen team whom Lin Feng wanted to assign to the front desk service. They were twins, one named Enya and the other Enwei, but they were determined to follow Lin Feng. Wherever Lin Feng went, they followed him, which gave Lin Feng a headache. The 2 sisters seemed to have a particularly deep trust in Lin Feng. They took everything Lin Feng said as if it were God's will, except when Lin Feng asked them to leave. Later, Lin Feng realized that Enya was the girl that Captain Harvey had pulled over to show Lin Feng and said could be sold for 50,000 casos. At that time her face was dirty and Lin Feng did not recognize her. Although both of them were in their 20s and had beautiful faces, Lin Feng was actually quite happy to have these 2 beautiful sisters following him, but it seemed as if Lin Feng had some secret relationship with them, which made Lin Feng a little distressed. After all, titles like Beautiful Sisters and President are always very imaginative. But Lin Feng was really a soft-hearted person. As long as Lin Feng asked them to go to the front desk, they would show an expression like abandoned puppies, saying nothing, looking at Lin Feng pitifully. This made Lin Feng's little heart beat fast, and he was so heartbroken that he had to let them follow him into the kitchen. However, after they followed Lin Feng to cook for a few times, Lin Feng was really reluctant to let them go to the front desk. These 2 people are indeed the best students. They remembered every word and every action of Lin Feng in their hearts and carefully studied them. Soon they learned faster and better than others. And maybe it was because they had a spiritual connection, but when the 2 sisters cooked, it was as if one person was cooking. Enya was lighting the fire and Envy was cutting the ingredients. Envy put the vegetables in the pot and Enya prepared the seasonings. Lin Feng now has the help of the sisters when cooking, which makes it much easier. Others are also gradually becoming familiar with the work in the kitchen. Now the kitchen is filled with the clanging of pots and pans every day, which is quite similar to the grand scene that Lin Feng saw in the kitchen of the Royal Tide restaurant. Chapter 31, Setting Sail. Half a month after Captain Harvey returned, he finally decided to set off again. Although Abby was very reluctant, he still helped his father prepare for the voyage. Captain Harvey praised Lin Feng's roast beef leg and white-cut pork belly, so Lin Feng had to prepare 20 li each as a farewell gift. In addition, he prepared 1,000 li of cumin noodles for the ordinary crew. Because there were bugs on the ship, there was no need to worry about the food spoiling. Captain Harvey of course asked for as much as he could. Lin Feng's heart was bleeding. Since there were 20 more hungry mouths to feed in the store and 200,000 yuan of debt, Lin Feng was under a lot of pressure. Now that so much food was gone for no reason, he was so heartbroken that he couldn't breathe. Captain Harvey patted Lin Feng on the shoulder with a smug look on his face and said, "I finally enjoy the benefits of having a restaurant at home. Before I had to go to other places to buy food when I went out to sea, but now I can just wave my hand and a bunch of high-quality food will be delivered to the ship. Lin Feng, you've done a good job." Lin Feng could only smile and say, "Boss, as long as you are happy." In his heart 1,000 horses were running wildly. "Cheer up, Lin Feng. Can't you bear to leave me? Ha ha." Captain Harvey naturally knew the reason why Lin Feng had a bitter face, a look as if he had succeeded in his evil plan. Looking at Captain Harvey's appearance, Lin Feng reminded himself to stay calm and be a Buddhist, otherwise he might not be able to control himself and beat him up. Lin Feng turned his head to look at the black rock where the pirates were carrying bags of food to the ship. Lin Feng suddenly remembered something and he excitedly turned to Captain Harvey and said, "Boss, do you often stop at uninhabited islands at sea?" "Yeah, replenish food and water and stuff." Lin Feng described the appearance and characteristics of soybeans and peppers to Captain Harvey. He still didn't give up. Maybe these two ingredients could be found on some uninhabited islands? "Boss, if the crew finds these two plants, be sure to bring them back. This will be of great benefit to the development and growth of the Black Rock Bar," Lin Feng said. "You really never stop talking about your business." "Well, I'll talk to my brothers about it then and ask them to pay attention." Captain Harvey nodded in agreement. "If there are some other novel plants, we can bring them back." Lin Feng added that even if there are no soybeans and peppers, there might be other ingredients. When Lin Feng saw Abi coming over, he quickly walked away, allowing the father and daughter to talk before setting sail. When Anya and Inwei saw Lin Feng leave Captain Harvey, they immediately followed. Although they liked to follow Lin Feng, they were extremely afraid of Captain Harvey and did not dare to approach him. Lin Feng looked at the sisters unhappily and said with a wry smile, "Since you are afraid of them, just stay in the store." The two sisters shook their heads at the same time, and even their shaking movements were exactly the same. "We go wherever the manager goes," Anya said. "Sister is right," Unwei said. Both of their voices are clear and melodious. For some reason, with this pair of cute sisters, Lin Feng felt like a mother duck with two ducklings following behind. Where was the CEO and the sister's secretary? He didn't have the temperament for it. The pirates had finished loading the cargo and the Black Rock was about to set sail. Captain Harvey hugged little Abby tightly and then strode towards the Black Rock. Abby stared at Captain Harvey walking towards the Black Rock in a daze. It was not until the captain came on board and waved to her that she smiled again and waved to Captain Harvey desperately. Lin Feng and Abby had been standing at the port. Even when the Black Rock disappeared on the sea level, Abby was still standing there in a daze. Alas! Lin Feng sighed, lightly patted Abby on the shoulder and said, "Go back, Abby." Abby wiped the tears from his face and nodded silently. Chapter 32: Grilled Skewers. After bidding farewell to Captain Harvey, Lin Feng could finally devote himself to the operation of the store. After more than half a month of operation, these new employees have begun to become familiar with the work environment and work processes, and it is time to take the next step. After comprehensive consideration, Lin Feng now has two urgent issues that need to be resolved. First, the restaurant's dishes are too monotonous. Second, employees have too much spare time. There was no way around the monotony of dishes. After all, it had only been 2 months since Lin Feng took over the kitchen. Previously, due to a serious shortage of manpower, Lin Feng could only take the route of fewer but better dishes. But now there were too many people, so it was time to add more dishes. The reason why employees have too much spare time is because of the large increase in manpower in a short period of time, especially the purchasing team. Apart from selling pancakes and soup in the morning and daily purchases, they are basically idle most of the time. It's like when you are at war, you have 10,000 soldiers, but only 2,000 of them can actually be deployed on the battlefield, and the daily food consumption is only for 10,000 people. This is a painful thing for a general. For the store manager, it is also a painful thing that the surplus staff cannot be put to work, which is a waste of human resources. Even so, Lin Feng didn't want to rashly develop new dishes because he wanted to go the boutique route. Although he knew how to make many dishes, knowing how to make them and actually making them were two completely different things. In this case, launching immature dishes would damage his reputation. At the same time, the dishes should also be of the offal series, because with the long-term supply contract, Lin Feng can earn a larger profit. He doesn't want to let the 200,000 yuan debt roll over for a few years before paying back the interest. Combining these points, Lin Feng thought of barbecue skewers. As a perennial favorite among China's midnight snacks, grilled skewers have become very mature after years of development, and a variety of cooking methods have emerged. Since the roasted beef leg meat was well received, Lin Feng began to want to develop this series. Although the roasting process is relatively simple, the preparation beforehand is too cumbersome. Just threading the cut meat pieces on the bamboo sticks is a job that will take Lin Feng's life. Because you don't thread one stick but hundreds or even thousands of sticks, so Lin Feng gave up later. But now it is different. Now we have plenty of manpower, so there is no need to worry about the problem of threading the skewers.
The main difficulty of grilling skewers lies in the matching of seasonings.
The grilling process is relatively simple.
As long as you practice a few times, even these new employees can master it.
Moreover, grilled skewers are also a major consumer of offal ingredients such as grilled chicken gizzards, grilled duck intestines, grilled lamb kidneys, and grilled tripe slices. These are all delicacies that have been repeatedly verified by the general public, so there is no need to worry about there not being a market for them. The most important thing is that bars and kebabs are a natural match. When these pirates are drinking, having some kebabs is simply too great.
This plan is feasible,
Lin Feng thought excitedly.
After comprehensive consideration, Lin Feng's first step was to ask Father Muller to make skewers and grills.
Lin Feng planned to let the store staff grill at the door of the store so that the customers coming in and out could see the grill at first glance. This is also the secret of barbecue stalls. Looking at the sizzling meat skewers and the fragrant white smoke on the grill, few people can resist ordering a few skewers. After Lin Feng drew a rough schematic diagram, he asked Oleg to take it to Father Muller. Father Muller was no longer surprised. Lin Feng often asked him to make some strange things. Not long ago, he even made several sets of spatulas for new employees to use.
Chapter 33: Cleansing.
While Father Muller was making tools, Lin Feng also began to experiment with the method of grilling skewers. In the early stage, he only planned to launch lamb skewers, chicken gizzard skewers, lamb kidney skewers, and duck intestine skewers. Lin Feng knew very well that he would not be able to chew too much, so he chose several dishes with similar seasonings and similar roasting methods. After he could use these dishes skillfully, he would consider launching other meat dishes as well as seafood and vegetable barbecue dishes. Among them, lamb kebabs are the simplest, while the most critical steps for chicken gizzards, lamb kidneys, and duck intestines are cleaning and removing odors. When Oleg brought these things, everyone in the kitchen looked at Lin Feng with strange eyes. A few words appeared in everyone's eyes. Is this thing really edible?
Are you kidding me? He. You will know you are wrong after you eat it.
Lin Feng laughed to himself.
Instead, the Enya sisters looked at the ingredients with curiosity.
The manager's boiled pork belly opened their eyes. It was simply turning something ordinary into something magical, which made them admire Lin Feng even more.
They chose to believe Lin Feng's words unconditionally. Enya picked up a lamb loin, looked at it carefully, and then put it under her nose and sniffed it.
A smell of urine immediately rushed into her nostrils. She frowned tightly, and now she was not confident.
Boss, is this really edible? Enya asked.
Everyone in the kitchen looked concerned, and this was also their question.
It's edible, and many men like to eat it. Lin Feng looked at Enya's ignorant expression and smiled meaningfully. Why? This thing smells like urine. Enya couldn't understand it at all. Could it be that someone likes the smell of urine? This is too perverted.
Well, because like cures like. Lin Feng said seriously.
What does like cures like mean? Enya asked with her eyes wide open.
This is what we say in my hometown, which means that eating a certain part of the body can replenish the nutrition of that part.
Lin Feng explained.
For example, eating the heart nourishes the heart, and eating the stomach nourishes the stomach. The sheep kidney urine has such a strong smell, isn't it just for pea supplement?
Enya said halfway and couldn't continue, her face as red as an apple. Ha ha.
Lin Feng laughed. He would tease this pair of cute sisters from time to time and had a lot of fun.
Seeing how cute Enya was, everyone started laughing along with Lin Feng.
Now that there were more people, the atmosphere in the kitchen became much more lively.
Okay, everyone follow me to the well.
Lin Feng clapped his hands. He knew he had to stop when enough. It would be a bit obscene if he continued talking about this topic, so he just stopped there and livened up the atmosphere.
Everyone followed Lin Feng to the well.
Lin Feng said these things must be handled cleanly. If they are not handled cleanly, the ingredients will have a strange smell which will completely destroy the taste of the finished product, so you must be very careful when cleaning them. After that, Lin Feng began to demonstrate how to wash. After rinsing several times, Lin Feng showed the washed lamb kidneys, duck intestines and chicken gizzards to everyone. Look carefully, it's only considered good if you wash them to this extent. After washing, we have to soak them in salt water to remove the odor again. Every time Lin Feng cooks, he will patiently explain and demonstrate to everyone. After soaking in salt water and rinsing again, Lin Feng placed the lamb kidneys, duck intestines and chicken gizzards in different basins and marinated them with wine and shredded ginger. After marinating for half an hour, Lin Feng took out the lamb kidneys and asked Enya to smell them. "How is it? Is there still a urine smell?" Enya shook her head and said, "The manager washed it so clean there is no urine smell at all. The lamb kidneys now only have a faint smell of wine and a slight fishy smell of meat." Chapter 34, Kebab Experiment. Lin Feng had asked Enwei to light a fire on the charcoal basin in advance. Since there was no iron skewer, Lin Feng did not completely cut the ingredients but only cut a few cuts on the lamb loin and chicken gizzards, and then put the whole piece directly on the grill and finally put the grill on the charcoal basin. Next to the charcoal basin are olive oil, pepper, cumin, salt and a brush. Lin Feng first brushed a layer of oil on the lamb kidneys, chicken gizzards and duck intestines, which was already a basic operation. As time went on, the oil on the ingredients began to evaporate and drip, and Lin Feng started to brush the oil a second time and then sprinkled pepper, cumin and salt. After repeating this operation several times, the lamb kidneys, chicken gizzards and duck intestines on the grill have begun to emit appetizing colors and aromas. Especially the lamb kidneys are sizzling with oil. The faces of the people in the kitchen are full of excitement. Duck intestines cook the fastest. Lin Feng took out the roasted duck intestines and asked Enya to cut them into small pieces on the table so that everyone could try the taste first. Although it smelled good, everyone was a little hesitant because it was that part. However, Enwei took the lead and directly stabbed a piece with a fork and put it in her mouth to chew it carefully. Everyone looked at the first person to eat crab with concern and saw admiration and enjoyment in Enwei's light green eyes. Crisp and chewy and with the aroma of cumin and pepper, it is truly a delicacy. It's delicious, really delicious. The little girl excitedly recommended it to everyone in the kitchen. Seeing this, everyone in the kitchen also took a piece and started eating. There was a burst of praise in the kitchen. Lin Feng also ate a portion but frowned. The taste was still bland. Although there was no peculiar smell and the seasoning was tasty, the taste was still bland. The chicken gizzards were also roasted, and when they were cut open and tasted, everyone cheered again. For them it was indeed delicious enough. However, Lin Feng was not satisfied. The taste was bland, and because it was not sliced and roasted, it was not flavorful enough. Finally, the lamb kidneys were cooked, but no one dared to try them. Lin Feng took the lead and was the first to try. As the teeth closed, the sheep fat in the lamb kidneys with the aroma of cumin flows throughout the mouth, a little bit smelly, a little oily, but that's the taste. This kind of satisfying feeling of oil flowing in the mouth is what makes lamb kidneys the most attractive to diners. People who like it will love it and people who hate it will hate it, but this is the charm of roasted lamb kidneys. After trying 3 kinds of food, Lin Feng was most satisfied with the lamb kidney. Lin Feng picked up a piece of lamb kidney, handed it to Enya and said with a smile, "Try it?" Enya's expression was very conflicted. The manager actually wanted to feed her something which made her heart flutter. However, she had smelled this thing just now and was still scared. While Enya was still hesitating, Enwei pounced on her and, like a fox stealing a chicken, snatched the piece of lamb kidney in one mouth with a smug look on her face. Enwei. Enya was furious. Her sister had actually taken the initiative and snatched her favor. She was about to pounce, but Lin Feng quickly stopped her and persuaded her, okay, it's just a piece of lamb kidney. Isn't there a lot here? Enya turned around with a look of grievance on her face and pointed at her mouth. This. Lin Feng was a little embarrassed, and I didn't want to feed her just now, I just forked a piece for her to eat. It would be a bit arrogant to feed her again in front of everyone. Enya was about to cry. Lin Feng had no choice but to surrender and forked another piece for Enya. Enya didn't dare to neglect it this time and quickly ate it in one bite. After chewing a few bites, Enya showed a happy expression on her face. The smell is a bit pungent, but it's not the smell of urine but the smell of sheep. The key is that the feeling of having oil dripping from the mouth is too happy.
As a slave who was starving all day, when has he ever tasted such a taste? Enya was completely conquered by the lamb kidneys. Chapter 35. This is so delicious. Seeing the two sisters eating the lamb kidneys, everyone in the kitchen started eating them too. If the little girls dared to eat them, why wouldn't the grown men dare to eat them? Everyone tried one piece. After trying it once, I was completely conquered. This is the smell of male hormones. To be honest, most women don't like to eat lamb kidneys because they think the taste is too fishy. However, many men like to eat them. In addition to the theory of cures, its special and strong taste is also one of the reasons. Humans do have a natural tendency to be attracted to smells just like stinky tofu, soy milk, durian, and the like. It is difficult to analyze rationally why some people like this smell, but there are indeed many people who like this smell. The same is true for lamb kidneys, which have a very strong taste, but many people just like them. Although everyone was enjoying, Lin Feng was still thinking that there was still room for improvement in chicken gizzards and duck intestines. Without the chili flavor, the taste is indeed bland. Lin Feng suddenly remembered the debate between sweet and salty that he had seen on the internet before. Since adding spicy food is impossible, is adding sweet food possible? In a flash, he thought of something. Honey. Honey actually appears quite often in southern cuisine. Roasted chicken wings are often added with honey, as is the famous barbecued pork. The sweetness of honey can add a new flavor to food and bring a sweet and fresh taste similar to MSG. Thinking of this, Lin Feng hurried to the front desk. Oleg was sitting at the bar wiping the table, and Lin Feng asked hurriedly, "Is there any honey in the bar?" Oleg thought for a moment and said, "There should be some left in the wine cellar." "Oleg, help me find it, please." Lin Feng pushed Oleg to the wine cellar. After a while, Oleg took out a small bottle of honey from the wine cellar, handed it to Lin Feng, and said, "This stuff is a bit expensive, use it sparingly." "Thanks, Oleg." Lin Feng's voice had reached the kitchen. Lin Feng took out some of the marinated chicken gizzards and duck intestines and put them on the grill, then poured some honey into the bowl. "Start the grilling experiment again." But this time I applied a little too much honey and accidentally got a black spot. "This thing is really hot." Under the regretful gazes of everyone, Lin Feng threw away the blackened ones and took some more to bake. "It's a little better this time, but there are still some small spots of carbonization." Lin Feng threw it away again. Maybe diluting the honey would be better? Lin Feng tried adding some water to the honey. This time Lin Feng was extremely alert and kept turning the chicken gizzards and duck intestines with tongs, fearing that they would turn black. This time it worked. The surface of the chicken gizzards and duck intestines was golden yellow, exuding an enticing aroma. Lin Feng ignored the heat and directly took a piece of duck intestines from the grill and stuffed it into his mouth. Although it was so hot that he grimaced, Lin Feng was satisfied this time. This time the duck intestines no longer have only a salty taste but have a fresh and sweet taste. The sweetness is just right, barely there, but the roasted duck intestines themselves have been elevated to more than a level. Lin Feng squinted his eyes in satisfaction, revealing the look of a gourmet who truly enjoyed himself. When sisters Enya and Enwei saw Lin Feng's expression for the first time, they were very curious and asked, "Is it so delicious?" Everyone was wondering what kind of taste could make the store manager look like this. Lin Feng pointed proudly at the chicken gizzards and duck intestines on the grill and said, "Try it." The two of them quickly put the chicken gizzards and duck intestines on the table to cut them. Enya looked at the golden color and couldn't help swallowing her saliva. The color alone was very tempting. A piece of duck intestines tasted crispy, refreshing, fresh, sweet, and fragrant. Enya had never eaten such a magical food before, and she couldn't help but exclaimed, "This is too delicious." Chapter 36, The Wooden Stake Problem. Each person in the kitchen was given a piece of duck intestine and everyone ate it with gusto. The store manager was so amazing. Who would have thought that this food for feeding dogs could be turned into such a delicacy in the hands of the store manager? Soon the aroma from the kitchen spread outside, and Oleg, Logi, and Abi were all attracted in. "Okay, Lin Feng, you took the people in the kitchen to eat alone without notifying us." Abi looked at Lin Feng with resentment. "Haha, we are developing new dishes. I just came up with something. Try it now." Lin Feng explained. The three of them were not far behind and picked up a piece of duck intestine and started eating. Now they were not surprised. As long as it was made by Lin Feng, they could eat it boldly and without worry. Oleg's eyes widened. This is so delicious. This. Abi's lines were spoken by Oleg first. Luo Ji was very practical. He didn't say a word and stuffed pieces of duck intestines into his mouth. Ah ha ha ha. There was a burst of laughter in the kitchen. What's wrong? Oleg was confused by the laughter. Anya explained with a smile, this is so delicious. I have said this at least 20 times in the kitchen today. Ha ha. Oleg touched his head and laughed too, but he seemed to remember something and frowned. Lin Feng. Father Muller just said that he can't make iron skewers of that size. Ah. Lin Feng was a little skewered. The iron skewers he ordered before were too small and might be difficult to make. Now he couldn't make them. Without the iron skewers, the charm of the skewers would be greatly reduced. Lin Feng frowned and began to think. Excuse me. Manager, do you need us to make skewers to string these duck intestines together? A young man in the kitchen asked weakly. He was the youngest newcomer in the kitchen. His name was Peter and he was usually taciturn. Well, do you have any solution? Lin Feng asked. I used to make wooden skewers when I was in my hometown. Of course they may be a little thicker than what the store manager requires, but I think they can be ground finer. Peter answered cautiously. Really? That's great. But we need a large quantity, at least a few hundred. Can you do it? Lin Feng asked anxiously. Yeah. Peter nodded. Okay. From today on you will start making this batch of wooden skewers and put aside the kitchen work for now. Please. Lin Feng said excitedly. If he could make wooden skewers, it would mean he could make chopsticks. Lin Feng had deep feelings for this kind of tableware from his hometown. However, the matter of chopsticks would be discussed later. The most urgent thing was to make wooden skewers first. Peter was so confident when he saw that the store manager actually relied on him so much. His freckled face flushed red. He nodded repeatedly and said, I will definitely do my best. After solving the problem of wooden skewers, Lin Feng felt relaxed physically and mentally. He sat down again and started to study the skewers again. Although the use of honey was the right way this time, the best effect had not yet been quantified. Not only does he have to come up with the best formula for the moment, he also has to quantify the results and then record them so he can use them as an operating manual later. In his previous life, he had wondered why there were so few restaurants in China that could achieve global success like McDonald's. One of the most important reasons was that domestic restaurants relied too much on the personal skills of the chefs. Although cooking is an art from the perspective of the operator, it is more necessary to form standardized processes. Only by forming standardized processes can it be replicated and expanded quickly. Afterwards, Lin Feng began to repeatedly experiment with the ratio of honey and water and then tried adding alcohol, beer, rum, brandy, and wine to the honey. After a whole afternoon of hard work until almost all the materials were used up, Lin Feng finally tested out the best formula. Honey and beer, a 5:5 mixture, had the best effect. That afternoon, almost everyone in the kitchen was fed with Lin Feng's chicken gizzards and duck intestines. Chapter 37: Housing construction starts. After the recipes for chicken gizzards and duck intestines were ready, Lin Feng began to let the newcomers try to make them, roasting mutton, lamb kidneys, chicken gizzards, and duck intestines in turn. After forming a standardized process, it is a matter of continuous practice. Not long after, Peter excitedly handed the first batch of wooden sticks to Lin Feng. Lin Feng could see that Peter was very attentive. The wooden sticks are made of boxwood and are slightly thicker than bamboo sticks. What is commendable is that Peter polishes each wooden stick, making it smooth and delicate to the touch without any barbs. Lin Feng was very satisfied and praised Peter greatly. He also rewarded Peter with 500 cash. Peter was so happy that his face turned red. He was the youngest in the kitchen and could not do many things as well as others. He was a little inferior, but this time he made a big face in front of everyone by making wooden sticks. Lin Feng personally cut the mutton, lamb kidneys, chicken gizzards, and duck intestines and then threaded them onto boxwood skewers.
Now his knife skills have improved greatly and he can cut the chicken gizzards and duck intestines very thinly. With the wooden sticks, the grilled skewers tasted even better. One reason was that it added to the wildness of eating, and the other was that the food was more flavorful. Everyone in the kitchen was amazed at the food. At the same time, Oleg led the purchasing team to cut bushes in the open space behind the bar in their spare time, clearing them one by one and piling them in the backyard as firewood. Oleg had already negotiated a price with the carpenters and plasterers to build a 10-room bungalow on the open space in the bush, paying a deposit of 40,000 casos in advance and the balance to be paid after the construction was completed. Lin Feng specifically told Oleg to make sure the house was built solid and sturdy, as this kind of house was not a short-term transitional residence but was to be used for a long time. Therefore, the building materials are all of medium to high quality. Although they are not luxurious, they must be guaranteed to be sturdy. Oleg looked at the clearing and thought that it would take another 2 or 3 days of logging to complete the clearing. The purchasing team was composed entirely of young men, and Ted was one of them. Since they came to the bar, they had either leek soup with pancakes or noodle soup every day. You have to know that the leek soup and noodle soup are based on broth, which is very nutritious, and pig blood and leeks are also nourishing. It is only because Lin Feng is the store manager that he is willing to use these as employee meals. Now even the meat after the broth is boiled has been eaten up by these young people. So now they all have rosy complexions, their muscles have grown, and they have endless energy. They feel uncomfortable if they are not allowed to go out and exercise. Now that they have work to do, a group of young people are working enthusiastically and having a lot of fun. 3 days later, the bushes had been cleared and the construction team drove into the open space with bundles of materials and began the daily work of construction. Lin Feng's side was also entering the final adjustments. Father Muller's grill was ready and Peter's wooden skewers were all ready. The kitchen was busy every day cutting the lamb kidneys, chicken gizzards, mutton and duck intestines sent by the purchasing team. The cut meat was then handed over to the young people in the purchasing team to string them together. Lin Feng planned to stock up at least 500 skewers so that he would not be in a hurry at the last minute. He was confident that the skewers would sell well this time. Lin Feng and Oleg went to the market to buy honey. The original jar was almost used up. Although this thing is expensive, fortunately the amount used is not much, and Lin Feng originally focused on the boutique route, so the price of his skewers is naturally not low. Confident in his dishes, Lin Feng planned to sell lamb skewers, chicken gizzards and duck intestines for 6 caso each and lamb kidneys for 20 caso each. Finally, Lin Feng and Peter set up a pergola outside the bar entrance. The support was made of boxwood and the shielding material was thick canvas. Peter was indeed talented in carpentry and the pergola was made both sturdy and beautiful. With this pergola, the grill can be used under the pergola regardless of whether it is raining or snowing. Now the preliminary preparations are ready and Lin Feng is going to officially launch the skewers tomorrow. Everyone in the Black Rock Bar is already gearing up. Chapter 38, Mr. Victor's Satisfied Day 1. Mr. Victor is an old gentleman from the Slut Islands. He has a round head, a round belly and wears round-framed gold-rimmed glasses. He smiles every day and is very friendly. He greets everyone wherever he goes, so everyone likes him very much. Mr. Victor was a feared pirate in the first half of his life but became a popular old gentleman in the second half. This is not contradictory. As a pirate, he tasted the strongest liquor, played with the sexiest women, ate countless delicacies and seized countless treasures, but in the end he was tired. So he passed on the pirate mantle to his son and lived in seclusion in the Slut Islands, leading a leisurely life, every day going to the bar to drink, bragging with old friends and occasionally strolling to the harbor to look at the sea and take a walk. The first half of life is too exciting, so just spend the second half lazily. Days like this are pretty good, he thought. And recently Mr. Victor discovered a new hobby. That is, there is a new chef in the Black Rock Bar. This yellow-skinned man is very interesting. He seems to be able to perform magic, turning decay into magic and turning the cheapest food into the most delicious delicacy. Recently, every morning Mr. Victor would come to the port early and then have a bowl of leek and pig blood soup and a cumin pancake and then sit on the ground. He would eat the pancake and soup slowly, and only after he finished eating in a sweat would he pat his butt and get up from the ground, breathe a sigh of relief and feel refreshed.
Mr. Victor did not think it was dignified to eat on the ground because everyone around him was doing the same thing, squatting or sitting, concentrating on eating the bread and soup in their hands, and no one had the time to care whether others were squatting or lying down. This always reminded Mr. Victor of the glorious days when he was a pirate and the days when he ate on the ship with his brothers. After his morning meal, Mr. Victor would slowly walk home. Until nightfall, Mr. Victor will go out again. This time the target is the Black Rock Bar. When he goes to the Black Rock Bar, he would order a large beer and a plate of white-cut pork belly and sit in a quiet corner of the bar to enjoy it slowly. Every time he only ordered a plate of pig stomach, never more, because he believed that food should be eaten in moderation. That is what it means to enjoy food, and eating too much is called wasting food. Chef Lin Feng is obviously also a gourmet. The portion of his pork belly is just right. One more would be too much and one less would be too little. It is just enough to satisfy the taste buds without making you feel sick. This approach is deeply appreciated by Mr. Victor. Occasionally he would meet Chef Lin Feng, and if he happened to be free, Victor would ask him to order a portion of roasted beef leg. This was a rare opportunity because Chef Lin Feng was always in a hurry and looked very busy. Every time at this time, Mr. Victor would order another bottle of L'Afonso red wine because only L'Afonso red wine could match the roasted beef leg made by Chef Lin Feng. The slightly astringent and sour taste of L'Afonso red wine was just right for the roasted beef leg, pushing the two to the extreme peak. After eating, Mr. Victor would ask for the bill, then hum a little tune and slowly walk home. The highest state of life is when the flower is half-bloomed and the wine is slightly tipsy. Mr. Victor can't stand those drunkards in the bar. Hump, they have no interest at all, a bunch of pigs. It was snowing lightly that day and Mr. Victor had already finished dressing up at the door. The old servant's voice came from the room. "Master, it's snowing today, do you still want to go out?" "Well, I'll go to the Black Rock Bar and come back soon," Mr. Victor replied. Now he has formed the habit of going to the Black Rock Bar every day, rain or shine. Chapter 39, Mr. Victor's Satisfied Day 2. Mr. Victor looked at himself in the mirror at the door again. He was wearing a top hat, a white shirt, a black suit, and a shiny cane. There was an amiable smile on his fair face. This is exactly the image of an old country gentleman. Well, Mr. Victor was very satisfied, opened the door and walked out. It was snowing lightly and everything around was white. Mr. Victor was walking briskly, humming a tune and in a good mood. He was very happy when he thought of the new people who had come to the Black Rock Bar recently, because now the roasted beef leg was available every day and he no longer had to wait for Chef Lin Feng to be free to eat it. I heard that he was recently promoted to store manager. Captain Harvey, that little bastard, was quite good at judging people and knew how to let Lin Feng be the store manager. Although personally he preferred to brag with Oleg and Roger, while Lin Feng was more reserved. But bragging is not enough to make a living. In the foreseeable future, as long as Lin Feng is the store manager, he will have a constant supply of delicious food to taste. This is the most important thing. When he went to Black Rock Bar for a drink 2 days ago, Lin Feng told him mysteriously that there were new dishes being launched today and asked him to come. Lin Feng and he had a mutual understanding and they had many common views on food, so even if it snowed today, Mr. Victor would have to go to Black Rock Bar. This is an agreement between gourmets and must be observed. The thought of this aroused Mr. Victor's appetite again and he couldn't help but quicken his pace. Just when he walked not far from the Black Rock Bar, he saw a large awning set up. Under the awning was a grill and 2 newcomers in chef uniforms were busying themselves with it. A stream of white smoke with a strong aroma drifted towards Mr. Victor and he couldn't help but take a deep breath. This was the smell of meat mixed with the aroma of cumin and a hint of sweetness. His stomach growled slightly to show respect. He could understand the aroma of cumin, but why did it also have a hint of sweetness? The aroma was strange, so Mr. Victor decided to go to the grill to find out. In front of the grill were Enya and Enwei. As Lin Feng's favorite disciples, the 2 sisters were the fastest and best learners. Today was the first day of the launch of the skewers and Lin Feng gave them the important task of firing the first shot. The 2 sisters were grilling seriously. One was responsible for turning the skewers and the other was responsible for sprinkling seasoning and brushing oil, and they were very busy. "Enya and Wei, what are you doing?" Old Victor asked with a smile. As a frequent visitor to the Black Rock Bar, he was very familiar with the sisters and would occasionally joke with them. Anya looked up and saw that it was Mr. Victor. She smiled and said, "He's grilling skewers." Grilled skewers? This is a new word, Victor pondered. Looking at the sister's skillful movements, his appetite was immediately aroused. "Hello, Mr. Victor, you're here." Lin Feng in the store saw this regular customer coming and quickly greeted him. "Lin Feng, you came at the right time." "What is this kebab?" he asked curiously. "Guess what? If you can guess 3 of them, they'll be free today," Lin Feng said with a smile. "Okay. Wait a minute, let me see." Mr. Victor likes this kind of foreplay very much. He uses his brain before eating to let his stomach's desire for food brew a little longer so that the food will taste better when it enters his mouth. Mr. Victor adjusted his glasses and carefully observed the skewers on the grill. Well, one seemed to be a lamb skewer. He smelled the lamb, but the remaining ones were all strange in shape. Victor said several kinds, but none of them were right. Finally, he had to surrender. "Your recipe is too inhumane. I can't think of it," Mr. Victor said helplessly. "Haha, Grandpa Victor surrenders." Anwei clapped her hands and laughed. Chapter 40, Mr. Victor's Satisfied Day 3. Seeing Anwei's sweet smile, Mr. Victor couldn't help but smile and said, "Yes, yes. I surrender, so you should reveal the answer." Lin Feng smiled and said, "Anwei, please explain this to Mr. Victor." "Okay." Anwei agreed straightforwardly. "This is roasted duck intestines," Anwei said, pointing to a string of long and thin meat strips. "This is roasted chicken gizzards. The chicken gizzards were thin slices skewered on wooden sticks, and this is roasted lamb kidneys. 2 thick slices of meat were skewered on wooden sticks and lamb fat was oozing out." "Haha, I told you that your diet is inhumane and you even thought of this kind of thing." "Okay, I admit defeat." Mr. Victor laughed. This kid Lin Feng really dares to develop anything to eat. "Okay, what do you recommend me to eat today?" Old Victor asked interestedly. "Then I suggest you take off your coat and put on this napkin. As for these 4 items, please make sure to order a few strings of each." Lin Feng smiled and took out a white napkin. This napkin almost covered his entire belly and was more like a chef's apron. "Why is that?" Victor asked, puzzled. "You'll know when you have your meal." Lin Feng kept it a secret. Before Victor could ask more, Anwei had already pushed him into the bar. Okay, Grandpa Victor, stop asking so many questions. Go in and order your food. You little girl. Old Victor touched Anwei's head with a smile, then followed Lin Feng in. As soon as he entered, he found that there were already quite a few customers in the bar. The sounds of clinking glasses and cheering could be heard one after another. Everyone was eating and drinking with red faces and greasy mouths. "It seems that the guests today are very excited," he asked. "While the new skewers introduced today seem to be more in line with everyone's taste." Lin Feng smiled modestly. As he spoke, Lin Feng led Mr. Victor to his usual seat. It still felt familiar and he sat down happily. "Okay, let's have those 2 first and then 5 skewers of kebabs. What do you think?" Victor looked at Lin Feng over his glasses and asked. "Well, I don't recommend you to order boiled pork belly and roasted beef leg today," Lin Feng replied. "Why? If you order those 2, you'll regret not leaving room for the kebabs." He. Lin Feng's words were a bit exaggerated and Victor didn't quite agree. "How about 5 skewers of each first? If you want to order boiled pork belly and roasted beef leg, would you like to order more?" "That's fine. Where's the wine?" It would be better to ask Lin Feng, who was also a gourmet, about these pairings. "I personally recommend draft beer. And according to customers, lamb loin is better with rum. You may also consider it." "Okay, let's have some draft beer first. I'm looking forward to it." Mr. Victor rubbed his fat hands, eager to try. Soon 20 sizzling skewers were brought over on a plate and draft beer was also delivered in due time. Old Victor had just observed the drinkers around him and they all picked up the wooden skewers and put them into their mouths directly. This is very convenient. The skin of duck intestines and chicken gizzards is golden in color, dotted with tiny bits of cumin.
The meat is very tender and so fresh that it seems to be jumping. The lamb and lamb kidneys were of another style. The lamb was brown and white, and the white was obviously fat, very plump and oozing with oil. Although the lamb kidneys looked the worst among the three, they exuded a strong smell. This smell was so ecstatic that it attracted old Victor. There you are, lamb loin. He decided to try this first. Chapter 41, Mr. Victor's Satisfied Day 4. Old Victor stretched out his fat hand and picked up a skewer of lamb kidney, slowly put it into his mouth and began to chew with his eyes squinted. A strong taste of male hormones hit his taste buds wild and wild. Then the rich fat filled his mouth again, and he seemed to have returned to the primitive society of eating raw meat and drinking blood, feeling the call from ancient times, wild, unrestrained and free. Suddenly he wanted to drink strong liquor very much. Only strong liquor could make this wildness reach the extreme. No wonder those diners say lamb kidneys should be paired with rum, it's so particular. He hurriedly put down the lamb loin and trotted to the bar. Give me a bottle of rum, Oleg. How, old man, you ate lamb kidneys, right? Oleg grinned. How do you know? You are not the first one to come to the bar to ask for rum. There is another one over there. Oleg pointed at old man Muller, who was sitting over there eating. Aha, old man, you are here too. Father Muller greeted warmly. I'll talk to you later, old man. Old Victor was now fully focused on the skewers and had no time to pay attention to old man Muller. Holding a bottle of rum, Mr. Victor quickly walked back to his seat, opened the bottle cap, took another bite of lamb kidney and took a big gulp of rum. As the rum flowed down his throat into his stomach, a burning sensation rose up. This time it was just right, and he nodded with satisfaction. He seemed to have found the feeling of being unrestrained and traveling around the world when he was young. This roasted lamb loin is really chewy. After calming down, he turned his attention to the duck intestines. The appearance of this thing also attracted him. He picked up a roasted duck intestine and took a bite. It's a bit crispy and chewy, and in comparison it's crispier than boiled pork belly. The key is the taste, with a faint aroma of beer and a slight sweetness, but also the domineering black pepper and cumin, a combination of hardness and softness. This guy Lin Feng is really amazing. It seems like anything in his hands can turn into a flower. He reached out to the chicken gizzard again and took a bite. His first feeling was tenderness and freshness. The incomparable elasticity and crispness hit his tongue again. Combined with the light aroma of beer, it was really irresistible. In comparison, the lamb skewers are slightly inferior to the other three. It's not that they are not delicious. The texture of the fat and lean meat is indeed quite delicious, but it is not as amazing as the first three. If I have to put it simply, the roasted lamb kidneys are like a rough man full of destructive desire, the duck intestines are like a young boy green and energetic, and the chicken gizzards are like a young girl delicate and tempting. The lamb skewers, on the other hand, are a middle-aged man, honest and steady but lacking in drive. Old Victor was tasting the food as he ate, and before he knew it, he had finished all 20 skewers. What happened? You've finished it already? It's not satisfying at all. Another 20 skewers of meat were brought up. In less than 10 minutes he finished it again, and this time he finished both the draft beer and the rum. Mr. Victor was a little annoyed. Still calling? This conflicts with his own way of eating. He has always been proud of his ability to judge food. Now do I have to eat and drink like those drinkers? Ha ha. Old man, stop pretending to be so noble. I've already drunk 2 large glasses of draft beer, a bottle of rum and 50 skewers of meat. Old man Muller staggered over, holding a lamb kidney in his hand, and spoke as he ate. Oof, vulgar. Mr. Victor said disdainfully. Haha, I see you're still being stubborn. Anway, give me another 20 skewers. Send them to the old man's table. Father Muller shouted. Coming right up. Anway replied from outside the door. 20 skewers of meat were served. Father Muller grabbed one and started eating, saying, "Eat now." What are you waiting for? These 20 skewers are on me. Mr. Victor still wanted to maintain his dignity, but seeing Father Muller eating with his mouth full of oil, he could no longer control himself and picked up a chicken gizzard and put it in his mouth. Chapter 42, Mr. Victor's Satisfied Day 5. After eating a chicken gizzard, old Victor could no longer control himself, and the passion and heroism of his youth seemed to return to him. He didn't care anymore, he just indulged himself today. Oleg, bring 2 more bottles of rum and a barrel of draft beer, he shouted at the top of his voice.
Coming. Oleg agreed casually. Haha, that's more like it. You could drink a lot when you were young. We won't go home until we are drunk tonight. Father Muller laughed. Old man, I'm going to get you drunk tonight.
Mr. Victor rubbed his hands together. The 2 old men immediately let themselves go, toasting each other, and skewers of meat were served like water.
Are you kidding?
When I was young, my appetite and drinking capacity would have crushed you little brats.
Abi, who was standing next to him, looked a little worried and asked, is it okay for the 2 old men to eat and drink like this? Luoji smiled and said, these 2 old guys are extremely powerful.
When they were young, they were well-known troublemakers in the Slut Islands.
Don't worry about them. Despite this, Avi still walked over and advised, 2 old men, just eat in moderation. If you think it tastes good, you can come back next time.
Old Victor's face was flushed at this time.
He laughed heartily and said, what are you afraid of, little Abi? Grandpa can't drink him down.
If he does, just bury him on the spot. I must drink this old guy down tonight. Father Muller was also drunk and said with a big tongue, little Abi, if you have any meat, just bring it up.
Watch me drink this braggart down. That night the 2 old men drank 5 bottles of rum and 2 barrels of draft beer and 800s of skewers of meat.
In the end, Lin Feng and his friends sold out all their skewers, and they ordered 2 plates of boiled pork belly to satisfy their appetite. The employees in the store were all dumbfounded. Lin Feng looked at the snow outside and made a prompt decision to let the 2 of them stay in the store for one night. He also asked Luoji and Oleg to notify the families of the 2 elderly people separately to prevent them from worrying. The 2 of them fooled around with the store employees for a while before lying down side by side to sleep. Lin Feng looked at the 2 funny guys with a wry smile, ordered the employees to help them change their clothes, and then helped them to their rooms to sleep. Old Victor slept in Lin Feng's room and Old Man Muller slept in Roger's room. Lin Feng and Roger, the 2 brothers in distress, had no choice but to come out and sleep on the floor with everyone else. Now the 2 sisters Anya and Anwei were happy and insisted that Lin Feng sleep between them. Everyone else slept on the floor on the first floor, but the 2 sisters insisted on sleeping at the door of Lin Feng's room on the second floor, since they first arrived, just like a puppy guarding the door. Although Lin Feng felt embarrassed before, he couldn't resist the sisters' insistence and let them sleep at the door. Now that he had to sleep with them, Lin Feng suddenly felt under tremendous pressure. He seemed to sense the resentful gaze of this single old man, Roger. Finally, at Lin Feng's insistence, he slept on the first floor. The 2 sisters looked at Lin Feng resentfully, making Lin Feng's heart beat wildly. Compared with Luoji's resentment, Lin Feng chose to disappoint the 2 sisters. At least they don't have to worry about Luoji's kitchen knife. The next morning, Mr. Victor woke up refreshed. Oh, he had a good dream yesterday. In his dream, he and Father Muller were drinking and eating big chunks of meat in the Black Rock Bar, having a great time. Hey, where is this? This bed is not my soft bed but a hard wooden bed. Mr. Victor got up in a panic and saw that his dress and shirt were neatly folded on the stool and his cane was leaning against the stool. He jumped out of bed and walked out barefoot. Wasn't this the Black Rock Bar? Wasn't last night a dream? Chapter 43, Slipping Away Quietly. Mr. Victor was shocked when he saw 2 sisters sleeping on the second floor and a group of people sleeping on the floor on the first floor. The sound of the door opening woke up Anwei, who was sleeping on the floor. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and said with a smile, "Good morning, Grandpa Victor. Weren't you drugged?" He thought that the people in the bar last night were knocked out and asked worriedly, "What are you talking about?" "Grandpa Victor, you made a big scene last night," Anwei said with a smile. "What did he do last night?" Old Victor was a little drunk. He quietly waved to Anwei. When Anwei walked over, he asked quietly, "Be quiet and tell Grandpa, what did Grandpa do last night?" So the old man and the young boy squatted in the corner talking in low voices. "You were so generous last night. You really recreated the style of a great pirate from the past." Anwei concluded her speech. But Mr. Victor's face turned red and burned hot when he heard this. He was so embarrassed, so embarrassed. Alas, if I want to blame someone, I can only blame myself for being in a good mood. I haven't eaten and drunk like this in many years, but it really feels good. Thinking back now, saliva can still be secreted from his mouth. Although his teeth ached from eating last night, Mr. Victor couldn't help swallowing when he thought of the lamb kidneys, chicken gizzards and duck intestines. Forget it, now is not the time to think about these things. I should quickly slip back before everyone wakes up. It would be awkward to leave after everyone wakes up. Anwei opened her eyes wide and saw that old Victor's face was red and blue. She thought he was worried about Father Mueller, so she said Father Mueller was drunk last night too. He is sleeping in Roger's room now. Oh. Anwei, you sleep a little longer. Grandpa will be back soon. Old Victor agreed absent-mindedly. He tiptoed back to Lin Feng's room, closed the door and began to change clothes. After changing his clothes in a hurry, old Victor picked up his cane, put on his hat, slowly opened the door and walked downstairs step by step. As soon as I reached the stairs, I ran into Father Mueller. Ha, old man, you were drunk last night too. Old man Muller's broken gong-like voice echoed throughout the bar. Now everyone in the bar woke up. Mr. Victor had a dark face and glared at Father Mueller fiercely. Father Mueller covered his mouth embarrassedly. After all, it was impolite to disturb someone's sleep. Lin Feng yawned loudly and said with a smile, "Are you two old people okay? You scared us last night. You drank too much." It's okay. This little bit of wine is nothing." Father Mueller smiled nonchalantly. "It's okay, sorry I slept in your bed," Mr. Victor said quickly. "It's good that everything is fine. Don't mind those little things," Lin Feng said with a smile. "Give me the bill and I'll pay it," said old Victor. "No, they paid for it when we went to notify your family last night. They wanted to come pick you up, but the snow was so heavy that I suggested you stay here for the night. That's why they didn't come." Mr. Victor blushed again, and now the old servant in the house also knew about it. "Speaking of which, Lin Feng, you've made a fortune this time. These skewers will surely sell well again," Father Mueller said with a smile. "It is all thanks to your help. You two will have to take care of me in the future," Lin Feng said modestly. "Haha, didn't you help out enough last night? The two of us finished more than 100 skewers last night. Isn't this embarrassing enough, old man? Go away now and don't disturb other people's business." Old Victor glared at Father Mueller and said with a red face, "What are you talking about? Yesterday you two were very generous and displayed the power of great pirates, which really opened our eyes." Lin Feng quickly tried to smooth things over. "Real? It's 100% real gold." Lin Feng looked sincere. Mr. Victor finally felt a little better. Chapter 44, Great Acclaim. After seeing off the two elderly people, Black Rock Bar returned to its busy daily work. Yesterday the two old people stayed up very late, and since it was the first time to make barbecue skewers, there were inevitably some mistakes. There were still piles of wooden skewers and dishes that had not been washed in the kitchen. Now I have to clean them up quickly, and then I have to start skewering the meat. In actual operation, 500 skewers of meat were still not enough. Last night two elderly people alone ate over 100 skewers, leaving many diners without any skewers. They could only use boiled pork belly and roasted beef leg as substitutes. As word of mouth spread, Lin Feng felt that he had to stock up on at least 2,000 grills to meet the supply. In addition, one grill was still too slow to serve food, so starting tonight 2 grills would be used at the same time. However, after the trial operation last night, all employees are full of confidence in the skewers. Those diners can't stop eating them almost from the first skewer. And with the appearance of the skewers, the drinks sold well last night. The skewers have a great promotion effect on the drinks. The direction is clear, and all that remains is to work hard. Lin Feng selected 2 people with more dexterous hands from the purchasing team and the front desk staff to follow Peter in making wooden sticks. Now the number of wooden sticks directly determines the amount of profit. Then the remaining members of the purchasing team will have to stock up on large quantities of goods, including alcohol, beverages and meat. The rest of the staff also have to follow suit and skewer the meat when they have free time. The kitchen staff were busy cleaning pots, pans, skewers, and preparing the meat for skewers. For a while, the entire Black Rock Bar was running in full swing and everyone was working hard. Even little Abby sat on a bench and skewered meat every day. Lin Feng began to think about grilling vegetables. After all, grilling only meat would make people greasy, so it was time to start adding some vegetarian dishes. The most classic ones are roasted leeks, roasted corn, roasted eggplant, and roasted potato chips. With the previous model of roast duck intestines, the grilled vegetables were quickly developed. The basic seasonings are similar and the key is to control the heat. Only the roasted eggplant is slightly different. This dish requires a lot of minced garlic, but there is nothing else. So the kitchen started to practice roasting vegetables again. After half a month of operation, the reputation of the Black Rock Bar's kebabs has completely exploded. This is also thanks to old Victor and Father Muller. The news that these two ate hundreds of skewers and got drunk on the first day the skewers were launched spread like wildfire throughout the Slut Islands overnight. Who is old Victor? This old man likes to be arrogant. How can ordinary food be appreciated by him? Even for delicacies like boiled pork belly, he only orders one plate at a time. How could two people finish hundreds of skewers at a time? How delicious must it be to make old Victor eat like this? Everyone who heard the news wanted to try the food that would make the gourmet Victor fall head over heels in love with it. After trying it, everyone was hooked. What the hell is this? It feels like it will be addictive. Although it is expensive, it is really delicious. So the good reviews spread like crazy among the crowd, like a virus, from 1 person to 10 and from 10 to 100. If I don't go to Black Rock Bar to eat some skewers, I'll feel embarrassed to say hello to others when I go out. Now almost every night the Black Rock Bar is crowded with people with no seats left and a queue forming outside the bar. Cash poured into Oleg's cash box like water. Chapter 45, Balance of Payments. The income and expenditure for November were summarized and all the staff of the Black Rock Bar gathered together, everyone staring at the account book in Oleg's hand. This month has been the most expensive month since the establishment of Black Rock Bar. Because there were 20 new employees at once, the food, clothing, housing and transportation of the 20 people were basically all provided by the bar. Although the skewers were well received, they were only launched in late November and only lasted for about 10 days. Lin Feng estimated that a loss this month was inevitable. In addition to the daily expenses of the employees, the construction of the staff dormitory also cost 40,000 casos. Oleg's face was unfathomable and it was impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry. Although Lin Feng was the store manager, he had been hiding in the kitchen recently, focusing on grilling vegetables. Today was the first time he heard that the financial data for November had come out. I would definitely not be qualified as a store manager if I were in modern times. I am only beginning to care about business data now. Lin Feng thought with a wry smile. Ahem. Oleg cleared his throat and said, this month's turnover is 260,000 casos. There was a murmur among the crowd. 260,000 is a lot. I don't know how much the net profit is. The expenses this month are also very high. After all, so many people came at once. I'm so nervous. I hope we don't lose money. The manager is so nice to us. I just want to work here. Yes, even if there is no salary, as long as there is food and shelter, it's fine. Quiet. Roger was responsible for maintaining order. The crowd suddenly became quiet. Well, the net profit this month is 100 casos. Oleg said, scratching his head. It's actually profitable? Lin Feng couldn't believe his ears. What is 100 caso? This number is too funny. Anyway, this month has finally made it through. It was the most difficult month because everything was in a period of transition. The staff were unfamiliar and the kebab business had just started. As long as this month can be made through, Lin Feng was confident that things would get better and better in the future. Next, Oleg roughly explained the details of income and expenditure. Although the kebabs were only on sale for 10 days in November, they brought in a lot of profits. This was also the reason why the income and expenditure were roughly balanced this month. Compared with its selling price, the cost of labor and ingredients was terribly low, basically reaching 10 times the profit. However, no new employees were paid this month. No wonder we still made a profit of 100 caso this month, Lin Feng thought. Well, now please let the store manager make a summary speech, said Oleg.
What? There is such an operation? How come I don't know anything about it? No one informed me that I would speak beforehand.
Lin Feng was a little confused. Seeing that everyone was looking at him eagerly expecting his speech, Lin Feng had no choice but to go ahead and speak. Well, although the store has had a difficult month, everyone has done a great job. Lin Feng said, touching his head. What he hated most in the past was the manager's practice of feeding everyone toxic chicken soup at the company's summary meeting, especially when he asked everyone to sing thank you at the end, which made him feel even more disgusted. The job is not done until the employees below are screaming like they were injected with chicken blood.
After all, everyone is out here to make a living.
Everyone will work hard without your encouragement because the Chinese are the most hardworking people in the world, no doubt about it. If people have to be encouraged to make progress, it only means that your company has no prospects.
If they can't make it, no matter how much toxic chicken soup you give them, it will be useless. Everyone just maintain the status quo.
As for salaries, the bar is indeed short of cash this month, so we will officially pay salaries next month, Lin Feng continued.
Well, that's it, that's all I want to say.
Lin Feng thought for a moment and said, by the way, the new year will come after this month. Everyone should work hard this month and we can have a party together in the new year to have some fun, that's it.
Chapter 46, Chicken Blood. Really, this store manager is so real. Everyone was touched.
Everyone knew where this month's expenses came from.
Wasn't it to purchase clothes for new employees, provide food and build staff dormitories?
The store manager actually sounded guilty, as if he felt sorry for his employees by not paying them this month. For them, he also borrowed 200,000 from Captain Harvey to pay their ransom.
Finally, he also organizes an end-of-year party to make everyone happy.
Where can I find such a store manager?
I can't find one even with a lantern. Several employees with well-developed tear glands shed tears.
Ted was the first to say, "Manager, you are so kind to us. I don't want any salary until the bar pays off its debts."
As soon as Ted started, the remaining employees all shouted, "Me too! Me too! Me too! Me too!"
Lin Feng was speechless for a moment. He always felt that letting people work without paying them was something that only unscrupulous bosses would do.
However, looking at the employees' overwhelming anger, it would be inhumane to refuse to accept it. Abi pulled Lin Feng's sleeve from behind and nodded, desperately indicating that he should accept it.
Lin Feng had no choice but to say, "Well, I will accept your kindness.
We are all in this together, and I promise that everyone's salary will increase steadily in the future."
Long live the store manager! Long live the store manager! For a moment, the entire Black Rock bar was filled with wild cheers.
Why does this feel like a pyramid scheme? I didn't drink any poisonous chicken soup.
Lin Feng had no choice but to put on a stiff smile and accept everyone's cheers. Ever since Lin Feng's speech, the new employees in the store have been working as hard as clockwork. The chefs in the kitchen spontaneously practiced cooking various dishes without Lin Feng's instructions, and they were even rushing to do tasks like washing dishes and pots. The front desk staff are so happy to smile when they meet customers. They provide attentive service and are always attentive. As soon as customers enter the Black Rock bar, they feel like they are at home. The guys in the purchasing team were no less enthusiastic. They were shouting loudly when selling cakes and soup, almost dragging people over to eat. When purchasing things, they were like wolves and tigers, comparing prices from 3 shops and haggling until the merchants were in tears. Even Oleg and Logi were confused and asked repeatedly, "Lin Feng, you are not a wizard?" Just saying a few words, those new employees are like bulls, busy all day long and full of energy, and they are all very happy. Lin Feng rarely boasted, "This is called personal charm, you don't understand."
Abi smiled and said, "I think you are just silly and people are moved by your silliness."
Lin Feng took advantage of the little Lolita's inattention and suddenly grabbed her face.
Let go of your pig's hoof," Abi said in pain. "Haha, who told you to call me silly?"
Lin Feng let go of his hand. It was a rare occasion for him to joke around. The store had been doing well recently and his mood had improved.
You are just silly.
The little lowly stepped on Lin Feng's foot and said proudly. A month passed in a flash and the Chinese New Year was coming soon. Lin Feng had already asked the purchasing team to start buying food and supplies for the year-end party. He was also hiding in the kitchen tinkering with new things. He planned to make 2 new dishes at the year-end party so that everyone could change their taste and have some fun. Lin Feng was concentrating on his work when he suddenly heard the sound of heavy footsteps.
It was Oleg.
Lin Feng, something big happened.
Oleg said loudly.
What's the big deal? Lin Feng became nervous for a moment. I calculated that the net profit so far this month is 160,000, said Oleg. Lin Feng thought it was a big deal and made his heart beat fast, but it was just a net profit of 160,000.
What? Net profit of 160,000? Chapter 47. It's done.
What did you say?
How much is the net profit?
Lin Feng didn't quite believe his ears. Today was only the 26th and there were still 5 days left until the end of December. I said that the net profit so far this month is 160,000.
Oleg said word by word. Done. 160,000.
Although I didn't include the employees' salaries this month, it's still a huge income even if I include the employees' salaries. Originally Lin Feng was still worried about the staff dormitory that was going to be completed in another month. This time, in order to solve the housing problem once and for all, Lin Feng invested a huge amount of money in this staff dormitory. Although no expensive materials were used, all materials had to be the strongest and most solid. The stones were all granite and the wood was all top quality pine. The total cost was estimated to be around 150,000 yuan. In order to ensure the quality of the construction, Lin Feng required them to strive for excellence and deliver the best results, which was originally expected to be completed in 1 month without any requirements for the construction time. Therefore, the construction time was postponed from 1 month to 2 months. 1 more month means 1 more month of wages. However, Lin Feng knew the importance and long-term significance of the house and would rather let the employees sleep on the floor for an extra month than make the house perfect. He did not want to be like a certain company in his previous life, pursuing efficiency and taking half a year to complete a project that should have taken a year, which was purely harmful to both others and himself. With this 160,000 yuan in net profit, Lin Feng felt confident. With this income, he would have enough cash to pay for the house when it was completed and even pay part of the outstanding debt. He had originally planned to borrow some short-term high-interest loans from others to pay for the house first. With this money, the construction of a food warehouse can be put on the agenda. Now the kitchen cabinets are fully loaded every day with a lot of food coming in and then all cleared out in 1 day.
The next day I have to buy more.
Although fast food turnover is a good thing, it means fresh ingredients every day. However, running at full capacity every day leaves no room for maneuver, and any unexpected incident will lead to a chain reaction. Just like a few days ago, a young man in the purchasing team misremembered the purchase quantity, resulting in too many chicken gizzards and too few lamb kidneys, causing diners who wanted to eat lamb kidneys that day to not have enough and had to choose to eat the extra chicken gizzards. Although customers will not say anything if this happens occasionally, if this mistake happens too often, it will naturally affect the evaluation of the bar. Therefore, the best way is to stock up more. As long as there are fresh keeping insects, you can prepare more ingredients without worrying about food spoilage. When the construction team finishes the construction of the staff dormitory, they can start to build the food warehouse.
There is a large open space next to the staff dormitory.
Lin Feng planned happily. Then in another 2 months, no, in another 3 months, this income will be enough to pay off the debt, and then we can pay the employees' salaries.
Oleg looked at Lin Feng laughing foolishly and said, "So you are scared too, right?"
Lin Feng was completely immersed in the joy of counting money and couldn't extricate himself. "Oleg, I will raise your salary in a few months and I will increase it when the debt is paid off," Lin Feng said. Actually, I don't care whether I get paid or not. I'm happy working in this bar anyway. I'm a bachelor and I don't have much to spend money." Oleg grinned. Lin Feng sometimes found that this human-shaped bull demon king was not as scary as his appearance, but actually quite simple. Moreover, he did not have as much resentment about being single as Luoji, the single old dog who looked bitter and resentful every time he saw someone showing affection. I don't know where the red light district of the Slut Islands is.
Next time let Roger take a vacation and go there for some fun.
Lin Feng thought silently.
Chapter 48 Year-End Party 1. In the blink of an eye it was December 31st.
On this day Black Rock Bar closed for a day and all employees attended the year-end party. Lin Feng took out 5,000 cash from the store as today's expenses, food, drinks and some fireworks to set off after the party. Lin Feng also invited Muller's family and Mr. Victor and his servant, two of his best regular customers, to attend the party. In the afternoon, after the guys from the purchasing team bought today's special ingredients and handed them to Lin Feng, he drove them out of the kitchen, asked them to take a shower and rest, leaving only the two sisters Enya and Enwei to help him cook. The two sisters were very happy when they heard that they could cook alone with the manager, and they rushed into the kitchen to help Lin Feng cook. Everyone else finished their shower early and sat in the bar relaxing, drinking and chatting, waiting for dinner. It was a rare day of leisure and everyone looked relaxed and in good spirits. They gathered in groups of 3 or 4 to chat, but what they talked about most was the daily affairs of the bar and exchanged work experiences with each other. Old Victor leaned against the bar and exclaimed, "Look, old man, these employees are talking about work even during their breaks. Do you think the food at Black Rock Bar can be bad?" Father Muller, sitting on a high stool, also laughed and said, "Lin Feng doesn't look like a store manager at all. He has no authority at all, but the employees just obey him. This is also very strange." Luoji said mysteriously, "Lin Feng must be a wizard, otherwise why would these people be so devoted to him, especially the pair of sisters who were so kind to him?" Abby sat at the bar drinking juice, her legs swinging back and forth. She said disdainfully, "You are just jealous of the sisters' kindness to Lin Feng. They dared to borrow 200,000 yuan to buy the slaves and then release them. Do you dare?" Roger immediately shut up and smoked his pipe in silence.
Oleg also interrupted while wiping his wine glass. "It's true that Lin Feng doesn't put on airs. Look at which store manager would personally cook for his employees. He treats his employees as his family. Maybe it's this kind of temperament that makes everyone respect him so much." Father Muller nodded and said, "That makes sense. I didn't expect that you, a big and strong guy, are actually quite observant." As they were talking, Lin Feng and his sisters came out with the dishes. Lin Feng shouted as he served the dishes, "Everyone lend a hand and help serve the dishes from the kitchen." There was a loud response and immediately several people went to the kitchen to serve the dishes. The remaining staff in the bar put the tables together to form a long table. Lin Feng directed everyone to put the dishes on the long table. He planned to make it a buffet today, with all the dishes and drinks placed on the long table for everyone to take. As dishes were placed on the long table, everyone's eyes lit up. There were all kinds of dishes, both new and old. Roasted beef leg, boiled pork belly, noodle soup, leek and pork blood soup, cumin pancakes, grilled meat and vegetables, fish, shrimp and crab, and everything comes in large portions. Father Muller's eyes widened as he looked at us. He asked Lin Feng, "Are you planning to starve us to death today?" Lin Feng smiled and said, "Everyone eat and drink to your heart's content today. We guarantee that the supply will be sufficient." Everyone cheered. Here old man Victor has already pulled Lin Feng aside and asked him to introduce some new dishes. "This is garlic shrimp, this is steamed flower crab, this is cumin grilled squid, this is pan-fried longfish, and this is drunken shrimp. But this one is raw. If you want to eat it, old man, eat less." Lin Feng pointed at the dishes one by one and introduced them. Mr. Victor took a breath and asked, "Lin Feng, can you tell me how many dishes you still have in your stomach?" Lin Feng laughed and said, "Haha, not much, not much." He thought to himself, not much, just the countless dishes passed down in China for thousands of years. Chapter 49, Year-End Party 2. Old Victor looked at the new dishes with great interest and swallowed unconsciously. "Okay, all the dishes are served. Lin Feng, please say a few words," Abi said with a smile. Everyone looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was still a little unaccustomed to the feeling of being in the spotlight. He rubbed his head and said, "Thank you for your hard work this year. Everyone has done a great job. We will strive for better results next year. I will definitely share the bar's growth achievements with everyone. Let's get rich together. Let's eat."
The bar instantly became lively with cheers and everyone headed excitedly for their favorite dishes. Old Victor was a little hesitant about which dish to start with. The garlic shrimps looked very appetizing with the red and white color scheme really eye-catching, but the cumin grilled squid had a fatal aroma that was so alluring.
So tangled. Delicious, old man.
The grilled shrimps are so delicious.
Wow, the grilled squid with cumin is so delicious, too delicious. Father Muller had already stuffed his mouth full.
Vulgar.
Too vulgar. Mr. Victor cursed. But he was a little anxious in his heart. He didn't know how much Lin Feng had prepared. This old man had a big appetite. He couldn't help but quicken his pace and walk towards the garlic shrimps. When the waiters around the long table saw old man Victor coming, they all made way for him to get the dishes. As the fresh and tender shrimp meat enters the mouth, a strong garlic aroma rises up which further brings out the deliciousness of the shrimp meat, and even the juice is fragrant and sweet. Old Victor's eyes widened. This kid Lin Feng has come up with something incredible again. He then turned his attention to the cumin grilled squid. The aroma of this dish was the strongest, so strong that it was almost intolerable. He would feel so angry if he didn't try a bite. It is chewy and soft when eaten, and the unique aroma of squid and cumin blend perfectly. The freshness of the squid itself brings a three-dimensional layer to the dish, and the sauce is very flavorful. Another masterpiece. Mr. Victor was convinced. Wow, Lin Feng, is this really edible? I seem to see the shrimp moving. Father Muller exclaimed. Everyone's eyes turned to the dish that shocked Father Muller, the drunken shrimp. Lin Feng smiled and said, "This is fresh enough." He walked to the plate of drunken shrimps, took out one, peeled it, put the crystal clear shrimp meat into his mouth and chewed it with satisfaction. The design of this dish is Lin Feng's innovation. Because there is no Shaoxing rice wine and soy sauce, Lin Feng can only find another way. He chose rum instead of rice wine and then added salt, ginger, garlic and honey for marinating. Although it does not have the mellow taste of rice wine, it is still sweet and delicious. Father Muller was skeptical and followed Lin Feng's example. He picked up a shrimp, peeled it and put it in his mouth. The shrimp meat was extremely sweet and the taste was crispy. Most importantly, it also had the flavor of Father's favorite rum. Father was completely shocked. This is so delicious. Without saying a word, he picked up the large basin of shrimps and left. Lin Feng, give me this pot and go get another one. Is there such a thing? The people around him burst into laughter. Hey old man, why are you like this? I haven't even tried any of them. Stop right there. Old Victor was anxious. This old man was so unreasonable. How could he take the whole bowl away just because he liked to eat it? He was selfish, arrogant, and shameful. Father Muller protected the basin with one hand, walked around Victor and said, "Go ask Lin Feng to make it for you." Okay. Lin Feng quickly dissuaded, "I have more, let Father Muller eat this one." He winked at Enya, and Enya quickly ran to the kitchen and soon brought out another pot of drunken shrimps. Chapter 50, Year-End Party 3. Lin Feng spent a huge sum of money today, 5,000 casos, most of which were spent on this seafood. He prepared 15 lien just for the shrimp. While old Victor was angrily scolding Father Muller, he quickly had a drunken shrimp. As he swallowed the first drunken shrimp, he finally understood why the old man was so obsessed with it. This thing was simply the favorite of pirates. The perfect combination of seafood and rum, coupled with the further flavor of ginger and garlic, made it addictive. There was a greedy look in his eyes. Lin Feng knew that the two old men would definitely like this dish, so he reminded them at the beginning. Seeing that old Victor was about to fall, he quickly said again, "Two old men, take it easy, this drunken shrimp is raw, don't eat too much, eating too much will cause diarrhea." Got it. Father Muller said as he stuffed the drunken shrimp into his big mouth. After that, he picked up the rum beside him and took a big gulp. Lin Feng looked at Father Muller with a dark face. "You know this?" He had no choice but to give some instructions to Father Muller's wife, Mrs. Mary, and asked her to keep a close eye on her father. Madame Mary covered her mouth and smiled. "Let him be. He is not so cheerful for many days in a year. Let him be today. I will take care of him and you can deal with the employees." Lin Feng had no choice but to nod. There were 3 women performing a show here. Abby, Enya, and the 2 sisters Envy sat together, each eating a big crab leg and chewing it happily. "Sister, these crab legs are so delicious. Why are all the dishes the manager cooks so delicious?" Unwei said while eating. "What can't the store manager do? The store manager is handsome, brave, and kind to people." "Ah, it's really." Enya has a face full of infatuation. "Haha, you guys are exaggerating."
Lin Feng used to tremble with fear in front of Captain Lunk.
Abby said happily while biting the crab meat. "You are not allowed to slander the manager. The manager is not afraid of anyone."
"Even your father is not afraid of the manager, so how could he be afraid of Captain Lunk?"
Enya retorted. "My dad is not scary. Captain Lunk is an orc. How can they be compared?" Abby was also a little unhappy.
She was unhappy when anyone criticized Captain Harvey. "No, your father was very fierce on the ship and even more so to us slaves."
Unwei quickly supported her sister.
Although Lin Feng's face turned red after hearing this, he still rushed over to stop them and said, Okay, just eat well and don't mention these old things.
Today is the new year, everyone should be happy. Humph. Humph. Humph.
The 3 women launched a 3-hit series of arrogant expressions, each with a puffed-up look on her face. Lin Feng had no choice but to appease her with a few kind words before quickly leaving.
Alas, women are trouble.
When he walked into the group of men, the scene
was completely different.
All I heard was Roger sitting in the middle of the group drinking lamb kidneys and boasting about his adventures with Captain Harvey, mixed with a lot of sex history.
"That girl has a big ass and is very naughty. You see, I am so skinny, but she sucked me dry. TSK, her ass is simply a man's dream, so white and tender like a little lamb.
I had sex with her for 3 days and 3 nights in a row, and when I came out I was completely fucked."
Ha ha ha.
A burst of laughter broke out in the crowd, but everyone had an expression of longing on their face. Lin Feng laughed secretly. He thought that it was all there after being sucked dry. It was much more likely that the resentment of a single old dog like you would be drained dry by 5 fingers. However, seeing the harmonious atmosphere, Lin Feng felt relieved. Lin Feng felt like a firefighter, and he would rush to put out the fire wherever there was one.
It's not easy to be a store manager. Year-end party 4.
Seeing that everyone was enjoying the food, Lin Feng walked to the bar with peace of mind, poured himself a glass of rum and started drinking. Now that I think about it, it has been almost a year since I traveled to the Slut Islands. From not being able to communicate in the language at the beginning to becoming the manager of the Black Rock Bar, now life is really unpredictable.
During this nearly 1 year I was basically busy.
In the beginning I was afraid that I would not do well and be punished by Oleg and Roger, so I worked diligently every day. Since Captain Lunk came, he has developed a strong interest and ambition in cooking, so he began to practice cooking skills and develop new dishes. After the store started to improve, he worked even harder to make the store bigger.
Then came the joining of new employees. Actually, I didn't think too much about it at the time.
I just wanted to help these poor people out of pity. But it turned out to be a blessing in disguise, and I gained a group of new forces. There were 2 little fans among them. He found it funny when he thought of Enya and Envy. He didn't do anything, but these 2 were so devoted to him and trusted him. Maybe it was the pity and disdain in his eyes when Captain Harvey was selling that made them feel that they were different.
After the new employees joined, they started to be busy day and night.
There were so many things to do, and they all needed to be planned and implemented by the store manager. Although I was also a purchasing manager before I traveled through time, everything had rules at that time and I just had to follow the rules. Now the store manager has to make all the decisions by himself, and the pressure and challenges are totally different. He is now the store manager of more than 20 employees, and every decision he makes will affect their livelihoods.
Forget it. In the final analysis, life is all about doing one's best and leaving the rest to fate. It's useless to think too much. Just do your best.
Lin Feng took another sip of wine.
Alas, he didn't know how his parents were doing. He thought that he might never see them again in this life.
When Lin Feng thought of this, his eyes turned red.
If he disappeared, they would definitely be heartbroken. He was too nervous to think about these things before, but now that he was free he thought of home. Bang!
A wine glass smashed next to Lin Feng.
Oleg sat down, took the bottle from Lin Feng and poured himself a glass of wine.
Lin Feng quickly wiped his eyes.
What's wrong? Are you missing home?
This rough man may seem rude, but he is actually very observant.
Why don't you go and brag to them?
Lin Feng quickly changed the subject. The rough man grinned, showing his white teeth, and said, Luoji has blown all the bulls, so why should I blow anymore? I feel ashamed for him when I hear what he said. You must have been to many red light districts when you followed Captain Harvey.
It's not possible that what Roger said was all false, right? Lin Feng asked. Oleg shrugged and took a sip of wine.
Of course he has been there, but he is very shy. Every time everyone else goes in, he is still wandering outside.
Lin Feng was shocked. Did you guys do that together?
Oleg raised his eyebrows, looked at Lin Feng and said with a smile, Brother, I find that you really can't be judged by appearance.
You look weak and gentle, but I didn't expect you to have such heavy tastes. That's not what you mean?
What I mean is that everyone has entered the store, but Roger is still standing at the door and doesn't dare to go in.
Oleg said unhappily. Ha 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 ha.
Lin Feng spit out a mouthful of old wine.
He didn't expect that this Luoji was so cowardly. This guy usually looks like an average person and he has a fierce look on his face.
Lin Feng thought he was a tough guy and might even ask for some special services. But he turned out to be like this.
It really shows that you can't judge a person by his appearance. Chapter 52, Year-End Party 5. So does that mean Luoji is still a virgin?
Lin Feng asked while coughing, having choked on the wine. He's not a virgin, but if I remember correctly, he only did it once on his last voyage.
Oleg said, touching his chin. Lin Feng couldn't help but gossip. Is that pretty? What a handsome guy. He's so slow. The pretty ones have been picked up long ago and only the middle-aged woman is left. Luoji was taken away like a chicken. Oleg scolded with a smile. Ha ha ha.
Lin Feng laughed unkindly.
Luoji was also a poor man. No wonder he was so resentful.
This guy had the desire but not the courage to do something.
Don't laugh.
If it weren't for that middle-aged woman, Logi might still be a virgin, you coward.
Oleg laughed. By the way, is there such a place on the Slut Islands? Lin Feng asked. Why do you want to go? Oleg asked.
You can go shopping when you have time, but my main goal is to find someone to please Luoji.
I think he's almost getting suffocated. This time we'll find him a beautiful one.
Lin Feng said with a smile.
Haha, you are thoughtful. Luoji will thank you. Oleg said with a smile, but you don't have to.
The two sisters next to you are much prettier than those guys. Why go to that kind of place? Lin Feng smiled bitterly and said, they are only 16 years old and I am almost 30.
This is not appropriate. Oleg shrugged and said, sometimes I really feel that you are like an old man and you are frighteningly pedantic in some ways. You are not a noble and they are not princesses, so why do you have to be so particular?
This is the Slut Islands where pirates gather and it is the most unorthodox place.
You are very open about food, but you are too rigid in this aspect.
As long as they are willing, it is not a problem for two women to share one man. Lin Feng was speechless for a moment, but after hearing what Oleg said, Lin Feng began to fantasize about two women sharing one man.
The thought of it was exciting. Forget it, I'd better concentrate on running the bar first and think about these things later.
He himself is a person who has the desire but not the courage to do anything. On the other side, everyone was drinking and everyone was rosy-faced and drunk. The men gathered together to drink while the girls gathered together to chat. Lin Feng then walked to the long table and got some dishes to eat. He looked at the table and saw that most of the dishes had been eaten, which was about the same as he expected.
While eating, Enya and Enwei suddenly hugged him from behind, one on the left and one on the right.
Lin Feng smelled alcohol and the two sisters were drunk.
Thinking of what Oleg had just said, Lin Feng's heartbeat accelerated.
Manager, dance with me. Enya's eyes were blurry with drunkenness and she held Lin Feng's left hand tightly.
Dance with me, I dance better than my sister.
Anhui exhaled sweetly and hugged Lin Feng's right hand tightly. I did it first, Enya said angrily.
But I dance well. Anhui didn't give in either. Manager. Who do you choose? The two sisters asked in unison. Well, how about we dance together? Lin Feng asked tentatively in a low voice. Okay.
The two sisters smiled sweetly. So Lin Feng held one in each hand and jumped around randomly. Look, the manager is dancing, someone shouted. Lin Feng was a little embarrassed, but the two sisters were dancing around him like two butterflies, which was very pleasing to the eyes, and he was reluctant to dance anymore. He had no choice but to shout, let's dance together. Then people from all corners of the world joined in the dance with all kinds of dancing moves, but the only thing in common was that everyone was smiling from the bottom of their hearts. Roger was holding hands with two girls from the front desk team and was grinning from ear to ear. Abby held Father Muller's hand and the two little dwarfs jumped and danced happily. A group of young men sang pirate songs along with old Victor.
Chapter 53, Year-End Party 6.
After a round of dance, everyone was exhausted and out of breath with a look of excitement on their faces. Lin Feng saw that the time was almost up, so he said, let's go set off the fireworks.
The crowd responded with a roar.
Oleg and Roger walked out of the store with two large boxes full of fireworks and the crowd followed behind them. At the entrance of the store, it had just snowed during the day and the ground was covered with snow. From the entrance of the store you can also see the lighthouse of the port in the distance and the starry sky. Lin Feng felt that the greatest beauty of traveling to this era was the sky full of stars, which was something he could never see in the city before. People exhaled excitedly and gathered in groups of 3 or 4 waiting for Oleg and Logi to set off the fireworks. The two sisters Enya and Anhui hugged Lin Feng's hands on the left and right and they chattered excitedly and Lin Feng joined in the conversation.
Are you all ready?
The fireworks show is about to start, said Oleg. With a sharp sound of breaking through the air, a bunch of fireworks shot up into the sky, exploded in the air and burst into green fireworks.
As the crowd exclaimed and praised, bunches of fireworks bloomed in the sky with colorful colors.
Most of these people who were sold as slaves had an unfortunate first half of their lives. They had never seen such a beautiful scene. They were all fascinated by it and gradually forgot to express their admiration. They were all intoxicated by the rain of flowers. The two sisters hugged Lin Feng's hands tightly, completely unwilling to let go, like little birds relying on their parents. Lin Feng thought of their origins. They were abandoned in an orphanage as soon as they were born. The two sisters depended on each other in the orphanage. But when they were 16 years old, they were sold as slaves by the black-hearted director of the orphanage. Later they were robbed of a slave ship by Captain Harvey, and then they came to the Slut Islands. Lin Feng whispered, "It doesn't matter, Black Rock Bar will be our home from now on. Don't worry, I won't leave." The two sisters nodded silently and hugged each other tighter. It lasted for about 40 minutes before 2 large boxes of fireworks were set off. Although everyone was still reluctant to leave, they reluctantly returned to the Black Rock Bar and started drinking and chatting again. It was not until after 2 a.m. that everyone started to quiet down. The long table had been removed and the bedding had been spread out. Most people were already drunk and fell asleep wherever they could find a bedding. Empty bottles were scattered all over the floor. Abby couldn't hold on any longer and fell asleep. She slept on the bar snoring softly and someone covered her with a blanket. Father Muller and old Victor were still drinking, but they were also talking incoherently and were staggering. Sitting next to them were Madame Mary and Victor's old servant, both of whom were drowsy. Oleg was half leaning against the wall with a half-empty bottle of rum beside him, but he was already fast asleep. Roger was lying on the ground with his arms and legs spread out, his pipe lying beside him. Lin Feng did not refuse the two sisters today. He lay between them listening to the sisters, even breathing on both sides, feeling peaceful and happy in his heart. He also drank a lot of wine today, but he was still able to stay sober. Today's year-end party was finally a success and everyone had a great time. When the store's operations become stable, he hopes to develop a rotation system, because only with better rest can one work better. Manager kiss. Enya still remembered Lin Feng in her dream, but Anhui put her foot on Lin Feng's belly. Lin Feng smiled bitterly, covered the two sisters with the quilt tightly and stuffed Enwei's feet back into the quilt. Fortunately the fire was burning brightly, otherwise Enwei would have caught a cold from sleeping like that, Lin Feng thought.
Sleepiness gradually came over him. Let's go to sleep. Don't think about it anymore.
Lin Feng slowly closed his eyes and fell asleep.
Guys, that's for today. Please like and subscribe to my channel. 10 likes for next part. Thanks again.